much.
So, we're about to get started, and the mic should go live.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's meeting of the Transportation Licensing Commission. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that if you're not satisfied with the decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. Prior to today's meeting, Mr. Fields circulated to the Commission the draft minutes from our May 23rd meeting.
Did we do the pledge?
Oh, we haven't yet. I'll do that in a second. Have those been reviewed?
Yes. They have?
Is there a motion regarding approval?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And I neglected to request that we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a couple of public hearings today. The first is our annual emergency Rucker Zone assignments. We have not received any applications or alteration requests that were filed with the director. Mr. Fields, is there a need for a formal hearing?
Actually, the ordinance requires that on an annual basis that their meeting be held to discuss it. There are no changes. There are no staff recommended changes. The companies are here, but as far as if there are no changes, I think you probably have a public hearing, ask if anybody wants to speak to it, and then close the public hearing, because at this point, no one has made requests.
Are there any requests that were submitted to speak on the record issues?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the commission regarding the annual emergency Rucker Zone assignments? At this point in time, we'll close the public hearing then.
I will report that I've spoke with the Emergency Communications Center about any issues that may have come up. I also asked the police department if they had any issues, if they could either present them or be present. There were, along the way, there like any organization, there are going to be occasional issues that would come up. As far as I'm aware, we've reviewed, worked through those, and they've been handled. Most of them would be actually getting to maybe a wreck scene within the time limit, or not properly cleaning up a wreck site or something like that. So there were no major violations that I'm aware of, or at least none that have been reported.
All right. We also have a public hearing on a consideration of...
Do you want to... The appropriate, would be to basically re-award all of the zones, to make no changes to the zones that exist.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fields. I was under the impression we didn't have to do anything, but...
It just has to be on an annual basis.
All right, thank you.
So do we need a motion? I'll make a motion we keep the awards as presently constituted. Is that appropriate?
Mm-hmm.
Second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
We have also a public hearing for consideration of amendments to MCL 12.62 to the Metropolitan Council. We also have, not part of a public hearing, possible consideration for rule changes of our commission rules regarding SUMDs. does it make sense to take one before the other?
Actually, that should have been, it would be a public hearing, so you could go through, since they're very similar issues, I think you probably have one public hearing that would actually cover both issues.
Okay. All right. Well, at this time, we will open the public hearing for consideration of amending, for consideration for making recommendations for amending 12.62 to the Metropolitan Council. We've received, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said, can I add one thing?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that covers the entire study by metropolitan government section of Chapter 1262, which is 1262-100, which says that the MTLC shall conduct a study no later than July 1, 2019, to 1, determine if revenue generated by fees covers the cost of permitting, administration, compliance, and enforcement, 2, determine the impact of SUMDs, and 3, recommend changes to this ordinance or other metropolitan government ordinances, policies, and practices.
Do we have documents to review regarding the study?
We have a report that staff can give at the appropriate time for those things. Part of the recommendation, however, that's actually comes back to the commission, whatever changes that y'all would want to make to either to the rules, which fall within that request, or make recommendations to the Metro Council. So from a staff standpoint, we do not have a comprehensive research throughout the government. We do have one that covers public works that I think will probably show, and with legal and others, we've certainly communicated with everybody about what it's cost to operate the pilot project thus far.
All right. Well, clearly, you know, a driving force for having our public hearing today is to get feedback from the public, get feedback from the various scooter companies, so we can make some recommendations. I think it is important that we receive the, you know, whatever objective information that we can get. I know we've gotten some studies already presented to us prior to today that will help us evaluate, you know, recommendations to the council as well as to consider other rule changes. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to try to have a framework for getting through all of the requests to speak. I do have quite a number of them, and I imagine there are other people that are going to want to speak as well. We're going to limit people to 2 minutes to make their statement regarding these issues. And I don't have this stack that was provided to me in any particular order, so don't take the fact that you may be called first or second or in the middle as any indication that we think your request is less warranted. So I'll go ahead and start with Carol Strayer.
Hi, my name is Carol Strayer. I'm at 301 Demumbrian Street in the Encore Building in downtown Nashville, and I want to speak against the scooters. We live in a downtown area where we call home, and the scooters have taken over our sidewalks that it makes it very difficult for us to walk around our community. It's an eyesore to see them laying all over the road. I realize that you have some corrals set up, but they're barely being used. The scooters are left out where disabled people are trying to get up from the sidewalk area from crossing the street. And it's a real menace that we have to move the scooters all the time so that people can walk our sidewalks. And the people that use them are on the sidewalks. And when you confront them and say, do you know that they're supposed to be used on the street, they usually reply, probably with not so nice of words, or they say, oh, I didn't know that. And we said, of course you know that because you have to click a box saying that, you confirm you understand the agreement that you have with the companies. So something has to be done about that, about people being aware of being off of the sidewalks. And if the scooters remain at 15 miles an hour, people walking on a sidewalk with an electric scooter coming up behind them, you can't hear them. They're going too fast for the pedestrians and people moving in and out of stores or restaurants or clubs and things like that. And there has to be something done to the streets, evidently, to get them to have space for the scooters. But we'd rather just eliminate the scooters, so that eliminates the problem. That's all I have to say, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Strayer. Mr. Fields, regarding Ms. Strayer's point about the speed of scooters, is that something that the commission can regulate by rule, or does that have to be a change to the ordinance?
I'm not aware of a provision about that in the ordinance. I could be forgetting it, but I'm skimming through right now to see if I can find anything. But if the ordinance does not speak to it specifically, then I would think that it would be within your rulemaking authority, since that is so broadly granted generally by the ordinance.
The language that I was recalling, the top speed is designated as 20 miles an hour under the definition section.
It is.
So I think you've got an upper end, but I don't think you have a, I don't think there is a specific.
It's in the definition section, Billy? Let me look at that before we decide they can do that, because it's in the definition of SUMD, or no?
It's under, 030.
Scooters, less 15 or less, it's in 3.
Under 030.
Motor powered speed of less than 15 miles per hour.
I still don't see it.
Well, it does specifically say that each scooter shall have a top motor-powered speed of less than 15 miles per hour when operated by a rider weighing 170 pounds. So it seems that the code is specifically spoken to that, so that would not be within your rulemaking authority.
But it could be a recommendation back to the council.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, is that the top speed that they can go, or a top speed that they can be used at? If you understand my distinction.
So it's a requirement that it says that they must have a top speed of, could you hand me that, Becky?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Each scooter shall have a top motor-powered speed of less than 15 miles per hour when operated by a rider weighing 170 pounds. So I suppose you would read that as a prohibition on them having a speed higher than 15 miles an hour, or really less than that. So I guess 14 miles an hour.
14 miles an hour.
So can't we regulate by setting up zones for certain limiting
Or a
speeds?
lower speed.
And what happens if the driver is more than 170 pounds?
So I think that there is an understanding that if the driver is more than 175 pounds, that the speed might be faster than that.
Actually,
because-
slower.
Or slower?
Slower.
Okay, that's what I understand, engineering.
Yeah, so I think the issue is you have two things cooking. I think the one issue you have is the fact that the machines have to have certain abilities. But when you get down to what speed they can go, they can't go above 15. What I think we're saying is that since they specifically said 15, to go lower than 15, let's say you want to go 12, if the top speed is 12, then we would ask the council to amend 030 to a lesser speed, or give you the authority to take that out and give you the authority to establish it.
I think you could do a rulemaking about that because 030A says to be eligible for a permit, the following standards must be met. So these are the standards for the scooters that are applicable to the scooter operators in order for them to be eligible for a permit. So that is not a speed set on scooter users by the ordinance. So if the speed set on scooter users is not mandated in the ordinance, then that would leave room for rulemaking on that issue. However, that particular rule wasn't on our list for today, but I think we did it kind of including but not limited to.
That's correct. All right. Kevin Warner.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. I don't understand a lot of the intricacies of what you are obliged to do today regarding a report due July 1, what you have to do regarding the company's application to put more scooters on the street. But I don't care. I don't need to know, because this is all what I would call the sword of Damocles over your heads. Chief Anderson of the police department has called scooters, quote, a menace. My view is driven relentlessly, incontrovertibly, by the fact that we all know that without police department enforcement, public works enforcement, whoever, all other discussions on this topic of scooters are background noise. They're useless in terms of maintaining public safety in the city. There's also universal agreement that with the existing resources at the police department's disposal, they cannot protect the public. They can't. They just can't do it. We've all had these anecdotal conversations with police officers and this and that. They cannot do it. I believe you must not ignore this reality. So whatever you decide to vote on today, and whether or not you have the discretion to refuse scooter company requests to put more of these on the street, there is nothing I'm aware of preventing you from making a general statement for council's consideration. I think you're duty-bound to do that. Something along the lines of, quote, until the TLC is convinced that the police department can effectively enforce scooter laws, we, the TLC, want the pilot program to end immediately, pending further review. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Butterworth.
I'm Ann Butterworth, 415 Church Street. My first question is in compliance with 1262-100, where a study was conducted. I would like to see what study was done to determine what the costs were in the beginning. What are the costs of permitting, administration, compliance, and enforcement? I don't believe that information has been made available to the public. I also have not been able to obtain documentation regarding your study of the impact of shared urban mobility devices. The recommendations.
I can actually address that. Mr. Fields, just a moment ago.
Will that give me time in my 2 minutes?
Yeah,
If-
it's not, we'll make sure. Mr. Fields just said that the study, first of all, is not due till July 1, and Mr. Fields and others at the MTLC office are actually working on it, the draft right now. It's not due till July 1 to be reported to the council. At that point in time, I imagine it will be public record.
It should be public record now, but that's a different matter. But how could you vote on it if you haven't seen the study?
It's not a vote.
How can you, okay, never mind. In your recommendations from last month's meeting, it does not, in recommending the mandatory corrals, I didn't see where you were working with the traffic and parking. As a resident of downtown, any further encroachment on the roadways restricts the ability of residents as well as visitors to move. I am in agreement with the mandatory use of helmets and the reduction in the amount of time in order to correct illegally parked scooters. The question was asked about, are you for or against shared urban mobility devices? I am not against the devices. I'm against the way they are being used. Similar to other things in our society, it is not necessarily the object that is the problem. It is how they're being used. I agree with the comment that until this can be enforced, the program should stop. On my way over here walking from work, I saw 5 separate scooter riders, not one of which was in compliance with the law. There are many people in this room who have photograph after photograph of parents with infants strapped to their chest, 2 persons riding the scooters, underage people riding, and intoxicated persons on the scooters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butterworth. Michael Beard.
I'm going to try not to be repetitive because everybody has heard all the complaints. In addition, though, I will say that in addition to what Ann was speaking of, the other night at 12:30 at night, there were people racing scooters down Church Street sidewalks and using the crosswalks. But I was at the original meeting where the scooters were trying to be introduced into the city. And there was a whole thing sold to the council. And what was sold was removing cars off the streets, last mile transportation, and a lot of things that have not been true. Nothing the scooter companies have done has come to be, or what promised. Bird said they would shut theirs off at dark. Not done. They said that they would control the riders. It can't be done. I inquired about how you're going to enforce a ordinance. Asked if there was any money being allocated to the police department. Said no, it was not. How are you have got an ordinance that cannot be enforced, that is just basically a free hand to the scooter companies. The cost, I don't know what the cost evaluation is, how thorough or comprehensive it is, but there are costs associated with it that you probably don't even realize. It's a danger. Walking the sidewalks is a danger, and if you don't think so, if you think it's not inconvenient, then you need to walk with me one weekend or any night of the week, because I'm telling you, it is absolutely a disgusting arrangement. It is really turning the city from a very friendly city to almost a mean city, because the scooter riders think they have carte blanche to do what they want when they want to do it. Walking down Church Street, there's a bicycle lane, and they don't use that, so even the infrastructure is not going to help. Thank you.
Max Lucen.
And for the speakers, please speak into the microphone so they can be heard in the back.
Can you hear me? My name is Max Lucen. I am a Nashville native and the general manager for Lyft Scooters. I have my members of my operations team here with me, and I'm sorry I wasn't at the last meeting. I was out of town, but I'm glad to be here today. I'm urging the TLC to keep scooters in service and to publish an RFP as quickly as possible. The transportation puzzle in Nashville isn't easy to solve. It seems the only thing we agree on is that cars cannot be the only solution. But scooters are an important piece of that puzzle, and they need to work for everybody. We know demand for scooters is strong because we're averaging over 10,000 trips per day and growing, according to the Walk Bike Nashville report. We also know that scooters make economic sense. Operators pay annual permitting fees, and scooters are an affordable means of transportation. With a fleet of 500 scooters, Lyft has created over 45 full-time jobs in Nashville, on top of the near 800 we have downtown. These are W-2 workers' comp protected with training, sick days, and paid time off. 25 of those jobs have full medical benefits, including health, dental, and vision. We also know locals ride scooters. Walk Bike Nashville's report showed over 60,000 users with more than 5 rides, and Lyft's internal data shows the same. We are working with local government and community groups to constantly evaluate and improve the program. The downtown parking corrals are a great step forward. Operators regularly meet with Billy Fields and the police, and we also submitted and are following guiding principles, which include limiting downtown deployments and increasing safety measures. Let's not double down on cars, kill jobs, and take away a sustainable and affordable mode of transportation. I urge the TLC to keep scooters in service, publish an RFP by Labor Day, and to select the RFP operators within 60 days thereafter. Thank you.
Mr. Lucen, you had mentioned that there was data that showed that there were 60,000 users that had more than 5 rides?
That's correct. So that's in the Walk Bike Nashville report.
Right. And that report also stated that since the pilot program went into place, there have been 1.8 million rides?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I'm using that math,
No, that's locally.
that's 3% of the users have had more than 5 rides, 5 or more rides?
I don't know the total number of users, sir. I'd have to look that up.
Well, I'm going off of the number of rides, not the number of users.
Okay.
So you've said that there were 1.8 million rides according to the Walk Bike Nashville.
There's over 10,000 rides a day, yeah.
Right. And there have been, you said 60,000 users with more than 5 rides?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And then just on top of that, we look at users' home markets based on where they take the most rideshare rides, and the majority, in the past couple of months since May, the overwhelming majority of users, their home market is Nashville.
Do you have any recommendations on how we can get users to be in compliance with the rules, such as wearing helmets?
Well, we have a lot of recommendations. There's a lot of safety measures that we're taking as a company to help do this, and I know some of the other companies are following suit as well. We do believe strongly in enforcement. We think that other cities are starting to do that, and we're fully supportive of that as well. But from a perspective of the technology available in the app and how we evaluate and monitor users, we think there's a lot of possibilities there.
Mr. Lucen, respectfully, I have heard kind of over and over again the commitment that the scooter companies have, and public safety is your primary goal, and you have all these ideas. What are some of those ideas? Because none of them seem to have been put forth, or if they have been, they're not working.
Well, the first thing that I want to mention too is the infrastructure piece. I mean, protected bike lanes are key, and this is something that I want to start with because a lot of our partnerships and work is dedicated to making sure that we push that forward. I know there's a lot of resources available now in Nashville for this, but protected bike lanes continue to see some opposition. So we want to help drive that because we think that's a critical piece.
I have a question. I'm sorry, did he answer?
No, not. Yeah, I don't think so. Are you still answering?
So there are some other pieces here. So number one, the type of checks we do and how we allow users to ride. For example, if they put a driver's license in the app. We don't, if you do not have a scanned driver's license in the app, we don't let you ride. So that's one example of a measure just up front we can take, and those driver licenses are cross-checked based on the state driver's licenses here. In terms of how scooters are parked and the geofencing, that's something that lately we've been working much more closely with Mr. Fields on and the city to make sure that we can enforce that. Another thing we've looked at is limiting fleet deployments downtown because the data is there. And we want to make sure that the TLC, and namely Mr. Fields, has up-to-date data and we can respond as quickly as possible. And we're in favor of shorter response times. So those are some of the measures, but I'd be happy, I know there's another question,
Well, can we agree, and since you say that protected bike lanes are a key to this, can we agree that since we don't have protected bike lanes, we're not ready for this? I mean, isn't that kind of a simple conclusion?
Well, we also talk to a lot of our users who rely on scooters to commute to work. So that's something that we're sharing, and that's something that I think matters a lot. These are locals who do not own vehicles and still live in Nashville. And we're concerned that with the upcoming cuts to the WeGo and the transportation system, that those users would be heavily impacted.
That didn't really answer my question, though.
So I'm going to be a little more forward with the question than I think she's directing to you. Just in a very short statement, do you feel that the city of Nashville, with the number of scooters that are being employed on our streets, are we capable of safely sustaining the scooter rides with the number of scooters that are on the street, partially some being provided by your company, safely?
So we think there are a certain amount of scooters that can be on the streets and it can be safe. And we think that RFP is moving in that direction. This number of scooters that are on the street now, we're willing to lower that amount because we think it's more important to have an RFP that addresses safety than to ban scooters altogether. And so if the RFP has a lower amount than 4,150, we are definitely still in favor of an RFP. If it has less operators, we are definitely still in favor of an RFP. Is that?
Okay, so without the RFP, as we stand now, today, in Tennessee, no new memorandums, nothing. As it stands now, do you agree that the population of scooters on the street is a safety hazard to the public? Yes or no?
I think if we limit the deployments downtown, this problem, and we just signed off and shared with the mayor's office last week guiding principles on this very issue. And one of them was to limit deployments downtown, which we're following. And that, you know, that's an important principle. I don't want to go unnoticed here because we have limited a third of our fleet, so a third of 500, to the entire downtown corridor. Now, that's a very big area that has a limited number of scooters for the past roughly week, 10 days or so. And I'd like to know, you know, I don't want to speak on behalf of the other companies. I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire industry. But I'm saying from a Lyft perspective, to have a cap to a third in the entire downtown area, I think is a significant impact, and I think it can make a difference.
Thank you.
Can you just give me that again? You've limited it already?
Yes.
And tell me what you've done.
So our cap is 500. So we've taken a third of that, and the entire we have a specific map, but in the downtown area, and other operators have signed off on this as well, limiting what we deploy in that entire area, the business districts, if you will, to a third of 500 for us, which is a substantial change from what it was before, because that is the highest utilization area.
Can you confirm that that has been done?
I can't confirm it because I didn't go specifically to look at those numbers. What I can tell you is that was one of the things they'd reported to me they were in the process of doing. As some of the other companies, again, in the last several weeks, there have been a lot of, we're starting to do this, we're starting to do that again. We're in the process of analyzing, but we're in the process of analyzing.
And when you say they, do you mean just Lyft, or do you mean the other companies as well?
Various companies, just about all of them have made one or another kind of change, saying we're trying to do this, for instance, deployment of so many per per block when they're deploying, when they're taking them off. One of the companies has actually gone to an operational scheme of 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., which is not required, but they've decided that we're just not going to operate other hours outside of that. So they're stopping at 11 p.m. and not starting back to 6 a.m.
Okay. Okay.
And it's worth pointing out, too, another part of this commitment or promise or guiding principle is that no more than 5 scooters per drop area. So no location should have more than 5 scooters, and that's per company at the moment. But we also see that as a substantial step to help address the concerns that people have raised about scooters and make this work for everybody.
Can I ask a question, staff?
Is that appropriate? Sure. We would have authority to restrict the number of scooters downtown, correct?
So there is already I guess a volume limitation in the code provision. So you would not have authority to restrict it in a way that's inconsistent with that. I'm not remembering exactly what section it's in, but it was 300 and some per square mile.
Per square mile, and the commission can determine where the square miles begin.
Yes. So
Per
you do
company
have
or
some-
total?
I think it's total.
Total. Okay.
Maybe per company. I need to find the.
Okay. Well, I don't need an answer right this minute. Would we have authority, because I looked, our authority is pretty broad, would we have authority to reduce the total number of scooters today?
So.
Not that I want to do it.
I mean, the code allows them to have 500 per company as a starting point.
Right.
So they all have at least 500. And then you all have approved, in the case of 2 companies, increases beyond that number. The companies, I suppose, could choose to voluntarily ask for fewer than that number, but are not required to. So I don't think that you could require their top number to be below that 500 number.
Yeah, I think if you want to discuss that, there are a couple of provisions that I think that.
Okay, you go ahead, Billy,
Again,
you may know
you
better.
got to remember, we're working off 2 different ordinances that
your copy,
have
too.
been melded
Yes,
together.
I tried to read them both.
If in section,
So we're going to amend it again.
section 080, this is the section that talks about when there's a reduction of fleet, if they go below average utilization.
Well, average utilizations are the uses per day, is it? So that's a little different.
So, in other words,
Okay.
there are some provisions. If we decided, if we wanted to go that direction, then at that point, we'd go back to the IT folks, Metro IT, we'd produce the report, and then we would go forward.
Okay.
Again, as you know, when we started this program, the IT department has been building this since we got started with it. It was not, we didn't have the option at the time of just saying, here it is, let's go to work. So we're now in a place where in the last several weeks, we've begun the analysis parts of various parts of the program, which will be a part of a report that we're happy to give you to be able to release to the council.
Okay. Are we to the point where we would know, say, the average number downtown? However you define
I'm
it?
sorry, Carrie, I did find that provision. It's in 080H. All permitted operators shall have systems with service areas that do not exceed 340 of each type of SUMD per square mile. So that is per operator, it appears.
That's a lot of scooters in a square mile.
Again, you do get to determine the square miles, where they begin and where they end.
So we could gerrymander downtown.
I would never use that term.
I heard it was approved today. Okay. So my other question is, do we have an idea of how many actually are downtown?
Our capability is not where we can give you a hard number today.
Okay.
Again, those are the things we're working through.
Okay. We'll reach that point.
We have
sometime.
volumes and volumes of data that's coming into IT and back into the cloud on a daily basis. And the IT folks, 1.5 people, and you were asking about cost. For instance, one of the things we have is about 1.5 people, or FTEs, is existing on a daily basis IT trying to, we're actually working through these issues in terms of what we can analyze and what we can't, telling you what you want to know.
I'm sorry, you said for the IT department in Metro Nashville, they're spending 1.5 FTEs just on scooters?
That's an approximate number, but yes. Just as I can tell you, is the Public Works Department has spent approximately $133,000. And again, it's an estimate, but that's based on 60 or 70% of my time and various other staff members, including well over 100 hours in about a 3-week period for our lawyer and others. So, and that's not including the 130. So we are working diligently to make sure we're giving you very accurate numbers.
And that just comes out of Metro's budget, or do the scooter companies pay for that at all? Or
each company would pay $35 per scooter. We've collected this year $14,500 in fees, not counting company fees. So on top of that would be another $3,500. So about less than $150,000 has been would be the fees. Those fees then are collected by the commission. All of our fees go into the general fund, are deposited back into the general fund of the government.
And so I'm sorry to ask this same question more than once, if I am. How much in fees have you collected in contrast to how much the city has spent trying to get data for scooters?
In just a simple analysis of two areas, the Public Works Department and legal, we have spent approximately $150,000. We've collected about $145,000. Okay. That would not include, someone had mentioned intangible fees, or not intangible, but fees that we might be overlooking. No, it doesn't count the 74 calls that had gone through the end of May that the fire department has made through the EMS. It would certainly not count any of the efforts of the police department, including their investigation over the tragedy that we had. So there are other fees out there that would be a fee. I mean, that would not fee, but a charge, but nothing that we could attribute directly back to the regulation and the enforcement of this particular ordinance. We can only collect those. We can certainly have a fee. We can't collect more than we spend. So that's what we're, and we believe, depending on the direction the Metro Council has, will certainly be with you. I think we would ask that you recommend the fees be increased. I don't know that you have to put a dollar figure on what those fees need to be increased to. But that would be part of a report before we walk out today, I think you'll want to do. Does that?
It does.
Okay.
Wasn't there a time limit initially on when this data had to be up and running, and they had to be providing it to us, and it had to be in the right format and all that stuff that's not happening? Wasn't there a time limit when it was supposed to be happening that is long past?
And I don't have that in front of me. I'll be happy to look at it and tell you as we go. As soon as any of the contracts were awarded, we began, the IT folks began a direct conversation with each company. Because and I'm probably not the best one to describe it, but because we wanted the data to be raw data that we would then interpret, there are things that they're reporting back to us that then we're in the process of interpreting. What I have relied on is with the IT folks is, do we believe that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing? And IT continues to work with them as we've had problems. They've been called in and called back to the table saying, we need to have this information, we need to have that information. A lot of what we're doing is very different in Nashville than it is anywhere else. But I want to say the time period was probably 90 days. But again, the data's...
I found it. It's right there. It's in, let's see, this is section 060M. Should the metropolitan government adopt a standard or standards for SUMD data collection, each permitted operator shall achieve compliance with such standards within 90 days of receipt of notification of updated interface availability from the metropolitan government submitted to the operator address on record.
Where is that again?
060M. 1262 060M, that is.
So they had 90 days, and as of
Well, we're checking to see if the standards have been identified at this point in time yet. So if they have not yet been given that notice, then that time period has not yet begun to run.
And those standards would come from council?
From Metro ITS, I believe.
Oh, from Metro ITS.
It just says Metro, but I'm assuming that those would be the people who would know what standards to set.
Yeah, once, and I apologize for stepping away, once those standards were established, which they were established by the ordinance, they have 90 days to begin the process. They did begin the process. All of them began delivering data. However, as we found that data, or as the IT folks found data, if there was something that needed to be modified, then we would go back to them saying, here's the data. This is what you're sending, this is what we need, or this, this hasn't been, I hear terms like scrubbed appropriately and so forth. So from an ordinance standpoint, we believe that they have been compliant with delivering the data. But again, we're continuing to work on our end of it to deal with all the data that's there, and from the reporting standpoint.
And I'm sorry. Are you getting the real-time data and information that you're supposed to be getting?
I'm told yes.
All right, one second.
So if I may elaborate, it sounds to me like it may be like kind of a continuously developing standard. Like as you get the data and look at it, you may realize like a standard that you need to set. Like, oh, this would be more helpful if it was in this format or something like that, or this would be more helpful if that set of data was scrubbed out of it, or, so the standards may be set on kind of an ongoing basis. Is that fair? And like communicated on an ongoing basis as they are identified.
Correct. What I have to remind people, a year ago, this commission did not have a scooter program. A year ago, there were no scooters under this responsibility, nor was the IT department chasing and running reports, or the police department. We certainly have not been perfect, but we've certainly worked really hard to try to do it, and it's been a challenge. I'll be the first to say that, and I've said it publicly, and I'll continue to say it. But IT has worked hard.
And the point that I hear from you, Mr. Fields, is that the resources that it has taken to even evaluate the data has been extremely expensive.
Without additional resources for real people, it's challenging, because considering there are still 6 staff members at the Transportation Licensing Commission. We have 3 in the office, we have 2 inspectors, and we have me. So we're creative, we're looking for ways to get it done. Fortunately, we've had a lot of partners in Metro that's helped us. The police department has worked with us diligently, trying to do the things they could do. The engineering division of Public Works has devoted a great deal of time to working through the corrals. The corral has been successful. We're going to be able to report that it's successful. It's not finished, but considering it's been up and running about a month, we're doing pretty well. We think it can work, and we think it can be expanded. But again, the direction that may or may not be taken by the Metro Council will dictate where we go.
If we wanted to keep the scooters in some capacity, and I'm saying if deliberately, would we be able to make a recommendation that for Metro ITS, as an example, that the scooter companies split the cost of a full-time person dedicated to a full-time IT scooter liaison? Because I'm assuming that for all of the departments that have been working on this, that the people within those departments were doing something else other than scooter-related business before the scooters came into existence.
Correct.
So
I was certainly not doing scooters before they showed up.
And so, it would probably be beneficial to the city if you were going back to what you were doing before the scooters came. Would we be able to make that kind of recommendation, or?
I think you will be able to make that kind of a recommendation. I think that's part of this hearing, is that would be one of the things I think, and staff would certainly agree with that, and I know IT would agree with that, that that the fee structure be changed that would support not only the addition of an appropriate number of IT staff, an appropriate number of public works staff, which is where transportation likes to come, but also talking with the police department and working on a way to have more on-street enforcement from either the police department or some sort of a hybrid agency or a hybrid position that would have some authority to have additional authority to deal with other things. We'll also have, I think when everything's said and done, and it may or may not be a part of an RFP process if we go that direction, recommend how the fees could, because the fees can be structured a lot of different ways, but $35 per scooter is not getting us to where we need to in terms of being able to at least pay for the expenses we have so far, certainly not expand any.
That was going to be my question. So this fee in 070, $35 for administrative costs, that's the fee you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only fee we've collected.
Okay.
And a $500 application fee plus the $35 per scooter.
And so really, when Mr. Lucen, I believe I'm pronouncing his name correctly, said that they have decreased the number of scooters, and I think I heard that right, really, the administrative costs are probably going to be close to the same almost regardless, because you're doing IT work regardless. But because there are fewer scooters, you're actually getting less money in because it's $35 per scooter.
It's an annual fee.
Been decreasing the number of scooters that are allocated downtown? Was it decreasing the number of scooters overall, or just the ones that are allocated downtown?
Yeah. I think, no, it won't have, this current year, in other words, because the companies, most of the companies that we regulate, as you know, the industries, they actually renew at different times of the year. So we know that this is the time when these fees are paid, and these are fees with the SUMD companies. There are two that will renew if they're here. They would renew their fees at the end of their again. Let's say there were no changes. We would have 2 renewals in September. We would have 1 renewal in November. We would have 2 renewals in December. We would have 1 renewal in January, 1 in February, and 1 in March. I think that's 7.
It's based off of, the fees are collected based off of how many scooters they say they have at the renewal.
That they've been approved for.
Okay.
So if they've been approved for 500, they're going to pay for 500. Whether they put them on the streets, up to them, but they cannot put any more than 500. Okay. So that's the reason I can tell you that $145,200.
So it's per permit, not per scooter.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. I'd like to continue on with the public hearing. I do like the discussion we're having, but I'd like to continue that once we start deliberating about the various recommendations we'd like to make. I'm going to mispronounce this person's last name because I cannot read their handwriting, but Peter Kamek. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, you did.
Oh,
That was very good.
great.
Anyway, Peter Kmack, I live in the Encore building downtown. Been down here 10 years since the building was built, and a major change, that's for sure. I'm sitting here a long time, and on the last issue, listening to all these fees and money and cash, and I think we're missing the point. It's taking priority over safety. We're not enforcing the safety issue. We can enforce the safety issue, as this gentleman over here said. The number of people downtown has grown so much that we almost need a traffic light getting out of our garage at 3rd, just off of Demonbreun. On top of that, you got scooters whizzing by on the sidewalk. 90%, I mean, there are videos, there are pictures all over the place about the erratic nature that a lot of people that ride these things, they have no responsibility. I've got brushed and hit in the arm twice from behind by these things, and before you know it, they're down the block. Can't catch them. There's no identification. Can't say, oh, Scooter number 57 hit me. Track them down. You got an exponential amount of increase in the tourists and population, and you got the same or lower, basically if you have the same police force, it's actually lower because the population and the tourists are increasing so much and you have the same number of police officers. They can't address the issue. If you can't address the issue, end the issue. It's pretty simple. And we got so much construction and building growth that you can't even walk down some streets without having to cross the other side of the street.
Time's up.
Well, most of it was said anyway, so.
Told me to run the clock.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Safety over money. Maybe the city should get their finances in place and think of better ways to get people around.
Who in charge of that?
Mr. Jeff Poole.
It's interesting that passive manner that they're being called up.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Fourth generation Nashvilleian. My family was here when Broadway was dirt. Okay. I am very much for the scooters, but not in the current operation. And I say that unless we as a scooter company, I make a six-figure income as a support staff for the scooter companies. Unless we can figure out a way to keep them off the sidewalks, keep them from laying around people's homes, they've got to go. And like I said, I say that at my own detriment. I think that the scooter experiment, because that's what it is, has been grossly mismanaged by the city and by the scooter companies. Everybody's at blame. But I also think that scooters are a very viable mode of transportation. We have a transportation crisis in this city. You can go out any time of day. I was down Saturday and Sunday in the middle of the day, and traffic is 30 miles an hour around the loop on Saturday and Sunday. Downtown Nashville is cluster. It is just a cluster. I drove Uber and Lyft for 3.5 years full time. We have a serious issue. Are scooters the solution? I'm not sure. Let's consider cars, though. When cars first came on the scene, people hated them. They scared the horses. They were noisy. They blocked the roads. They smoked. But yet, we have cars, and of course, everybody says we have scooters laying everywhere. We have cars laying everywhere. Walk around and look. What's the difference? For the most part, they're parked properly in designated areas, and they obey the traffic laws. As a city, there is not one single sign that I have seen that says no riding scooters on the sidewalks. Not one. We expect people to get on these things and assume responsibility without any direction. A lot of the people that are riding these come from a generation that they have to be educated about every aspect. Is that my time?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a lot more to say. I would love to be able to speak again for a longer period of time, because there are some solutions to this problem, some real solutions.
You can always email us.
Thank you. I will.
Todd O'Boyle.
What was that last guy's name?
Good afternoon, members of the TLC. My name's Todd O'Boyle, and I'm here on behalf of Lime. Wanted to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to discuss how we can do a better job of serving Nashville and Davidson County. We've been here since day one of permitted operations. We're really proud of the local team that our operations manager, Lily Krause, has built. In a spirit of partnership, working with Billy and his scooter squad, we've been able to build a program that, while not perfect, is continuing to improve. We are committed above all to safety. We host regular First Ride Academy classes because we found that sometimes the most problematic rides are the earliest ones, and we give people that need them a helmet. I was glad to hear the discussion of data. Recently it was come to light that we needed to make some improvements in our data compliance, and so we've begun the process of addressing whatever deficiencies are out there. We want to do right by the city of Nashville and Davidson County, and to that end, we want to be here for the long haul. We agree that change is needed. We agree that the status quo is improper and is not serving the community. We partnered with our fellow operators for a series of guidelines. Lime is already complying with them. We've reduced the number of scooters we have downtown, and we're reducing our overall scooter count in the city of Nashville, absent any direction from TLC or council. With respect to the two proposals on the table today, we respectfully request that on the process for fleet increases, we've said we're not asking for any more. We would ask that you just hold on to that one since council is preparing to opine. On the matter of after dark operations, we'd say during the week 10, on the weekends or holidays 11, unless you have a drunk riding screen, which we've already integrated into our app. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about how we can continue to serve the city.
I'm really interested in hearing about is it okay if I do this now?
Go ahead.
I'm really interested in hearing what you said about the app, something about intoxicated.
Sure, we have I should be careful with my word choice. We have an impaired riding screen that when after certain hours, our riders have to confirm. They read a message making clear that intoxicated riding is not safe and may be against the law.
Oh,
and
so it's just a...
Oh, but then they have to actually write out, and it says, do you understand? And you have to write out YES, yes. So it's an initial step. We believe that it's a step in the right direction, but we're always open to constructive suggestions about more we can do. I spoke with my colleague at Byrd, and I do understand that they are in a similar place when it comes to whether we want to take action or not on these two items today.
What did you reduce your downtown number to?
Again, so consistent with the other operators that signed the commitments that we made, we reduced, we made the 1/3 reduction. And then overall, our overall reduction, we are moving from 1,000 to 500 here voluntarily, because we think it's important not only just to reduce the number of the number of scooters, but also the number of operators. We feel that's a problem. We feel that what needs to happen is an RFP that will allow a limited number of operators to continue to be here. I feel confident that based on our operational experience and we will rise to the top and we will be here for the long haul. But I think the core problem is that as long as any additional operator can come along and bring a fleet starting at 500 or more, that's where the problem lies. And that means that not every operator has the resume and the experience or necessarily the resources to hire the dozens of employees that some of the companies you've heard testify today are able to do. So that we think is key. If we can get to a place where we're competing for the right to serve Nashville and let our record speak for itself and let our commitments to Nashville going forward speak for themselves, that's how we're going to get issues under control. That's how we're going to allow the good part of micromobility that local Nashvillians are depending on to commute and that is eliminating traffic congestion downtown. That's where we get to preserve what's good and move away from what's not.
Is there...
Sorry.
I know that you're in a number of cities,
Yes,
major
sir.
cities other than Nashville. Is there anything that you're implementing or been made to implement in those cities that you are not implementing here?
I want to caveat that I'm not responsible for Lime's relationship with local governments nationwide, so I can't give you a complete answer. But
are you privy to that information as to in San Francisco and in Dallas and in these cities we have been made to implement this program or only reduce? One thing that I heard that struck me as a very good idea is the pedestrians being able to identify the scooters that maybe brush them or cause an accident, putting a very visible, identifiable number on maybe that back brake pedal or somewhere on that scooter so that just like I own a transportation company here, my trucks have a way to identify my drivers if they're driving recklessly. Have you guys implemented that? What I'm trying to say is are there things that you've already been made to implement into other major cities that we're kind of having to pull teeth here to get out of you?
No, sir. I am not aware of any tag. The tag on the rear wheel this is the first I'm hearing of that. But I'm not aware of any obligation, at least in the southeast where I'm responsible for Lime, that that we're not committed to here. And so I'm not aware of anything that goes over and above. But again, we view this as an opportunity for us to really turn the page and start something new and make Nashville the model. You guys really embraced micromobility early, and I think that you deserve credit for that. But I also think it's fair to say the cracks are beginning to show. So we need to make some changes. We need to allow the most experienced, qualified operators that are best positioned to do right by Nashville remain, and we need to look at both the fleet size and the number of operators. Okay. And if you have questions about any specific proposal, I'd be happy to leave my information with you and discuss those with you individually.
That'd be great.
Thank you. Sir.
I know there are some best practices that were developed by NACTO. Are you familiar with those? Are there any other best practices you're aware of that we should look at if we do this RFP?
Sure. I think that, again, when you look at the best practice is ending the free-for-all, period. And
I meant positive net practice.
Well, and I think that
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think that is positive.
I mean, what I know Frisco and Portland are doing different things.
I think that different cities have tried different things. This is obviously a time of experimentation, and best practices are still bubbling up. With respect to the NACTO proposal, it spoke to things like data sharing. It spoke to things like a partnership to increase infrastructure over the long term. I know that you can't paint bike lanes and sharrows and build protected bike lanes overnight. I think if we could, we'd all snap a finger and, we would. But it spoke to longer term commitment-oriented partnerships. And again, if I can leave you with any lasting impressions, that we're here for the long haul and we want to continue to refine that partnership. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Could I ask Mr. Fields a question? I think you mentioned to me the other day you maybe have some RFPs from other cities, or we're going to get them?
When the mayor issued his letter, we began gathering RFPs from around the country. So it's not an exhaustive list, but we certainly have copies that we've already been gathering, and we're going to continue to gather as many as we can, working with the resources that we have in terms of all the people that may or may not be able to provide. But for instance, Norfolk has one out, Raleigh. I think Dallas has one. So there are several, San Antonio, Denver may be working on one. So Memphis has one, Knoxville had one, I think. So if that's the direction, we'll certainly try to have everything we have to be available as a resource.
And if I might offer, San Antonio went through a very similar process recently where they went from free-for-all to competitive RFP selection. They're going to have 3 left in the end. So they went from Wild Wild West to a handful of operators that are the city and its collected staff expertise determined we're best positioned to serve the city of San Antonio. I think that's the model. I think many members of our industry would say the same thing.
Well, Mr. Fields and I were going to volunteer to go to San Francisco and look at their system, but because I can already tell, somebody's going to ask, what can you do and how quickly can you do it? Maybe you may have already been asked that. But it's going to come up. Yeah.
Mr. Boyle, are you, you said you're the southeast, so do you cover Tennessee?
No, ma'am. Generally speaking, I do not. But I was sent here by the director of our government relations for the entire Americas, who said, I want you to go to Nashville and make sure we're doing right by them.
Well, that was a good move because Lime is one of the ones, if I recall, that expanded without even asking us. And we had to come back after the fact and approve it because council said we did. So that's not, it doesn't really comport with all the nice stuff you just said. And I believe you and I respect that you're here and I thank you for that. But
yes, ma'am, and I can't speak to the particulars of that because I was not involved in that. My understanding is that we were initially approved for 1,000. I don't know what transpired between that and any subsequent fleet discussions, but I'm making my firmest commitment to you that Lime is committed to doing right by the city of Nashville, and we. If there were any misunderstandings or miscommunications in the past, you have my apologies, but we are committed to doing right by the city.
thank you.
Thank you. Anjali Forber-Pratt.
Hi, my name is Anjali Fulber-Pratt, and I live at 1122 Lytton Ave here in Nashville, and I'm also on the Mayor's Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. Something that I would really like to employ this committee to think about is the accessibility issues that these scooters present for people like myself as a full-time wheelchair user. In part, when a scooter is misplaced and blocking the sidewalk or ramp and things like that, it becomes a violation of my civil rights to be able to go to work, to live my life, to do these different aspects of just everyday living. The other piece with that is that the responsibility and the burden to then take issue with that falls back on me as the disabled person to have to report it. And so, for example, when I've encountered multiple scooters blocking the only accessible entrance into my work, the responsibility is on me to contact every single individual scooter company, and they have 2 hours to comply to maybe send somebody in order to address the issue. In practice, it doesn't happen either. So I have reported issues of being blocked, and in some cases, I didn't even get a response for over 2 days, let alone having the actual device moved. So I think that's a really important issue that I would like this committee to think about, especially as you think forward in terms of recommendations. I'd also encourage you to think about the ways in which, and I don't know, this was the first I was hearing of the standards that your committee has put forth, but are there accessibility pieces in those standards to go along with the safety pieces? I want us to be cautious of not letting the scooter companies themselves be the one dictating these standards, as these issues affect us all. I appreciated the conversation in terms of potential geofencing, and I think that there are some technologies in order to think through more carefully what the accessibility challenges may be. There is a report that a small team of us generated, which I believe you have, and there is on average 1.13 violations related to disability per day. So I just wanted to employ you to look at that, and happy to answer further questions or be available. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Did
Yes.
you say you're on the, is it the mayor's team, Metro
The
team?
Mayor's Advisory Committee
Right.
for Disability Issues is a Metro committee that was created by executive order by Mayor Dean, and that has assisted the ADA Compliance Division of Metropolitan Government ever since, with just providing community input on Metro policies and helping us comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, which as Dr. Fulber-Pratt stated, is a civil rights obligation of the metropolitan government.
Okay. And my understanding is, aren't we undergoing some kind of audit currently?
So, yes, we are undergoing a self-evaluation, which is something that is required by the Federal Highway Administration and the Tennessee Department of Transportation in order for the metropolitan government to continue to qualify for transportation grant funds. And part of that evaluation is to make sure that our paths of travel, including our sidewalks, remain clear and accessible.
I would also add that I believe that the Mayor's Committee also worked with us on bringing accessible taxi cabs to Nashville. We're still not where all of us want to be, but years ago we certainly worked back in 2002, 2003 trying to get it. We have a lot. We have more to go, but they've been good partners and good resources for our office for a lot of years.
So obviously, if we get into this RFP process, we need to ask your input.
Yes, please.
I'm sure our staff will do so.
In the skeleton that we've begun to draw, there's certainly a part of I think someone said scooter squad. I don't know what I'd call that, but certainly a partner to make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing.
And just to add, I had spoken with, I think it was the vice chair of your committee, and she may have been the secretary. She provided me with the minutes of your meetings since the scooter issue had started. Around about last October, I think, was the first. And there have been about 6 of their meetings at which the scooter issue was significantly discussed. So there's definitely something very much on their radar.
Nationally, there's a lawsuit underway with San Diego around disability and scooters, just for your knowledge. There are national precedents happening.
That's correct.
Which would bring up the issue, not just about scooters, but the accessibility all around Nashville, because we don't have
Many sidewalks compared to other cities. Actually, Memphis has more sidewalks than we do.
So
in
it
their
doesn't,
smaller land area.
so you're not necessarily required to add sidewalks, but if you have sidewalks, they must be accessible.
Okay, let me point out some blocks on Gallatin Road where you need to come and
Yeah, and
fix
that's what
them.
that is the purpose of the self-evaluation, and they actually studied all of that, like all of the issues, and found a lot of issues.
I'll look forward to those light poles being moved.
You gave a stat at the end of your presentation, but it kind of cut you off. Can you repeat what you said? Something?
1.13 ADA right-of-way violations, and this was just from this was a small team of about 6 of us regularly reporting on, in addition to our full-time jobs, of ADA violations caused by scooters, and that was from January 10th through, I believe it was May 27th of this year.
You said 1.13 ADA violations
Per day,
per day.
during that time period.
So not just accessibility violations?
These were accessibility, so scooters blocking the right-of-way or ramps, or blocking sidewalks.
Okay.
Yep, yep. Yeah, I think you've got that report.
It was, I believe, emailed to you separate of the packet.
So you have a subcommittee on scooters within your committee?
Yes.
Okay. I was looking at the report again.
Yep, yep.
I know somebody that's bored.
And it's all the, without me taking the time to read this, I assume all how this was done and all your methods and how it is in here. Okay.
Yep, yep. And also just a caveat, I wish I had a large IT team. This was volunteer basis,
Understood.
crowdsourcing, so.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I remember correctly, it was an unusually small sample size, so.
Correct.
Kimberly Simmons.
Hi. I live at 415 Church Street. I'm a new Nashvilleian. I've been here a little less than a year, and I would not have bought a place downtown if I had known what the scooter situation would have been like. That's how much of a public safety hazard it is. I have dogs, so I walk within a 1 mile radius of 4th and Church 4 to 6 times a day, 365 days a year. So I am very familiar with the scooter issue. My dogs try to jump at them, and I'm really careful. If I see them coming forward, I step to the side and make my dogs sit. But when they come from behind, I don't see them. And I was really injured badly because my dog jumped at one that came from behind, tripped me. I have pictures I can show you, really bad facial injuries, lacerations. There is no way for our police to enforce the scooter laws. I have never seen a scooter rider in compliance, ever. I do occasionally see them riding in the street, which is great, but I have never actually seen one in the street with a helmet. So nobody is in compliance who's riding the scooters. Second, tourism. I don't know if you're familiar with Dana Perino. She has 2 shows on Fox News, The Daily Briefing and The Five. And The Five was in Nashville a few weeks ago and did a presentation. Last night on her show, she talked about the scooters in Nashville and how she wasn't comfortable coming back to Nashville and walking through the streets because of the scooters. The sidewalks are narrow, and she gets a viewership of 1.5 million-ish, just in the Dana Perino show and not The Five. And that's additional millions per day who watch that show. The corrals are a great idea in practice. I mean, in theory, but in practice, they're creating more traffic. So I don't know how many of you actually live downtown. But the one, for example, on 4th, before you hit Commerce, there is a left turn, and it's creating traffic that is pushing gridlock all the way back up beyond Church, because you can't turn left now because the scooter corral is there. You have to pull out into the middle of the intersection, and people are usually crossing there. So if you've done a traffic study, you would see this. I don't know if you've done a traffic study since you've put the corrals in or not.
You get 2 more minutes?
That's fine. You can continue to explain.
And the police, again, enforcement, there is no way they could enforce the laws to have the scooters only ride in the street. We need them keeping us safe. We're getting punched in the street on Church Street. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they need to be going after the people who are attacking us. I like the idea of commuters and agree with the reduction in traffic with commuters. If there was some way to only make scooters available by permit for locals who live or work downtown, I wouldn't be opposed to that, but there are too many and it can't be enforced. So
Thank you.
That's it.
Rob Lynch.
So this is a little early. I'm here to talk about a complaint against Nashville Bar Bike, not the scooters.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat, we'll call you back later. Waldo Latowski.
Yes, my name's Waldo Latowski. I live in East Nashville, and we're seeing scooters out there, so it's not just a downtown thing. My question all along has been what you all were talking about a little while ago. How much money do we make from this? Whenever we bring in a football team, we build a stadium, it's always, here's what Nashville is going to benefit. Here's the money we're going to make from this. That's how it's sold. You mentioned a $500 application fee and a $35 per scooter per year fee. I know they have to pay a surety bond and things like that, but that appears to be it. So $35 a year, plus, as the gentleman mentioned, some jobs. One of my first thoughts was, what about the people downtown? What about the retail or stores downtown? Scooters don't help that. Scooters help people bypass my store if I have a store down there. Scooters help people jump from one place to another instead of slowly strolling through downtown and looking at the restaurants and looking at the clothing stores and looking at the clubs. Seems to me that's what we should be promoting, are things that bring people downtown. The other thing is, of course, the quality of life. And I don't know how you can have a request for a proposal that doesn't force the scooter companies to address the problems of helmets and safety and the additional cost that they bring just by having. Is that my time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Hall.
Hello, I'm Jerry Hall. I'm the ADA Manager and Title II Coordinator for Metropolitan Government of Nashville. I'm also a technical advisor to the Mayor's Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities. My main purpose being here today is to advise the Commission on what Metro's responsibilities are under Title II of the ADA. All of our programs, services, and activities are supposed to be accessible to and usable by people with disabilities. That includes our sidewalks, which is a program of Metro government. The issues that we have encountered with the scooters primarily are the scooters blocking access for people with disabilities. And as Anjali mentioned earlier, a two-hour window to come and pick up the scooter and get it out of the way does not really do her a lot of good if she's late for a meeting or anything like that. Terry Costonis had mentioned the self-evaluation process, which we are currently going through, which will lead to a transition plan update. We already have a plan in place, but we'll have an update. And part of that we've discussed is going to revolve around scooters or any other non-traditional means of transportation that may come forth in the future. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in 5 years or 10 years. So those are things that we are very concerned about. I know that I would want my office to be a big part of an RFP process for the scooter companies if it goes that route. And I'm not saying I'm for or against scooters. I'm just definitely for making sure people with disabilities have equal access to all of our program services and activities.
Does your office have an enforcement division?
No. We simply, I have 3 inspectors that go out and inspect buildings and sidewalks. We do not have enforcement authority.
How does your office go about analyzing a new situation and then making recommendations?
Well, and this is really kind of a first type of new, I've been doing this 18 years. It's a new situation for us in that when we look at buildings or sidewalks, we look at the 2010 ADA standards. It's all laid out there. You have to meet these standards. There's not really standards per se for scooters, but there are standards within that say you have to have a 36-inch path of travel. You know, there's certain slope and cross slope requirements. And the things that we need to look at are ways to enforce with the scooter companies that they can't block a sidewalk, that they can't just leave them willy-nilly in the sidewalk blocking people's access.
So that presents one area right there that you brought up, and that is making accessibility, leaving accessibility open, and perhaps corralling the scooters in designated parking areas may handle that. Are there other areas that you've already identified that we need to be looking at?
Well, you mentioned the corral areas, which I think potentially are a good idea. The problem with that is, though, if I rent a scooter and the corral is 2 blocks away from where I'm going for my meeting, I'm probably not going to take it to the corral. I'm probably going to leave it right where I'm going to my meeting. If there was a way to ensure that the person had to take it back to that corral, that would be great. Once again, though, another thing is the speed of these devices. I've heard from many people in the disability community that, you know, going 15 miles an hour, where I think a traditional pedestrian travels, you know, 3 to 4 miles an hour, that itself can cause a big problem. So for people with disabilities, though, the primary issue is having an accessible path of travel to be able to get to services and activities in Nashville.
I think Dr. Forbert-Pratt brought up another issue, and that is getting a response from the scooter companies when there's been a violation. And that, I'm wondering if maybe there was an app that could be available where someone could where a pedestrian or someone could access the companies right away and send them a picture and say, this scooter's blocking. And
that would be nice if there was something like that. I think currently
citizens would have an app that they could notify the scooter companies and become sort of our own police force.
Yeah, and I think currently now we have Hub Nashville, which is one way of people to report issues, but once again, there's no response really mechanism in that to have that person notified that, yes, someone's on their way to take care of the scooter issue or any information like that.
So we got 3 areas: accessibility, response time. I'm trying to remember what the third one was.
Well, I'll say
speed.
Yeah, speed, but also just safety aspect. A lot of the people that I work with on a daily basis are visually impaired or blind, and they can be a tripping hazard for people with disabilities. So safety is certainly a factor, probably not in the same manner that a lot of the other speakers have talked about today. This is just primarily safety for people with disabilities. It's a unique situation for them.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
You're talking about ways to contact the companies about this. If we did an RFP, would it be appropriate for Metro to be responsible for picking them up? I'm not sure who would be more responsive.
Yes, that could be a recommendation that you make to
council. Other cities, I believe, are already doing that and suggesting, for example, that that scooters should be able to be picked up without notice to the company.
Right.
Yeah, I think, RFP process gives us the opportunity to, and I've been a part of several RFPs, it gives you the opportunity to outline exactly what you expect of the group that eventually is the winning bidder. And we also need to have in place, though, and we'll do this in our transition plan, a means of reevaluating when new extenuating circumstances come up, which they always do. We don't want to just say, this is the way it's going to be. We need to have a mechanism to say if anything out of the norm happens, we can, at that point, revisit the issue without, making it a huge event. The citizens need to be able to have input into what we do in our city, and I think the RFP, we need to have a seat at the table to make sure that, everything that we can think of related to people with disabilities is covered and included in that document.
During the RFP process and developing it, somebody from this committee could sit on that.
Mr. Hallward is a quasi-member of the Transportation Licensing Commission staff.
Okay.
His staff actually inspects all of our ADA taxi cabs before they go into service. So until they're satisfied that they meet the standards, we don't let them come on. So he's been one of those we work with a lot of years.
Yeah, Billy's been instrumental in helping with ADA compliance and enhancing it in several areas throughout the years.
So you're a member of the scooter squad?
I'm a member of I get complaints quite often about scooters, and I certainly take those seriously.
Yeah, part of what the ADA Compliance Division does also is they manage the grievance acceptance process for Metro. So we actually have gotten a grievance about an injury to a blind person encountering a scooter.
Yes, we did.
So yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If that's the direction.
Amy Needham.
Hi, everybody. I am a professor at Vanderbilt and Peabody College. Anjali Forber-Pratt is one of my colleagues, and so I'm here also to talk about the disability perspective, and I will try to not repeat too much of what's already been said, although I would like to just sort of put out there that I feel like the business model of these scooter companies is completely inconsistent and incompatible with ADA regulations. Like, I just don't understand for a non-docked mobility device like these, how there can be any way to be sure that they're not blocking the sidewalk. And at Vanderbilt, they're just constantly blocking sidewalks all the time. And so one point I would make is that I don't see why they can't be docked. And the person who does not put the scooter in the dock is either continuing to be charged or is fined for keeping the scooter out. And I really think that for example, I've been in cities where there are docked bikes that are available for people to use, and you don't see them sitting all over the place. People put them back. So that's one thing that I would like to recommend. Another thing that sort of builds off of some things that Anjali and Jerry were talking about, and one of the other speakers as well, is that sounds need to be added to these, just like with electric cars, so that people who can't see or who aren't currently looking can hear them coming. And so those sounds could be linked to the speed of the device so that you would have some sense of how close the device is getting to you. And so I think that's another thing that, again, I think we ought to be putting the onus on the scooter companies to make their devices things that people can live with, and that they won't be breaking the law constantly like they currently are. And so that should not be up to people who have the disabilities to enforce them and to notify them, the companies, of these problems. They should be made consistent with the ADA rules and laws at the outset.
Thank you. Nora Kern.
Hello, my name is Nora Kern. I'm the Executive Director of Walk Bike Nashville and a member of the Traffic and Parking Commission. And a lot of the points I've made have already been made by others, but I did want to point out we did a report kind of looking at what we know about scooters in Nashville. We emailed that report to each of you. Happy to answer any questions you have, but as stated earlier, there have been over 1.85 million trips. We do believe a lot of the trips are by locals. I can talk more about that since there was a question about that earlier. But overall, I mean, we are aware of the number one goal in Nashville Next is to provide, which is our city's general master plan, is to provide more transportation options for Nashvillians. From other cities, we know that scooters are providing transportation options. In Portland, about 70% of scooter trips were for transportation. Other cities report 30 to 50% of scooter trips being a direct replacement for cars. I think it's probably fairly similar here in Nashville. We share the concerns a lot of people have talked about, particularly the disability community with blocking sidewalks. I'm a pedestrian first and foremost. I often walk to work. But we know that from other cities, there are a lot of things that have and can work in Nashville. So we've put together a list of recommended short-term policy changes that we think could start today, including reducing fleets. I think we should also simplify dramatically the parking requirements on sidewalks. Pretty much right now it's pretty complicated as it's currently written. In addition, there's a number of long-term things we support, many of which have been discussed, primarily raising the fees to cover the costs. I think that's obviously something that would be very beneficial, as well as moving to an RFP. I think that's probably we support that movement that a lot of people have talked about and would love to work towards having fewer companies so that they can be better managed and not clutter as much. So happy to answer any questions, though.
Ms. Kern, you made a recommendation in your letter about ending the pilot program this summer. Why was that?
Well, I think we because we want to move to an RFP process, and so the pilot program currently has the unlimited number of companies, and having fewer companies would, from our perspective, reduce the cluttering and make it a lot easier to handle a lot of these issues we're seeing around parking and riding on sidewalks and communication with the companies.
In the report that you prepared, there was one of the illustrations mentioned that there were about 500 commuters average daily trips between 7 and 9 a.m. Is that an assumption that they're commuters?
Yeah,
the hours?
I mean, the data we could ask, we were trying to find ways to come up with better information besides just the overall numbers. So that was one question we asked. I was just curious how many trips were happening by all the different companies in that kind of specific 7 to 9 a.m. period, which there are not a lot of tourists up before 9 a.m. So that was just a snapshot to see. It's not, obviously there are a lot more trips late at night, so it's not the majority of the trips, but I thought that was just an interesting piece of the puzzle.
Is there any other data that you've been able to derive to help make some educated assumptions on the number of rides that are by true Nashville commuters versus tourists?
Yeah, that was a lot of what we were trying to get at. We did ask about billing zip code and the companies. We asked all the companies for information privately, and I guess for understandable reasons, they didn't want to share that information. The main one that we asked then that I think kind of got towards that was the idea of 5 or more rides. And to clarify, that's like each company, it's how many people had 5 or more rides on Lyft, how many people had 5 or more rides on Bird. So it's probably underestimated because, for example, I ride 3 different scooter companies right now. It's just whatever one's closest. So I probably haven't racked up 5 on any one app. So it's not, I guess my point being, it's not a perfect analysis, but just with those 60,000 people that have taken 5 or more rides, which are probably locals, that's probably about 1/6 of all scooter trips taken in Nashville. And then a couple of the companies provided additional information, kind of breaking it out, how many people have taken 4 or more, et cetera. And one of the companies did show that on a weekday, people who have taken repeated trips account for more than half of all riders. On the weekend, you see that to be fewer. So I think there's definitely more information to be gathered, and I think the company or the city probably has more capacity to get the data. But the snapshot, I would say, is during the week, the majority of riders are probably local. On the weekend and at night, the majority, or a lot more of them, are probably tourists.
I thought it was helpful with the illustration with the 500 commuters because, I mean, I guess you could assume that they are riding a scooter as opposed to riding in a car?
Yeah, I think anecdotally it's probably a mixture. In other cities, there have been a lot of about 30 to 40% direct replacement for cars or replacement for Lyft and Uber trips, so not personal cars. There's probably a small percentage that replace biking or people taking the bus, and then some percentage that would have been walking or not taking the trip at all.
Do we know the average distance traveled by each commuter?
Yeah, it's about, I think the average is like just over a mile. And for comparison, we also know that the majority of car trips are under 3 miles in Nashville, which seems crazy, but so it shows it's shorter than the average car trip, but more than what most people in Nashville, unfortunately, are walking. I wish we all walked more.
Can I ask you how many times would you estimate you have used a scooter?
Personally, I probably use the scooter every other week or so. So I don't know, 10 or 15 times in Nashville.
10 or 15 rides, and during your rides, how many of those were for work or versus?
None of them are for
leisure?
work. I'm usually going home from work, so or to work or to a meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we Walk Bike Nashville has hosted or co-hosted 3 scooter classes as well, educational classes about rules of the road and how to use a scooter and how to use it responsibly. So I've done some as well in conjunction with those classes.
Were those well attended?
Yeah, they are, and we have all the companies pretty much have expressed interest. So we have some more planned. I think Jump. We have one coming up in Lime on the calendar. But yeah, between 10 and 40, I think our first one attended. But those are probably locals because tourists aren't coming to our classes.
I know we were on a video conference with, I think, sponsored by Bird last week, and there was representatives from a number of cities, Portland, New York, a guy from Kansas City, that were also participating in that video conference. And I noticed, or I heard often people from like Portland and San Francisco and places where there seemed to be an alliance between the shared urban mobility device companies and the bike clubs and the similar walk-bike alliance agencies in other cities, and they seem to be wanting to promote alternative transportation through a number of different things, including increasing the number of protected bike lanes. Is that what's going on here too? With your organization and Bird and Lyft?
Yes. I mean, I think generally we share a mission alignment in that we want to promote transportation options. Nashville has 40,000 jobs coming to downtown in the next 5 years, and we don't want everybody driving to those jobs. So there's kind of a general alignment. And then specifically, we've been working with a number of the companies on infrastructure. And our primary focus is protected bike lanes. Downtown, there are actually no protected bike lanes, which is crazy in a city today. And so there's a campaign currently going on, the Core Bike Lane campaign, which is for bike lanes on 3rd and Commerce. And a number of the companies have supported in terms of helping send it out to users and helping engage people in the conversation.
Now, I know I've seen the bike lane that runs down Church Street over the viaduct there. Is a protected bike lane like the ones that run over to Shelby Park along
Yeah, so the Church Street one, it's a couple things. Generally, it just means it's comfortable to a normal person in it, not just an experienced bike rider. So there's usually a physical separation. If it's a high-speed road, that probably means a planter or a plastic stick or on-street parking. On a quieter street, you can still have a protected bike lane that's just paint if the car speeds are slower. And that Church one, it would kind of was called a buffered one, the one that actually, it ends, it's a great example, it ends right before you get to downtown. And that's buffered because it's just white stripes. So it's kind of in the, it kind of helps, but I think most people wouldn't want to take their kids on that bike lane. And that's kind of the goal, the standard we're pushing for.
More like 12th South bike lanes.
Yeah, like the ones on Davidson Street, the ones on Music Row are good examples. Riverside Drive has some that are coming in that are going to have armadillos, which are, I don't know, plastic humps that protect them. And then a lot of the other cities have much more advanced bike lanes that are, probably my favorite ones are protected by parked cars. So you have traffic lanes, on-street parking, and then the bike lane. So there's a metal barrier between people on bikes or scooters.
So even with your alliance, and obviously you're a higher than 5 scooter rider, in your opinion, in all the studies that you've done and all the classes that you've given, you would agree that there does that there is a need for a reduction in the number of scooters that are not only in the downtown area, but in use in general, not just in the number of companies, but in the amount of scooters?
Actually, no. So I think I'm fine with having more scooters in a lot of neighborhoods. I live over in East Nashville by Cleveland Park, and there's often not a scooter nearby. We don't have very many scooters in North Nashville, despite having universities and a lot of students there. So I think it's more about the concentration, which is why the RFP process is so important. Because on Lower Broadway, you have 10 limes, 10 lifts, 10 birds, 10 jumps, 10, so then you end up with 70 scooters. And so it's, to me, less about the total number. I don't know what the right total number is, because right now they're all concentrated in the same locations. If we spread them out, it would feel a lot different to people who live here and who need a scooter. But I think downtown is kind of similarly, they're overly concentrated downtown because they're all competing with each other. So I would rather cap downtown and let people figure it out. It might be too complicated, so an overall reduction might be easier, but in a perfect world, that would be.
A geo-cap as far as not the amount of scooters in that area, in a 1 block area, in a 10 block area.
Right. Yeah, because Walk Bike Nashville would actually love to also encourage the companies, and we talked about this a year ago, and other cities are, how do we incentivize making sure scooters are available to people who need transportation options? So can we have more scooters in our ring neighborhoods where people might really benefit from having better transportation options to get around? And the Nashvillians who, kind of talking to the tourist Nashville split.
Isn't there something in the ordinance about
Placement, was it promise zones? Is that what they're called?
I think it was only when they hit 1,000 scooters, and it was 20% fleets into the promise zones.
Okay, but it was considered in the original ordinance,
right?
If I remember the discussion. So when we do an RFP, someone, I guess us, would need the authority to make sure, either require that kind of thing or make sure that it gets done. Would you agree?
I think looking at equity would be really important of an RFP process, and a lot of other cities have been doing that and making sure that transportation options are available for a lot of people.
Okay. But probably the way not to do it is to put it in an ordinance that locks it in, like this does now. So in essence, we can't do anything unless they have 1,000. Is that? Well, that's okay. I don't need the details.
I think the issue is you can't, but through an RFP process, or if we go that direction, those are the kinds of things that you can determine if you want specific things to happen in specific areas, it's very appropriate to make that kind of a recommendation back to the council, or not necessarily to the council, but if the RFP were to come back to this group, then that could be a part of the process.
Okay. Well, I would say, thinking about it now, one, yes, it should be, but I don't know that I want council putting that in an ordinance. Their numbers or where the areas are, that kind of thing. That's too specific.
The conversation through, because not only would there be an RFP, there's going to have to be a regulatory piece that goes with it as well.
For sure.
Not just here's RFP, go do it. RFP, then what's how is it established? How is it managed? How is it all of the things that go with it? How's it funded?
I've got one last question. I noticed a study last week or two, you may have seen it, that cities, there was an analysis done by some people, by some professors, I think at Colorado, that looked at cities with different kinds of bike infrastructure. And if I remember right, the conclusion was that ones with more separated bike lanes had safer streets overall. Is that?
Yeah, there's a strong trend, not just in having safer places for people on bike or scooters reduces not just scooter and bike crashes, but actually car crashes as well. And in Nashville, the majority of people who are injured and killed on our streets are driving.
Something like 7,000 car crashes every year, I think.
I don't know. I know we had 82 fatalities in traffic in 2018 in Nashville.
I found the provision that you were looking for. It's in 1262.080I. Any permitted vendors operating systems with more than 1,000 SUMDs must include Nashville Promise Zones in 20% or more of their service area. And currently, we do not have any that are permitted for more than 1,000 SUMDs.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
It's being rewritten.
Lisa McDonald.
I can't tell by the The applause for the crowd's floor.
Hello, I'm Lisa McDonald. I live at 415 Church, and I own a tax firm since 1991 at 1908 Church. And they were speaking about the decrease in scooters, and yes, they have been decreased. This was on my way home from work 2 days ago, and it's two sets of scooters riding double. And when you go across the bridge, we're at the Nashville Yards, they're weaving in and out. So not only am I having to be on my P's and Q's, driving, walking as well. It has really invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in the Meridian and then remodeled. I would have never done that if I would have had to deal with these scooters. It's traumatic seeing wrecks. I mean, I live on the front corner with the view of Printer's Alley. I can see the river. It's beautiful. But I look out my window, and I just see them crash. When I walk, they're crashing. It's horrible. And, I always tell my kids and my grandchildren, I'm like, don't believe anything anybody tells you. Look everything up yourself. Educate yourself. That way you don't have anybody else to blame but yourself. So I challenge you guys to go to the Symphony on a Friday night, watch the show, 10 o'clock at night, walk back up and go to Dream or Skulls or somewhere for a nightcap and see how you like it. See if you get hit, because you will. That's all I got to say. Nashville's not ready. There's nowhere for them to be. There's nowhere for them to park. And we have civil rights too, We have a right for quiet enjoyment, and they weren't there when I bought, and I sure as heck did not have the choice back then. If I had a choice when I bought, now I don't. So I'm leaning on you guys. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tracy Longwell.
Hey guys, Jason Lingman. Just a normal guy. About 2 years ago, almost 2.5 years ago, I came to Nashville. I was a glazing superintendent, put a bunch of glass up on y'all's new skyscrapers. Really liked y'all's town, decided to stay here. Got injured on the job. Things started to go downhill. Had a little boy, had a little girl already on the way. These scooters of what I'm telling you that because I want you to know that y'all's decisions affect humans too. They affect us that are sitting here using these to get back and forth to work, and we do use them to get back and forth to work. Those of us that have this as a job, that pays our bills, that buys our babies formulas, there are humans that are affected by y'all's decisions, whether to let these stay here, whether to let them stay for the 90 days. I don't know all the numbers that everybody knows. I'm just a guy that's working to provide for his family, but I would hope that y'all just remember that y'all's decisions don't just affect the numbers. They don't just affect, hey, let's make this regulation or not. It affects people. That's all I'm asking. Y'all just remember us too. Okay?
Do you work for one of the scooter companies?
I actually started out as like I said, I was a superintendent. In order to make ends meet to get formula for my son, I started charging for one of the scooter companies and then two of the scooter companies because I needed a little bit more to make ends meet. Eventually, after I got hurt, I was told that they had some positions open, and I started fixing the scooters that some of the less careful people are destroying. And yeah, now I work for them. I fix scooters every day for them.
Okay, so you work for a couple different companies. You have some sort of business where you fix scooters for various different companies.
No, right now I fix scooters for one company. I fix scooters for Burton.
Okay.
I'm a W-2 employee. I actually have health insurance now that I didn't have a year ago.
Okay, I got you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Longwell. Thank you. Jose Santos.
Jose Santos, I'm the lead mech for Nashville Bird Nashville Service Center. This might sound a little repetitive to you guys, but before I started working with Bird, I was just a regular Nashvilleian trying to make ends meet in Nashville, trying to make it from one spot to the other. Cars break down. You need to get around. Public transportation in Nashville is not the best. I come from New York. I can hop on a train, get on a bus, and I'll be from door to door, basically, on public transportation for $1 or $2 maybe. That's not the case in Nashville. In Nashville, you got to get on a bus and still walk 5 miles to get to your destination. If that's not the case, you got to call an Uber, call a Lyft, or nowadays you could get on a scooter for simply $1 to unlock it, 15 cents a minute to ride it, and you're down the road for just $1. You know what I mean? Before I was a Bird employee, I was struggling on the streets like a lot of people here in Nashville nowadays, trying to get from one spot to the other. Bird made it happen for me. As Jason says, I worked together with Jason too in the same service center. Me and my family, I have a daughter, I have a son, I have a wife. We were about to leave Nashville the first time Bird actually got kicked out of Nashville, because that was the only way that I was making ends meet, the only way that I was making money to pay rent, put food in my family's mouth, my kids, feed my kids or whatnot. It's the only thing that actually kept it going for me here in Nashville. What he just said, what I am saying, we're actually not just saying it for us too. We're actually speaking for 40+ employees, full-time employees, employed by Bird, that each one of them has a full-time job, full benefits, 401k, and the whole nine. A lot more to come. We also got plenty of chargers as well, contracted chargers, over 100 that at least 50% of them make $80 to $200 a night just picking up scooters from the street, bringing them home, charging them, and deploying them the next day. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. Those are all the requests to speak that have been submitted. Are there any other members of the audience that would like to speak?
Hey, thanks for the opportunity. I thought I was going to miss it because I didn't get a form. My name's April McCray. I live in East Nashville too. And I just wanted to say my part. I'm a nurse at Vanderbilt full-time, and I charge scooters as well. I've been charging for, I guess, maybe 3 months. And I think it's great, and I'm really sorry to hear that you guys want to get rid of the scooters. I definitely heard the comments about the safety. I was born in Nashville at Vanderbilt back in the 70s. My whole family is from Nashville. I've always been in Nashville. And so I've watched Nashville change. It's really expensive to live in Nashville now. Vanderbilt provides like great health care, but not great wages for the staff. I know a lot of people move to Nashville from places like California. They think, oh, it's so cheap to live here. We love it. No, it used to be cheap to live here. Now it's not. Anyways, single mom, single income. I love the scooters. It's provided a great supplement to my income. My daughter's able to go to summer camp this summer. My budget was so tight that we weren't going to be able to afford it this summer. So super sorry to hear that you guys are considering getting rid of it. I think the recommendations for safety, I definitely support that. I think anything, there's a better way to do it. I've heard so many good ideas. I've been busy on the Facebook forum for the scooter chargers. Like, man, this is a good idea. What they said about limiting the number of companies. I think that's a good idea. I think that would benefit us as well, the people who work for the companies, because I think having so many scooter companies it's too messy. It's too much. My other thought that I've been having for weeks, though, is like I think about the motorcycles. I don't know what the regulations are with the motorcycles, but I work in surgery, and I know that the #1 source of organs that we harvest to replace, it comes from the motorcycles. So whatever they're doing, that definitely doesn't work. But maybe we should figure out something for the scooters so that we can have them still. I mean, I don't know. I may not be making sense here, but anyways, thanks for the opportunity. And
I
go
got
ahead.
a question.
Yeah.
So I understand how this works. You got a full-time job at Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
And you're charging scooters
Uh-huh.
at home or something?
Yeah, so I'm a full-time mom and a full-time nurse, yeah.
Are you a full-time employee of a scooter company?
No, it's independent.
Do you pick scooters up at night? You
yeah.
go around town, pick them up, and take them home and charge them?
I pick them up between Vanderbilt and my house. I live in East Nashville. And so I can pick up maybe 15 between the hospital and my house off of Trinity Lane.
What do you put them in?
I put them in the back of my hatchback.
Okay.
I drive a Mazda 3.
Okay. And then in the morning when they're charged, what do you do with them?
I drop them off. Bird and Lime have designated places that they want us to drop them off at. And the app is real nifty. It's got photographs of exactly where they want you to put them and how they want you to orient them, out of the way of the sidewalks and stuff like that. And as long as you get them out by 7 a.m., they put the money in your account right away. It's great.
You get paid by the scooter that you
get
charge?
paid per scooter. It's right now it's between $5 and $7 a scooter. So 15 scooters brings me anywhere from $50 to $80. And like I said, I do it on my way home from work. So
Is that how it's done across the entire industry in Nashville?
no, I mean the guy that was sitting behind me that spoke earlier, he said he's making 6 figures. I think he's doing it full time. So I'm just like super part time. Like I said, I throw him in the back of my hatch. He's probably got a big system. I'm just,
But is that how scooters are recharged in the evening?
Yeah, well,
Independent
some
people do
companies.
it?
Bird and Lime have independent contractors, people like me, regular people.
Right.
But I think Lyft has people that they employ hourly that they give 401ks and medical insurance to. But you don't get that with Bird and Lime.
Okay.
So, but I get that from Vanderbilt, so. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak that did not sign in? I have a question.
We'll let this guy
Hey,
speak.
sorry,
first.
I'm actually here for completely unrelated, but as someone who uses the scooters all the time, all over the country, actually internationally now that they're in Paris, I figured I might have a few things that might be able to, clear it up from a regular user.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Beau Blanchard. So I work downtown mainly when I'm in the area. I live in Franklin. I commute. It makes it a lot easier for me just to, be able to park in one place and go back and forth. Cuts down on the number of cars on the road, anything like that. But it's a lot more just for convenience of getting around. Because if I'm going to be downtown, I may have gotten a ride from someone, anyone like that. I'm going to be taking an Uber. I'm going to be taking a Lyft. I have to get something to go, go get a drink after work or go home or anything like that. The scooters, they are being used dangerously. I'm going to freely admit I have been in violation of the codes myself, especially the helmet. I have a motorcycle license in Tennessee. I use my helmet every time I ride that, but I've had 3 helmets stolen in 5 years. So, just carrying one around or leaving it somewhere is not always possible. But I always try to stay in the bike lanes and when I use it. However, I was just in Washington, D.C. actually 2 weeks ago now. And Massachusetts Avenue is one of the main ones past the convention center there. And it is incredibly dangerous for anyone on a bicycle, on a scooter, on anything. You end up having to ride on the sidewalk for a couple of blocks because it's a 6-lane road, divided road that people are going 45, 50 miles an hour on, cutting you off back and forth. There's no designated lane. So while there are a lot of us who try to ride fully within the rules and the regulations and stay in the marked bike lanes, everything like that. I've also had taxi drivers, I've had, pedestrians, I've had everyone shout at me because I'm riding legally in a bike lane and they feel that that's not something that a scooter should be doing. So I don't know if it's something that needs to be more publicized, even just in the general media or however that needs to be done. But I know people have been saying they have, 10 or 15 rides. I have honestly hundreds of rides on these scooters. And they are pretty much a godsend for anyone who needs to do the short commutes. So I figured if
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a question, sir?
Yeah, I had a quick question.
If you'll come to the podium.
Is there anything that prevents you from stipulating the speed of these things?
That's actually one of the questions we had earlier as to whether the council has to do that or if we're able to
Could you
do that.
demand that they 5 miles an hour or less kind of thing.
In theory, the council could do something like that, yes.
Restrict, physically restrict.
They could ask the companies to, yes, limit the speed limit.
Okay.
We could make a suggestion to the council. This council in and of itself could not.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you.
At this point in time, we'll close the public hearing so we can consider recommendations based on the information that's been provided to us by Mr. Fields, by numerous interested parties, and that has been done in writing, as well as the comments that we've heard today. I know last month I had suggested a number of recommendations for us to consider, and I'm hopeful that others in the commission have thought about recommendations to our ordinance. I know that a lot has happened between last month's meeting and of course today's meeting with the mayor's decision to request that the Metro Legal Department draft amendments to the current ordinance already to be submitted to the council. I do think, though, that we are operating under the current ordinance, and that ordinance is requires us to make a number of recommendations by July 1, and requires Mr. Fields to complete an analysis by July 1 of the impact of scooters, as well as the cost that it has, that the city has sustained with the scooters. And so I would like to go ahead and continue to make suggested recommendations to the council. These recommendations can be considered by the council in the new ordinance that they're trying to draft. We've also got a couple of rule changes that we can consider that is in the power of the commission. I know in one of the things that's being discussed in the draft legislation, and obviously this was put forth in the mayor's letter as well, and it's been a topic of discussion a lot today, which is this idea that we're going to transition. It seems almost like an eventuality, although the council hasn't acted yet, that we're going to get rid of the free-for-all and that we're going to switch over to an RFP process. And the implication is fewer companies, fewer scooters, easier to regulate. And that may be a good idea and a good way of addressing obviously the number of scooters we have now. One of the suggestions I had last month that we ought to consider for today, and maybe it might be moot at this point, is whether or not we ought to increase the utilization threshold before we consider additional fleet expansion for the companies that are operating. That might be moot or maybe not a good use of our time today, considering that it appears we're switching to an RFP process, or that's in the works. But the other suggestion I had last month was restricting the hours of operation. And I think that is something that we can do as a commission now that would have a positive effect on safety for sure. I don't think it would restrict usage of scooters by commuters or those operators that might be getting that last mile in to getting to their cars or running an errand during the day. But I was struck by something that was in the Walk Bike study that less than 15% of all scooter trips occur at night. but that it was a much higher percentage when there are incidences. They do tend to happen in the evening hours. And that was something that resonated with me. So I know that is something that is in our power under the current ordinance that we can do. And obviously, we have a number of recommendations we can make to the council as well.
I think the speed, the hours of operation are kind of a no-brainer. And, I've heard them talk about they're limiting it now to 10 p.m. on weekdays and 11 p.m. on weekends, and I just think that's insufficient. And the promise made, or the representation made, and I see some of the people in the room who made it and their attorney, was that they would not be operated after dark. That has never been the case since we started this. They've always been operated after dark. I look out my balcony at 3 in the morning and I see kids, on them, youngsters, teenagers, whatever, even if they're adults. After dark, in my opinion, they should be prohibited. So I'd be looking at something like, 6 a.m. till whatever, and it would change if we change over to daylight savings. I wouldn't be, whatever gentleman spoke said, oh, it's until 10 p.m. and I realize there's still a couple of hours of darkness in there. My position would be they shouldn't be operated at all when it's dark. So that would be my suggestion on that one.
What if people are going to work after dark? Not everybody works day shift.
Yeah. There are other methods of getting to work. It's my opinion. You can have a different one.
I do.
Well, good.
I mean, I ride a bicycle. There's no limit on when times I can ride it. Now, there are requirements about lighting, although they're not very stringent. So I think we should consider, a technological answer rather than just set hours. I mean, when is dark?
That's what I said. It would have to depend on, what season we're in or whatever. If it's 8 o'clock in the summer or 9 o'clock in the summer and it's 7 o'clock in the winter or 5 o'clock in the winter or whatever. I'm just speaking to what I believe should be the case in terms of limiting. I'm not necessarily, throwing out a technological answer because I don't know what that would be.
Well, I guess, obviously, we don't know what council's going to do. Nobody does, including them, probably. So this is probably short-term? I mean, is that fair to say? I mean, that's probably not something they're going to put in an ordinance, I hope.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe that at least the initial ordinance that may come out of the administration would have that kind of detail in it.
Okay.
Certainly that is something council could do. Because this was properly noticed before this meeting, you could enact a rule today.
Today, okay.
It would still be appealable pursuant to our writ of certiorari process that the chair read at the beginning of the meeting, but it is if it is your motion, then you can adopt it in that sense immediately. And the only way someone could stop it would be if they were to go to court and seek not just a writ of certiorari, but a writ of supersedious, which is like a stay.
Can I ask a question? Okay. If we implemented something today, do the scooter companies have the ability to cut off service at a certain time for all scooters, or how would that? It's one thing to have it on the books, but it's another thing to be implemented.
Yes, they do. They're web-based access. So the same way your credit card goes over the internet to access them, to actually turn them on, that same service can make them not operate.
For all of the scooters, for all the companies.
You could require that they be remotely disabled, or you could require that they be actually physically picked up and collected.
What is the status of the ordinance? I'm looking at 2019-1707, which I think passed first reading, isn't going to second reading, but are you talking about a different?
I don't know the numbers. I mean, no, I don't know. I mean, I believe that there are some pending pieces of legislation filed by multiple council members, some of which are at this point up to second reading. And so, I mean, the period of time could be relatively a matter of weeks before council could take action.
So when you say the mayor's ordinance, you said a minute ago.
Well, I said the administration, the letter that the mayor sent that was being referenced earlier is what I'm talking about, that he instructed the director of law, my boss, to draft an ordinance. Now, that may be filed under the caption of one of the bills that you're referencing, but I don't know the numbers. I'm sorry.
Elrod's bill is 1658. He deferred it on second reading at the last meeting, so it would be up for second reading.
Yeah, so it's still not yet been heard on second reading, so that would
Which
still
is when they
occur in
generally
future.
amend bills, correct?
Yes, that is the deadline for amending bills. It is also when the bills are referred to committee for extensive discussion.
Right.
I'm sorry, Carrie, that's 1658?
Yes, that's Elrod's bill. Bedney has another one that basically does away with scooters. I don't know the number of that one.
That's 1707.
I think there are two bills.
Right.
And I think, I didn't recall the numbers, but there are two bills. One is Councilman Elrod's bill that could very well be amended.
Right.
The other is one that I think 5 council people, Councilman Glover introduced it, and then I think 4 additional council people have signed.
Yeah.
And it effectively bans the scooters. I've also heard rumors, and it's just rumors because I haven't seen anything, that there'll be an amendment, a proposed amendment to one or the other that would, again, and I didn't get the detail of what that amendment would be. So we'll know tomorrow afternoon. At noon tomorrow is the filing deadline typically. I think council has the authority to, they're in a position where they can do more at the meeting next week.
Okay. My understanding is that Elrod's bill was going to be the vehicle. I heard the same rumor, I guess. The vehicle for whatever the administration wants to do. But again, who knows till they do it.
All right, so what are we going to do today?
Could I
make a general recommendation to the council and then ask them to pitch it back to us if they want to have specifics of regulation, or are we going to nitpick over fine
I assume
details and
that's
make a
what we're here
recommendation?
for, to make a general recommendation to, and anything immediate we could do.
It seems like it would be a very temporary fix.
Well, to
Seeing
find
as
something
that,
maybe we all can agree on. I think we all agree that the free-for-all, as it was described by some people, ought to stop, and that we ought to recommend to council that it go to an RFP system or proposal.
right.
Maybe that's something we can start with.
Yes, I agree. But why don't you start it off?
Well, I'm throwing some ideas out there, so.
Let's get one off the board. So.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Would it be appropriate for them to do a package of recommendations? In other words, say, for instance, if that's one of the things you would recommend the commission enter into ask the council to develop basic pitch back, as you said, back to the commission to do an RFP, that you would also, and whatever else that you think these are things that should be considered? Or should they just go through and let them do motions and just send them all the
What I was envisioning was the idea of the forest instead of the trees, that we kind of give a picture to the council of what we think, and then, and then have them send it back to us to put the details in there, to put the meat on the bone, so to speak, as to whether it's to be at night or not at night, whether it's to be at a certain speed or not at a certain speed, versus trying to labor over it here in the next hour we have left.
So the mayor's letter and recommendation did say that what was being requested was to direct, in addition to
draft legislation terminating the existing pilot program. It would also direct the Transportation Licensing Commission to issue the request for proposals. So the request for proposals would also need to be a very detailed document with a lot of specific parameters. So if the legislation then does direct that back to this commission, then that would also be an opportunity to kind of get in the weeds with very specific provisions.
If I could ask I'm sorry. Procedural question, operational question. That, you probably don't know, but that is not going to be solely on the backs of this staff, I would hope. It's going to be PW, planning, whoever. IT will be involved in whatever that RFP might be, I hope.
And Mr. Hall from his
It would,
group and everything?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
obviously, I'm not the decider on
I
these
know,
things,
right.
but if it were to come back, my guess is it would be a team from Metro, including Metro Purchasing. It would be somebody from Metro Legal. It would be, basically, we would assemble a team that could, that could put it together, up to and including if the commission, and I don't know this, I'll ask, I suspect y'all could actually nominate a member of this commission onto that RFP process.
So generally, the way RFPs are run by the purchasing agent is that she designates an evaluation committee. Y'all have the awkward aspect of being subject to the Open Meetings Act. So that means that all of you cannot be on the evaluation committee because that would make it an open meeting, and evaluation committees are generally done confidentially. If one of your membership, however, was kind of appointed as a committee of one to perform that function, then there would not, open meetings would not apply. And of course, staff can participate without that being a concern.
And an evaluation committee hopefully would involve other departments, planning, public works, et cetera.
So generally,
Again,
generally this is entirely up to the discretion of the purchasing agent. In your ordinary RFP process, this one is a little bit different, but she would definitely try to pick people who bring various different degrees of expertise to the table, I would imagine, yes.
So our recommendation should not just be for an RFP process. It should be that it have broad participation within Metro government and perhaps some kind of public input as well.
I think you can be as specific as you feel you need to be.
Okay. So we don't necessarily name the departments we think should be involved, but make it clear we think it needs to go beyond the staff. Okay.
If you believe it should be broad, you could say we believe it should be broad to
Okay.
include multiple agencies, as well as bring to bear any other appropriate resources that the government needs, which could be outside agencies, quasi-governmental agencies as well, I suspect.
I think that's been done before.
Well, if we have to make a motion, I'll make that motion. Okay, one other thing. It's been a few years since I did an RFP, and that was in a different government. Does this require some kind of public hearing? Or is that something you could choose to do? Maybe that's...
So again, I'm just speaking generally from my knowledge of the RFP process in the purchasing context. A lot of times there is a meeting that is open to all bidders kind of at the beginning of the process and allows them an opportunity to ask questions. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Okay, I guess it is, come to think of it. So that's more to allow potential bidders to recommend what would be in the RFP? Is that what you're talking
Not to recommend, more, it would be after the RFP has been issued. It would be their opportunity to come in and say, hey, we're interested in, and by the way, we have this question. And then usually the RFP document itself is a public document, and it is, like I said, assuming we follow the usual procedures, if anyone asks a question, then both the question and the answer become a part of that public document. They're all kind of added together.
Would it be inappropriate for the commission, where I think Commissioner Rogers, and I don't want to speak for him, but if the commission believed there should be a public hearing process or a public opportunity for comment prior to the RFP? In other words, could there be a public meeting?
You all can always have a public meeting whenever you feel is appropriate.
Well,
And in fact, this committee, being subject to the Open Meetings Act, being a commission, you can only act through a motion that's adopted by a majority of a quorum at an open meeting. That's the only way you can take action as a commission.
but what I was thinking of was more to get public input, not just from the companies and their lobbyists, about what, hours of operation or what parts of town they should be, and those kind of general questions before an RFP was created. Does that make sense? Some kind of public input.
That's what I was asking is, I don't know. I'm not, again, it's been a long time since I've had to participate in an RFP, but it strikes me that if the commission on its own wanted to have a public meeting, and we go out to the Luby Center, we open it up, and we take, sometimes we've had meetings like where you take 2 hours and you have people come and they give testimony. You don't necessarily have to make a decision, but you gather that data. I assume you could take it back to a part of a process?
I will say that procurement law is kind of a specialty in and of itself, and I am not a procurement law. I dabble in it on behalf of the departments that I represent, and we have a wonderful purchasing agent, and we have people on our Metro legal staff who are her attorneys and who are more knowledgeable than I am about it, and there are other attorneys in the private sector who are extremely knowledgeable about it, and attorneys at the state certainly who are very knowledgeable about it as well. I might say in terms of how the process is conducted, we might want to talk to the purchasing agent and her staff and maybe some of those other sources before, because there are certainly best practices, and what you're proposing is a little outside the norm, and so I don't know whether there would be reasons not to do it that way, like whether that might kind of like allow people to kind of influence the scope of the RFP toward what they want to provide or something like that, because you want it to be sort of impartial.
Maybe just allowing written comment.
Sure. But like I said, I feel like I'm maybe not your right expert to answer, not whether, I think that would be legal. Right. I'm just not sure whether it would be a best practice.
So we shouldn't recommend the specific steps, but just say after public input or something like that. Does that make sense?
You could certainly recommend it, and if it's not appropriate, then they won't do it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is up to council, because this is going to be enacted by council, so all you are charged with is making recommendations to council. So I'm sure between now and council getting it, if there's a legal issue that I'm not spotting, someone smarter than me will weigh in. And
okay. All right.
No one's smart. Oh, you're very sweet, but that is not true.
I know one of the things I mentioned, kind of changing topics slightly to a different recommendation. One of the things I mentioned last week or last month was implementing or making a recommendation for implementing an enforcement fee for greater levels of enforcement of the regulations against the operators, against riders. The things I'm reading about possible changes to the draft legislation, it's written in a way that is very general to me. It's not satisfying enough in terms of, okay, well, what kind of enforcement? Who's going to enforce it? And I think it needs to be police enforcement. I don't think having additional inspectors for the Transportation License Commission is enough. I mean, I do think we need additional inspectors, but again, I get back to the point I made a few meetings ago, that if we truly want to have enforcement and people following the law, knowing that, hey, I could get a ticket, is going to have a much more dramatic effect. One of our speakers today said, yeah, we have cars on the road and they follow the traffic laws, because if they don't, they know that there's a good chance they're going to get pulled over.
No, there's not.
And I think that we need to have greater levels of police enforcement and make a recommendation that the new ordinance specifically call that out.
comes down to what's going to deter people being on the sidewalks, because over and over again, the problem is the scooters abandoned on the sidewalks, scooters blocking handicap accessible spots, and the scooters terrorizing people walking on the sidewalks. So how do we get police officers walking the beat to write tickets to people who are on the sidewalks, to where folks start saying, I'm not going to go on the sidewalk because I'm going to get a ticket?
Well, you increase the fees, and you allocate those fees to greater number of police officers.
And I guess,
I was just going to say, bike patrol officers.
Can I ask a question to the companies real quick?
I think they left.
No, I see the man sitting right there. In your technology of geofencing for your vehicles, how specific can it be? Are you guys able to geofence the sidewalk so that if that vehicle is within so many feet of a building asked to refer to a sidewalk, it would not operate?
Max Lucen from Lyft. I don't want to pretend to be the only person to answer this. This is just from my experience. I've spoken to folks on the hardware team, and the issue with GPS, which is the basis of the geofence, are the buildings in the area. So if you have a building, say 5 to 10 stories high, you're looking at a margin of error on GPS of over 30 meters. So sometimes it can work, but most of the time with buildings, I think there is recently we had a geofence downtown for the CMA Fest. It was for all operators. It was imposed by TLC, I believe. And, that I think is a very good first experience to refer to. So we have, days where this was in place. But I would also say that, the less buildings, the more accurate geofencing will be.
Over the last several months, and I'm certainly not an expert, but we again, tried to understand processes. 5 to 15 feet is about the best we can expect with the technology as it is today with the building heights. Now, if you move away from the buildings, the technology gets a little better because there's nothing blocking it. During the NFL draft, we geofenced a good section of downtown. We had reasonably good success. We then geofenced again at CMA Fest for those days. We had some issues. We're about to geofence the 4th of July next Thursday. Again, we are learning, as a staff we're learning, but I think also making it work in Nashville. One of the things we were talking about, we know that there are certain devices that can be put in certain corners that will then, that the GPS can start connecting to those devices and basically corralling. So there's a lot of technology out there, but it may not make sense doing what we're doing. So we're learning, and we will continue to learn.
But if we do an RFP process, that's the kind of thing we can put in there to require a company to do. As okay.
So it would be, again, back to the mayor's suggestion. I would think the general purpose of this meeting, and to just get the horse started in the race, so to speak, would be to propose that.
I think there are several things you can do today. If I frame it, I think first of all, there is a report that you can send to council today. While the report has not been fully in front of you at each level of this, you've basically been seeing what we believe should be told. We know that the statistical information that Metro ITS has, we think that should be available. We think that the Bike Walk Nashville report should also be a part of that impact report. We think the scooter report on accessibility incidents that have been developed by the ADA folks should be a part of that. We've received two communications, or a couple of communications from Vanderbilt University, both the university and the medical center, and they've both been very publicly stated because they were both opinion pieces in the Tennessean. The university and the hospital both sent them back to us and says, this is what we believe. I don't know if did anybody from Vanderbilt University or the hospital present because they were going to try to be here to speak to that. But there are several things I think you can deal with. Secondly, what the law asks you to do is determine if the revenue generated by fees cover costs of permitting, administration, compliance, and enforcement. No, there's not enough fees. It doesn't say set the fee. It says no. I can tell you from the reports that just our gathering information, one department only, no. It asks determine the impact of scooters. The impact of scooters comes in a lot of different forms. You've heard a lot of the impact of the scooters, whether it's a personal impact of how it affects lives, whether that's positive or negative, that's an impact. A DVD from this meeting will be a part of a report back to the commission, and that's been our intention. We also, I think you will see impact by showing, we have a report from Metro Engineering, from Metro, and again, this is anecdotal without staffing, but with Derek Haggerty, who has been, he's been a part of the team one way or the other, who's you know, on a daily basis going out and looking at how the part of the sweat. How the corrals have functioned. Someone brought up actually that's a part of what we would like to have submitted, but it's not the number report. We're in the process of finalizing that. I certainly can share with you, but this is through June 18th. So again, I think you're 2/3 of the way what you're requiring, and then finally recommend changes to the ordinance or any metropolitan government ordinance. So I think any changes you want to make, that becomes also a part of the report, which is where you are in your agenda now. So the question becomes, are there specifics beyond the RFP? You believe that RFP could work, and I'm speaking for you, that you think that makes sense. So yes, we think the government should enter into an RFP process. Do you have an opinion on the anything else that the council should or should not do? That would be an appropriate thing. If you choose to just say we think what is being discussed in terms of an RFP makes sense, then that's certainly something you could carry to council. And I think that is, I think we can take a report. We could spend millions of dollars reporting, or we could say we could be what we've been so far, working hard to give you real life information, which is what you've heard today, as well as what we've gathered.
Mr. Fields, I would also recommend that going in the reports up there with all the other ones you mentioned, the Greenways report that we received.
Absolutely, I'll follow that. Yes.
So. We could agree that we recommend the RFP. We recommend that fees be increased to cover the cost for enforcement in particular. We can agree that all these reports that we've been provided that have been referenced to by Mr. Fields should be made part of the report that goes to the council, a DVD of this hearing where the public input about the impact on people who reside downtown gets communicated to the Metro Council. What else?
We could go ahead. I was going to say this was brought up a lot by let's see, I wrote down his name, Mr. Hall and Dr. Farber, which is to remove or reduce the 2-hour time limit for correcting a misparked bike or scooter. That's another recommendation that we'd have to make to council.
I think it would be appropriate. One of the things, because we have heard that, and from a staffing standpoint, we've had about 833 entries into the Hub Nashville system. All of them have not been verifiable complaints. Many of them have been. The process we have is they go to the companies. As soon as we get them into our system, we get it back to the companies. The companies then have to respond back on what their actions are. Some of them should be absolutely removed immediately. I don't think there's any arguing about that. You could ask the council to either remove it or to send it back to you to alter that section to give you the authority to establish the way the removals could be handled. But again, if they're physically being removed, there's a fiscal note, so to speak, for those folks that would keep up with it, because it would require at least some equipment. We could take existing staff and say, here's your job, get in the trucks and go get them. I don't know that that's the best thing to do today.
But if that's an appropriate piece of regulation and enforcement, then it can be part of the fee structure to pay for
Absolutely.
Metro employees to
Absolutely.
do that. And I think that's the only way to do it. You cannot depend upon your contractor.
And that would be something appropriate for MTLC staff members to go around and I'm collecting illegally parked scooters.
Yes, that's what I'm going to do myself.
So you would want to make a recommendation to the Metro Council that the legislation would include the ability of the of Metro to remove improperly parked scooters without notice to the scooter company.
Correct, yeah, absolutely.
Can the identification of the scooters be added immediately? That struck me as a great part of identifying if the same scooters are in a repeat process. Either they're being removed or not removed. Is that something that we can say we want to be able to identify these scooters per se and give the public a way to identify if the scooters that are being ridden and creating violations to public safety in the same way trucks and cars have tags so that the police can identify which car. My trucks have tags, so if they tear down a line or if they cut someone off or if they're speeding or they're creating a traffic hazard, there's a tag number to call in. I wouldn't see why, if these scooters have become such an intricate part of the transportation of Nashville, that they should not be individually, not just by Lyft, Bird, or whomever, but individually identified as this is scooter number 1135C. Also to protect the companies in and of themselves of being held liable for something Lyft or Lime or Bird or whoever else is violating. So during the vetting process of eliminating the wild, wild west, so to speak, we'll be able to identify who is actually in compliance and who are actually the outlaws.
I think that from my perspective, unless I'm missing something, it's probably a little bit more complicated than that, than just putting a tag on the scooter, because it's not the actual scooter, it's the driver who needs to be in compliance, because in theory, I could ride a scooter with the license plates tag and do something, hit somebody from behind, and you could ride that same scooter and it be flagged multiple times.
Because the scooter in and of itself, when I put my credit card on that scooter to operate it,
what I'm saying is we would need to
what
collect
time-
all of that information just to make sure that somebody isn't.
They'll know.
I think they do already.
Their system will let them know.
All I'm saying is that
I was on this scooter from 12:20 to 12:15, and a complaint came in at 12:05 that this person hit me. That will absolutely identify who was on that scooter and what time they were on that scooter.
We have had questions and discussed with the companies identifying marks on scooters. We talked about, whether, I asked the question of them, again, we've had 5 or 6 meetings, monthly meetings with police and others, engineering, and just as a group trying to as we are trying to do this job. One of the things we talked about were plates. Currently, with at least and I can't speak for all the companies, my understanding that at this particular point, being able to put a plate of any kind on the back of the scooter is not possible in most cases, just because of the structure. However, again, that would not be an inappropriate place for it to go forward and say, okay, what can we do to identify?
Well,
what other identifiers could be on there that you could quickly say that is so and so?
Well, I don't know if you've ever. Boats don't have plates on them. Water vehicles don't have plates on them. Most of those scooters have a pretty broad neck on them. They're not small because of the use of them, and it doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The number does not have to be that increased. Each scooter company could be designated in a section of the alphabet, A, B, C, D, and E, and the numbers go from, they're only limited to 500 scooters or 1,000, so it would not need to be, like a telephone number that we have to have millions of numbers, so to speak, and that a numerical number and an alphabetical number could be identified to each company, placed with not a tag, but just a simple glow-in-the-dark or reflective sticker that's on the neck of that vehicle. That is not an extensive number. It's, 2 numbers and 2 letters that would also just not only identify the bike, but identify the company by the numeric and alphabetic number designated to that company. There's not that many companies and that many scooters that couldn't happen, and that particular part of the bike is a lot more visible than putting a little tag on the back of that now is a hazard to snagging people's ankles as you go by.
I misunderstood what I thought you were asking.
Yeah.
Because I have talked about
things
flags.
that can be dealt with in a process of creating an RFP?
You said you
All these
I'm asking,
details.
can that part be done today?
I mean, all you can do is make a recommendation, but yeah, you could include that in your, you can do either. You can be as detailed as you want in your recommendation to council. But yes, it could also go in the RFP.
Let's let people who work full-time do all the details. I mean, seriously, people in tech and public works, and I know Peter in planning has worked on this a whole lot.
Yeah,
I'd say
but
let's.
The issue with that, though, is the ordinance we're operating under mandates that this is our chance, and it mandates our obligation to make some key recommendations to
So I would hate
council.
for Peter to leave that out.
We just had our public hearing. I want to make sure that people who are participating in the process feel like, we are the appropriate avenue to pass on to council recommendations for the current ordinance or the new ordinance. I think that the comments that we've heard today about the illegally parked scooters it's pretty obvious to me. It's a major problem. It's a ADA problem. It's a safety issue. I mean, this is our chance. We can make key recommendations. For example, downtown, not allow haphazard parking. You must park a scooter at a docking station, or you must park a scooter. Mr. Fields mentioned that there are devices that aid, that communicate with the scooters. You must park within, 10 feet of this beacon or something. It doesn't have to literally be a physical dock, but something that's requiring scooters to park correctly away from areas that are causing problems for our disabled residents as well as just pedestrians.
So can I, one of the things that I wanted to say is I know that Freddie feels very strongly about, trying to implement something immediately that can identify scooters. I feel equally as strongly about the ADA compliance issue. To me, between the ADA compliance issue and safety in general, those are the 2 top issues. And if I were going to do something that required immediate action, and this isn't a fully fleshed out recommendation, but if a complaint comes in that is from a disabled person, it needs to be taken care of immediately. I mean, from an ethical standpoint, I can't see how we would be able to allow that as a city. But then in addition to that, it just seems like it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. And so, I know that we're trying to go for the forest here, and I actually kind of agree with that, but if I were going to identify one tree that needs to be addressed immediately, it is the ADA compliance issue and having the scooter companies or Metro. I'm not sure what it looks like. Again, it's not fully fleshed out, but we can't have that.
And
in
that
my
was
opinion.
exactly with the ADA in mind.
Yes, right now.
And that would take council action. You can certainly recommend that to council.
And that also involves them being off the sidewalks. I mean, that requires them to be off the sidewalks in order for disabled people to be able to travel on the sidewalk themselves and with their pets.
Depends what you define as the sidewalk. So a lot of sidewalks are very broad, and they have what are called frontage and furnishing zones. So in general, the way it reads now is that people are allowed to park them on the sidewalks in the frontage and furnishing zone areas. But if you have a sidewalk that is that does not have at least a 3-foot wide frontage or furnishing zone, they are not allowed to park them on that sidewalk. And so you all adopted some, what we were calling red zone areas at, was it the prior meeting or the one before? And one of the things we recommended was that one of those red zones be any sidewalk that is less than 8 feet wide, keeping in mind that 3-foot frontage or furnishing zone provision that's already in the council, the existing council legislation, and the fact that public works spec requires sidewalks to be 5 feet wide in terms of the pedestrian path of travel. It needs to be 5 feet wide, let me clarify. And Derek is probably sitting right behind me and could probably describe all of this much better than I am doing. But so, I mean, if you're going to say provisions about what would be an ADA violation, to put it in the frontage or furnishing zone where it's not blocking any other program of the metropolitan government that someone might need to have access to, it wouldn't necessarily be an ADA violation, but certainly if it is in the pedestrian path of travel, that is absolutely an issue of liability for the metropolitan government.
Okay, one quick question before we turn this into a council meeting for the council.
So can the suggestion for the RFP be opened so that each council member can add their part and then the motion be seconded and carried, or does it have to be my motion closed, or my recommendation, it be second and carried, her recommendation, it be second and carried, his, or can it just, the recommendation for the RFP be made, and I state what I would like to be included in that consideration, and she state, and then at the end, a second, and it be carried?
I understand. But what I think you're saying is what you would be able to do as a commission is you'd be able to make the following recommendation to the council. We believe, one, an RFP process should be instituted with broad with broad governmental input and public input when appropriate. 2, we believe that you should immediately change the 2-hour response time for each company. 3, we believe that the ADA issues that allow scooters to be picked up without notice, that visible eye, and I'm just, that visible IDs be established.
Does it all need to be made by one council member?
No.
Commission.
No,
I'm sorry.
now, this would be more procedural, but I think if you were to open a motion and say, what are the things you would like to have included, you could do the list, and somebody could move that I move all these be included.
Yes,
somebody seconds it, y'all discuss it, you debate it, and then you vote it.
Well, the issue with what Freddie is proposing is we might have a hard time all agreeing if we pull 5 things all together as opposed to doing one at a time, making a vote for every single one separately. And we can
do it either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can do it either way.
Yeah. Whatever's appropriate, whatever the commission would like to do.
I'm still a little confused about the RFP. Nobody has asked us to do an RFP or to recommend an RFP or to do anything. That's like what the mayor said he might do.
Right.
And the bill's not even passed.
Right.
So
all of that is true.
What are we talking about?
So what you are charged with doing is what is in the current ordinance, which is codified in Chapter 1262 of the Metropolitan Code as amended by BL 2018-1441, which I don't think has quite been codified yet. But what you are charged with under 1262-100 is just the report with the 3 prongs to it that Billy mentioned. And one of those 3 prongs is making recommendations to council as to this ordinance or any other ordinance on this issue. So you're trying to satisfy that prong, and one of the things that you can recommend with the knowledge of the mayor's letter saying that the mayor's own recommendation or request is going to be to, one, end the pilot program he was asking Metro Legal to draft legislation ending the pilot program and then suggesting that an RFP be issued by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission. And that was pretty much the level of detail given. So you all can agree with that recommendation and make that a part of your recommendation to council, but you are being tasked with a separate recommendation to council from what the mayor recommended. So you can agree with that, or you can give your own recommendation, and then it will be up to council as to both of those. They can accept or reject what the administration is asking them to do, and they can accept and reject what you all are asking them to do. So
that was also the recommendation by Walk Bike Nashville, which was to end the pilot program and convert to a RFP model process.
Right, and also to add on that, because I feel like there's some confusion by some of my fellow commissioners. The other recommendations we're making or considering, like the mandatory parking or docking or eliminating the 2-hour allowance, that's separate from the RFP process. That's just recommendations to the council to amend the current ordinance, or as part of the drafting of the new ordinance, you should consider changing these in the ordinance. That's distinct from, and you should also, going forward, implement an RFP process.
So why don't we break it down to 2 motions? Start with maybe generally, just for consideration, a motion to recommend that the pilot program be ended and that the Metro Council can convert to a model through an RFP process with a broad, if appropriate, broad public and Metro government input.
Make the motion, I'll second it.
That was a motion.
I second that motion.
All those in favor?
Whoa, wait a minute, I have a question. Do you mean do you want them to end the pilot program immediately, or to transition? For instance, I have no idea how much time an RFP will take. It'll probably take more time than anybody estimates. But do you want it to end immediately?
My motion did not say to end immediately.
Oh, okay. To end it, can I suggest an amendment to the motion to end it before what's the date in the ordinance? Like March or something?
I think the suggestion was
April 1. To end it.
The sunset date is that.
Right, yeah, prior to the sunset date. Is that what we're?
to issue the RFP by then, or?
No, to end the pilot program before the sunset date in order to, well,
Oh, yeah,
confusing
okay,
myself.
so you're recommending to count, because the law currently says it ends April
Right.
2020.
To end it
So you're
before that.
saying, you're recommending that be changed to end it prior to
Prior,
April
in
20.
order to change to an RFP. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say, I'm sorry.
I'd like to strike my motion and try rewording it to something different. I would make a motion that we recommend to council to transition from the pilot program to an RFP model process with broad public and if appropriate, broad public and metro government input with great haste or without haste, as soon as possible.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
I'm a nay.
Oh, you're a nay?
Yeah.
All right, just to kind of move us along here, another thing we've been discussing this afternoon is recommending to the council to implement a fee increase in order to provide specific resources for greater levels of police enforcement and greater levels of enforcement by other agencies, including the MTLC.
Would you mind if I made a motion that I think would include several other things that we all seem to be in agreement on?
Okay. I can't make motions. I'm just trying to move us.
I make a motion that we recommend to the council to immediately increase the fees to cover enforcement for compliance of the shared mobile urban devices, that we recommend or that we make a finding that the fees do not cover the expenses currently. Further, recommend that the 2-hour notice or 2-hour compliance be reduced, and that in the situation of ADA compliance issues, that the scooters be picked up immediately, or that Metro may pick them up without notice, and that a fee be charged for the companies to have the scooters returned, and that there be identifications placed on the scooters so that they have some identifying number or tag.
I have a question regarding the fee part of the motion. Wouldn't we need to do some sort of study to say, okay, this is how much we think the fees need to be increased by? Because I know that we are not actually putting a number, but I would hate for council to say we're going to increase it to, I don't know, $45, and it still not be enough. Don't we need to know exactly how many people we would be hiring, what the salary for all those people would be, and so on and so forth before?
And I think there's two things there. I think one is existing expenses. What's it costing of what we're just doing? And then the next question is from an enforcement standpoint, what enforcement do you want? Is it 3 policemen? Is it 2? I mean, or whatever. And I think it is. Some of it will take study. The current what we're spending is we're already there, and at least from the public works standpoint, we're there. Legal, we're there. IT, we would be there very quickly in terms of we know what they're using and what they're spending. As far as enforcement, I think that's a different issue, because what will it take to enforce that's one of the challenging questions.
Would that not be part of the RFP process?
No. This is purely just.
But again, I think
what does the city need in order to have scooters on the street?
I think in terms of their willingness to pay the fees, that could be a question that you ask in the RFP, and you could define in the scope of the RFP that you are requiring sufficient resources be allocated in order for us to hire X number of enforcement officers or administrative employees who would deal with, the pickup of the scooters that are improperly parked. Certainly, part of an RFP process can include a contract, and the contract can have requirements that are somewhat even similar to regulatory requirements in some ways. It's just a different sort of theory of law that you're making the requirement under. Some of the same things that could be put in like an ordinance or a regulation can also be put in an RFP. So yes, there is some overlap, and different jurisdictions are doing this in all different kinds of ways.
And that's probably something that should be looked at during an RFP process rather than certainly don't want the council doing it, and probably not us until
I would
we know more.
imagine that the RFP will include a contract of some kind that the winning bidders will eventually have to execute.
So we
Again,
can-
I'm not dictating this, but that would be sort of the normal conclusion of an RFP process, that they would then be committed by contractual obligation as well as just sort of a general citizen's obligation to follow the law to meet certain requirements.
Because if you do it in a regulatory framework, then you get into the issue exactly what is regulation as opposed to, say, just general law enforcement.
Mr. Fields, we were asked by Metro Council regarding, what was the question asked by Metro Council that we're supposed to respond to on fees?
Again, it says, determine if revenue generated by fees cover the cost of permitting, administration, compliance, and enforcement.
No, so the answer
Does
is
it?
no.
Yes or no?
So the answer is no,
No.
and we recommend they be increased.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Second the motion.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make, just to keep it simple, I'll make a
Okay.
motion that we find that fees are not covering the cost of supervising the shared urban mobility devices and that the fees be increased.
I second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I make a motion that we recommend to the council that in the current ordinance, the two-hour time requirement, time requirement to respond to complaints being reduced, and that in the case of ADA compliance issues, that the scooters, that to be immediately picked up, and that Metro be authorized to pick up the scooters and a fee be assessed to any scooter company that wants to recover their scooter.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Another item we
Can I
were
ask for
discussing.
clarification on that one? When you say the ADA ones, do you mean ones where they're blocking the pedestrian path of travel?
Anything that interferes with ADA accessibility. I don't want to say just one particular thing, but
Okay, anything that
someone
would,
trying to get into a building where there's a scooter blocking access to the some of those doors that automatically open up. Anything.
And we'll certainly work with the ADA. If the council were to approve that, then we'd work with them to make sure we had good, clear understanding of what that is, however it's enforced.
And I'm having a hard time reading my fellow commissioners on this point, but is there hesitancy to make a recommendation to the city council to implement a fee specifically to provide greater resources to the Metro Nashville Police Department for greater levels of enforcement?
I would support that, yeah. I'm just trying to keep it simple to the question that was asked of us, but I'm supporting that.
I would have thought your suggestion implied that.
Well, I don't want to imply anything. I want to expressly recommend to the city council.
I'm in support of it. I just don't want to put the cart before the horse because I really feel like we need to know how much we would need to increase that by. That's
Right, but that's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is we've heard from a number of people today. We've heard from Metro Nashville Police Department in multiple meetings that they don't have the resources to enforce the existing scooter laws. And I want to send a clear message, I would like to city council that the police needs additional resources, period, in order to enforce the scooter laws. And if that means then the council can deliberate and say, okay, we hear you loud and clear, residents and the MTLC's made this recommendation too. We're going to figure out how can we, let's talk to Chief Anderson and Sergeant Bork, do we need 3 officers dedicated to this? Okay, what is that going to cost? And then the city council can figure that out. But I think it would be helpful to the city council and any other council members that may be wanting to do this to say, yeah, and the Transportation License Commission recommended this too. They heard from residents in Nashville on June 27th. They've heard from a number of other people during the pilot program that say enforcement is a big issue. We need more enforcement.
Let me take a shot at something. I make a motion that we recommend to the Metro Council that a fee be assessed to employ more Metro police officers to have compliance of the shared urban mobility devices, and that they authorize this commission to have hearings as to what that fee ought to be.
I support, I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I got a question. Wait a minute. So you want this committee to be able to determine what that cost should be? So you wanted to put it back to us instead of letting them determine the allocation of those funds and what they should be?
I think we're a more efficient body to take evidence and testimony and hearing and to determine what the fee should be, much like we do when we assess the fees for towing and booting and things of that nature, than Metro Council trying to debate what the fee ought to be.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
So do we need to vote again, or?
Yeah, I think we probably need to vote again. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Finally, I make a motion that the transportation, or that the Metropolitan Public Works report that's been referenced before be submitted to the council, along with the scooter report on accessibility incidents in Nashville, prepared by Dr. Angela Forber-Pratt. The Greenways report be also submitted to Metro Council, and the Walk Bike Nashville Scooters in Nashville recommended policies for scooters report be also submitted. Mr. Fields, have I forgotten anything in that motion that ought to be added there?
I think we have some statistical data that from the IT department, I think that would be appropriate to indicate impact. And then you certainly could, if you wanted the two Vanderbilt comments that we received, although they weren't present, we could include those. But since they weren't present, we certainly don't have to.
I'd say go ahead and include everything, even the matters that were in writing from Lyft and the other agencies.
All right.
And then finally, that a DVD be prepared and submitted as a package to Metro Council so that they're aware of the public comments that were made during this open hearing.
We can do that.
So I have a stack of emails from people who are here or not necessarily here. Are you going to want those to include as well?
I'm not sure I have. I certainly don't have all of them, but I would be very happy to include them because we have a couple of, like, for instance, suggestions that have come in, and emails. We also have a report.
Parking downtown.
Just so you know, we're not over there twiddling our thumbs all the time. We have from the hub. We have a report that I'm sure you will love to see.
Oh my gosh.
That shows all of our issues. We also went through and pulled. We did not pull all of the photographs that were submitted. We did, however, pull just general photographs that would generally show things that were sent to us, some thumbnails, and then some larger photographs. So we have a lot of information that I think the council could deal with. This is already all public information. In fact, I think everything that we're talking about is actually in existence on the website, various websites, either in Metro or somewhere. So we could absolutely add that as well.
Seems relevant to impact.
There were a couple other, well, I'm sorry, we need to vote on Mr. McNally's motion. Is there a second?
I would open that motion to include everything that's been referenced here. Okay. We haven't got a second yet. May die for lack of a second.
Oh, to submit the report.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So was there a second?
Oh, the second. I'll say.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I would make a motion that that we recommend to the Metro Council that the pilot corral parking be adopted as part of the ordinance, and that they require the scooters to actually be docked in those corrals and not on the and to terminate the parking on sidewalks. I hope that made sense.
When you say docked, you mean just parked within the little
Corrals.
rectangle area? Yeah.
Did you say downtown or period?
It doesn't matter to me.
Well, I would say downtown's the most critical place. I mean, I don't know that we want to go making corrals in East Nashville and the Gulch and North Nashville. That's going to be a lot of corrals. I don't agree with that. It's talking to the corral expert, I think.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
Part of the problem is I don't know that the corrals are necessarily working in their current locations. And we didn't really talk about that, but we talked about the design and, I mean, they're in lanes of travel. I mean, they're taking up lanes of travel for cars.
Derek Haggerty is an engineer with Metro Public Works. Could you just...
Yeah, not a problem.
He's been an essential part of trying to figure this out.
Hi, Derek Haggerty, Nashville Public Works Engineering. I guess, hi. Happy to answer any general questions regarding, I guess, scooter parking corrals.
So my first question is, these corrals, are they all downtown from what I look at this map?
Yes, they are all downtown.
So if I made a motion to try to have corral, or to have these things required to be parked in corrals in East Nashville or Vanderbilt, it wouldn't work, would it?
We currently do not have the infrastructure, but obviously if a recommendation is to install these in additional areas, we'd be happy to.
What about the issue of the, and I've seen the corrals, and I see them filled up too. Two that are near my place. One's on 5th Avenue and one's on 4th right near the Bobby Hotel. And the one on the Bobby Hotel is actually in a parking, where cars parked on 4th. The one on 5th appears to me to be in a lane of traffic. So what's the solution there?
So we've located them in two different areas. One are current no parking zones. These are generally at corners, at intersections. Those are no parking for cars because of the sight distance. Scooters, a little bit lower, I think generally 36 inches high. So the sight restriction's not an issue. The second ones we have, and I believe the two on 5th are both this case, where lanes taper down. So we still have the width for the travel lane for the vehicles to include that parking area off to the side. So the area you're referencing...
I'm referencing right there beside
on 5th between Church and Commerce. Right. So right now...
It down there?
Yes, it tapers down in that direction. You see there's parking upstream from it. Vehicle parking, and that disappears as you go down. So we've just, we're using that taper lane, essentially taking up a little more space there. We're still leaving more than the 10 feet required for a travel lane.
In putting this together, and a great deal of thought was put together mostly by the engineers, was to look, I asked them to look at an area that could be identified as a mini pilot, because we already had the big pilots, we have a mini pilot, to look at to look at where could we locate. So they came back with an initially a dozen. Then it's boiled down to 9. We deployed 10. 1 was retrieved, so we have 9 presently. The goal was to study it, look at it, let them to work through it, and to get. And certainly we've got public comment. Then come back and say we think they work, we don't think they work. If they work, then we begin looking at, as you're describing, maybe throughout the central business district. That may not be the right title, but in the inside loop, the inner loop of the city, to look for other places they could be. If there are issues in neighborhoods, I mean, there's a balance. If the neighborhoods want them, then clearly that might be an opportunity there. But again, right now we were looking at where the highest concentration of scooters were and addressing getting them off the sidewalk, because our goal is to get them off all of the sidewalks.
Here's my question: How many how many scooters can be parked in the corrals that are out there right now?
So we've been doing random daily checks. The most we've seen in a single corral is 33 scooters.
What is the max a single corral could hold?
I mean, if we packed them as dense as possible, anecdotally, I think we could get 50 in there, but that would be packed very tight.
And we have 9 corrals?
Correct.
So 450 scooters is what we could properly corral, roughly.
Well, that's dependent on the
Right.
if it was on the operator putting it in.
Right.
Tetris.
I'm just trying to get a maximum ideal world. How many can we really handle?
I would say realistically, what we're seeing on the high end is upper 20s, so probably around 30. I guess I would call the comfortable number where you wouldn't have to go in, move them over a couple inches, make them all line up. I think you can get 30 in there fairly haphazardly.
So we could handle 270 roughly
with
downtown.
The existing correct.
Has it been in the works long enough for you to make an assessment of whether it's working or not?
I think we're seeing, and supplied Billy with the short report, obviously it's about 2 weeks that we're looking at so far, so difficult to tell, but there consistently have been scooters in all the corrals.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, generally ranging from 10 to 25.
Have you been able to notice whether there's been a reduced number of scooters parked on the sidewalks as a result?
Anything I would have on that would only be anecdotally.
That's what I'm asking.
Doing daily random checks, I would say yes, the areas where we do have corrals, it does seem to be fewer scooters on the sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a more specific question?
Yes.
Are you guys identifying which scooter companies are actually in the corrals?
No, we are only looking at it as scooters as a whole, not breaking it down by company.
I would say anecdotally the same thing, because I noticed my office overlooks 4th, and I saw the one corral down there. I looked up and down the street as to how many, there were only 2 scooters on the sidewalks. And there had to be 20, 22 in the bin. So.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, sorry.
No, Derek, would you look at this photograph with me, because this is something that was given to me. I think this is 4th Avenue traveling north.
Yes.
And this person sent this to me and said, why are they putting the scooter corrals in the street? I'm trying to make a right turn onto Broadway. I got this car in front of me. They took up the whole lane. That's what I'm referring
sure.
to. So talk to me about that.
Yep. So the one on the picture there is at 4th and Broadway on the south side. So a lot of people, I guess, not properly, they're creating turn lanes where turn lanes don't exist. So what you're seeing there, I believe we have it marked as a no parking zone. Up to that point, it's taxi parking along the street there. So people are, to save a little time, cutting the corners there, using that asphalt, which is not necessarily a travel way. So an additional benefit we're seeing to these parking corrals is they're essentially acting as curb extensions and protecting pedestrians an additional 8 feet out. I mean, unintended consequence of it, but we believe there's also an additional pedestrian safety measure there.
So because that kind of traffic calming makes it safer, especially for pedestrians, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and it's illegal for cars to do the same thing when there's a bike lane in a place like that, correct?
Exactly.
But they do it anyway.
Right.
You got your record there.
I know exactly what he's saying. It's a learning experience here, right?
Well, no, I think what you're providing here is helpful, because one of the things that Mr. McNally was proposing is that we make permanent these corral systems, and obviously we would need to implement even more of them in the downtown area.
Correct.
And I assume it's just a matter of resources to do it.
Well,
right? Like
a
most
matter of resources, including the space. The ones we've got downtown, we've pretty much reached all the areas we can without affecting existing parking spots, valet
Within
zones,
that area.
loading areas.
You didn't
Yes.
cover all of downtown.
We did not cover downtown, but we did focus on the area where we can most heavily concentrate them. So part of this going forward would be Public Works going to the Traffic and Parking Commission and looking to repurpose existing vehicle parking spaces for these scooter and bike corrals.
And then I guess it's just a matter of figuring out how to accurately disable a scooter that's outside the corral zone to force the operator to park it in the corral.
That would then be the next, I mean, that would certainly be a challenge down the road as we go forward.
And that would have more to do with signal because of the height of the buildings.
Why can we not just put them, like, you never see a bike laying in the street or on the sidewalk, really, because they have a place and they have to put them there and they can't do anything but put them there. But why can't we do that?
If they don't return them, then their credit card continues to be billed.
If
So
they don't
that's
put
what
it
encourages the user to
in the
return
corral.
in the corral. right.
But how do they?
We would have,
They
I guess,
literally
again, I'm not
log
to speak for
into it.
companies out there, but they would have to then create a dock system where the scooters would, where the SUMDs would, they'd have to create a dock system where the SUMDs would physically have to go. And,
In that corral.
correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, didn't you mention, Billy, that there already are devices that exist that communicate with these scooters? If you park locally at a corral and you check it in through that device there within so many feet?
Way back I asked the question, and again, they may want to come forward and make sure I'm describing it, is that if we want to get a better level of GPS control, you've got to get information down on the street. In other words, the bikes, the scooters have to, you've got to reach the scooters, is that correct?
Derek, don't let me replace you. Max Lucen here from Lyft. So docked systems, there are some popular systems in the U.S. You can look in New York, Chicago, San Francisco. To name a few, D.C., there's just naming a few. Lyft actually has agreements with cities because there's a heavy investment on the infrastructure on the front end, which is usually one of the talking points with dock systems. Also, not all dock systems run the same software. So, kind of standardizing that and making things easier from a technology perspective is a very important component, because if they're not, it can result in a lot of more resource-intensive software development on the front end. So I'm just skimming some of the points, but dock systems are in other cities, and I think it's something that is worth considering for what it's worth, in my opinion.
It would look a little different in terms of how we would do that. Like for the B-cycle docking stations, there are actually like encroachment permits that the city has granted for those to be located on the public sidewalk, because the corrals are kind of a repurposing of public right-of-way that sort of belongs to the city. It's not like the scooter company's corral, it's our corral. No encroachment is required. I don't know if a docking station would be like scooter company specific and kind of owned by the scooter company, so that it would be like a permit or an agreement between the city and the scooter company in order to be able to place that on the sidewalk in the public right-of-way.
But did I hear you say that it would be an investment by the city and the company, meaning that if we wanted dock stations, that Metro...
We wouldn't pay.
So I am not intimately familiar with the deals in other cities, but I do know that, for example, in Chicago and New York, to the best of my knowledge, Lyft was granted monopolies for the docked bike system. And in exchange, we also make heavy investments into the infrastructure. In order to recoup that upfront investment, the city granted us a monopoly.
Is that through an RFP or something like that?
I know who to speak to, and I can get more information, and I'm happy to share that.
I would imagine those
The word monopoly sends up a few red flags.
would take up more space for less scooters as well. And possibly eliminate jobs, because I imagine the docking stations also double as charging stations as well.
Yes, they can.
All right, well, that was a big sidetrack from the motion you were going to make about making permanent.
Mr. Turner just made an excellent suggestion, which is certainly the docking stations, if that is something that is desired, that would be something that could very much be included in the excuse me, scope of the RFP. And so basically, you're kind of asking the companies to sort of bid against each other, and the one that would kind of make the most willingly make the best investment in docking stations might have like an advantage in getting the award of the permit. That is something that you could incentivize in that context. Did I say that right?
If rather than getting bogged down as to whether we recommend docking stations or not, I've reread the Metro Public Works report that I have that's dated April 23rd, 2019, and part of that is encouraging the SUMDs to be in parking zones in the downtown area. In fact, even suggesting a $10 fine if they're upon the operator if they're not in there. I think it'd be maybe, I would like to put up for at least discussion that maybe the recommendation is that the Metro Council seriously consider the pilot parking program that Metro Works has worked up and implement it and consider implementing it on a permanent basis.
I think that's a good idea.
All right, so I make a motion that the Metro Council consider making the pilot parking program a permanent part of the ordinance and follow the recommendations of the Metro Public Works.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Anything else? Oh, another recommendation is for there to be, for the Metro Council to consider a study about the appropriate speeds for SUMDs in congested areas.
Second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And I'll also mention to our commission that my legal intern rides in it, one of the scooters down from Belmont to my office to avoid parking and everything, and he tells me at this time right now, there's places where it drops from the higher speed down to 8 miles per hour when he's using it. And I've talked to Sam, who's not here anymore, from Bird, and he says, yes, some of their scooters are already rigged up to where they go through congested areas, they drop down to 8 miles per hour.
That, as well as if they're coming down a hill, there are some that are starting to basically break it without, because what we don't want is somebody to go over the handlebars, but begin gradually braking, come down a hill, so their speed does not continue to increase above and getting faster, so actually pull them back.
That's actually the point that I was going to make on those, is that I know, I'm aware of at least one person who was riding and the speed increased kind of suddenly, and then got out of the zone and decreased kind of suddenly. I guess that was backwards, and fell off and broke her arm.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And she was told, well, we sent you a text or something on your app telling you your speed was going to go down. And she said, my phone was in my pocket. Like, I'm not supposed to be driving with my phone while I'm riding a scooter. So that kind of begs the question of how helpful that is, or how we can work around that. Or
I understand. And that's clearly one of the issues we've in our conversations when we're talking geofencing is how do we implement a slowdown? Because you get to an area and you're going to go 3 miles an hour. If you zoom through it and all of a sudden you're going 3 miles an hour and then you're out of it and you can speed back up. But again, that's part of what we're learning with the geofencing. So I'm sorry she broke her arm, but we're certainly aware of that. Absolutely.
Can't they do it gradually?
That's what's supposed to be happening.
I think one remaining issue that we deliberated, but we did not have a motion on, and that is hours of operation. If we wanted to restrict those.
So that's actually
rulemaking.
That is under rulemaking, so this is the one thing we could change immediately if we wanted to say no scooter rides after 9 p.m. or whatever. That is something we can consider.
This is kind of personal. Was my motion made to make all the scooters identifiable? If
don't
not, I
have
want to
that
make
word.
sure before we leave here that it is.
Make a motion.
I would like to make a motion that the that the council encourage each and individual company that is operating the SUMDs to make a very visible identification of each individual bike.
You mean, when you say encourage, you mean require?
Require, yes. Let's not leave that leeway there, that they require each company to make a very visual identification of each individual bike.
SUMD.
SUMD.
I think maybe instead of saying very visual, we could say something like visual and sufficient to permit an observer to record the number or something like that. Other than very visual, I'm not sure. No offense, I'm just not sure that quite
Okay, let me
works.
resubmit that motion. I would like to make a motion that each SUMD company make a identification of each individual bike as to any person or pedestrian viewing that bike can easily identify it.
I'll second that. Except SUMD instead of bike.
Yes.
And before we vote, I just want to have a short discussion with I'm trying to remember exactly what it is. It's the cabs or one of the transportation modes that we regulate. I think it's the cabs. The side of them, we actually set out how big it has to be, the identification has to be and everything else like that. There's a possibility this could get thrown back to us as to make a recommendation of what it should look like and everything.
Well, I'm making it general now without knowing the actual dimensions and diameter of the bike. I just want to make sure that it's on there.
That is, again, something that in an RFP, you could ask people to propose to
There we go.
you.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure, because I want it to be, I would like it to be reflective as well, so, but just as a general suggestion.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
So
Motion passes.
the concept of rule, that goes into effect immediately, is that what you just said?
Yeah, that was just a recommendation.
If you have a rule, the rule they were discussing was hours of operation.
Oh, okay.
If you consider and pass, that would go into effect when you say it goes into effect. Obviously, it might be challenging to make it go into effect today, but you would give them, you'd choose when you do it, whether it's tomorrow or next week or whatever that might be, if that's what you choose to do.
Well, I'm going to start it off and make a motion that the scooters be prohibited from operating other than between dawn and dusk.
And if I could make a recommendation, Susan, with your motion, if you provide some reasoning as to why we should restrict nighttime riding, just so if there is an appeal, that there's something that they can focus on.
Absolutely. Good point. Thank you. I would make a motion that due to the lack of ability to see these scooters, we had some testimony earlier about coming in from the side. When they're coming from your side, you can't see them. They're not adequately marked, not reflectors. In the evening, sometimes the back lights, if you're traveling in a car, the back lights on them aren't bright enough for the drivers to see them, increased hazard of accidents, increased hazard of, just in general, being in the dark in traffic. When you're on the scooter or on a bicycle, you feel like you're visible, but from a person in a car, you're not always as visible as you think you are. So I think for safety issues, I think that hours of operation, it should be dusk to dawn without setting dawn to dusk without setting any specific hours or times. Did that make sense? Is that
Yes.
better?
Is there a second?
I'll second it, so we can get a vote on it.
All right.
In conversation, what you had said, as well as some of the other testimony, a motion to prohibit operation other than dawn to dusk would not have to have all that information in it, but it's already been a part of the record, and that's the reason you're making the motion.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Who decides what's done to dusk? And how
There's
it's
actually a time period that's identified as dawn. Not that, because this came up 2 or 3
Parks
months
does do
ago,
it, yeah.
and there's.
I think that's in the Metro Code for parks as
Parks
operating
does.
hours. Yeah.
Of course, I'll never find that.
Will it be enforced?
We got to fund
I think
enforcement.
if that's what it is, sure.
There you go, we got it covered.
I feel like parks, it's something like half an hour before dusk or something like that. I'm not sure. The parks, I want to say, is like half an hour before dusk or something. It's maybe
The
not.
signs say dawn to dusk.
The signs just say dawn to dusk?
And,
Okay.
you
I
know,
may
for
be wrong.
instance,
It's
today
been a while
dawn to
since I looked
dusk would
up
be
there.
5:01 to 8:39, according to, what information I get.
Yeah, my weather app always tells me what sunset is.
Yeah, and as to the question of who will decide, it's going to be whoever's ultimately enforcing it. So it's going to be Metro Police, hopefully, if it passes and we keep scooters and get an RFP and we still have them, it'll be Metro Police. So
If you pass this, then we'll work with the companies to say this is what your enforcement is, and we'll figure out what it is, and then it'll be up to them to identify
In the
to make
interim.
it happen.
Or
Sure.
right to the judges in traffic court.
Yeah.
Well, that too. So did you write down that motion?
What you originally said was, your motion was to prohibit the operation of scooters other than the hours of dawn to dusk. In other words, what I...
Effective immediately.
I'm sorry, yes.
And there was a second by Mr. McNally. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
No. Nay.
Motion passes
The 2 down,
3-2.
3-2, okay. Got a few other items. I'm not sure how fast any of them will go, but we have a few others.
Are we really going to keep going, or are we going to
Are there any other recommendations that commissioners want to make to the council regarding 1262 before we move on? I know some of the other things I'd mentioned last month, they may be moot, but do we want to have the council again consider the use of helmets? Do we want to make a recommendation there? It seems doubtful that that would be implemented, but since it wasn't the first time around.
It seems to me it would be inconsistent with the bikes that are available to the public, as well as the fact that helmets are not required for people on their own private bikes.
Teresa, is that inconsistent with it? Because they say recommended, does that mean we can't?
So it's not within your rulemaking capacity, correct? Because the code speaks to it specifically and says it's just encouraged.
Gotcha, okay.
But it is among the things you could recommend to council to change. I think somebody was making the point that it's not required for bikes. I think that's correct. I think there's a Metro Code provision that specifically says or doesn't say that it's required for bikes. So that, you know, there is some potential inconsistency there, but I mean, y'all can make that recommendation regardless, and then council can take those concerns into account in determining what they're going to pass.
I mean,
Or not.
I do think there's some distinctions that can be made between SUMDs and bicycles. They might get addressed by a lowered speed limit for the scooters. I feel like they travel and increase in speed much faster than a bicycle. They're motorized. They're not, you know, powered by humans. So, you know, I think a helmet requirement would greatly enhance the safety of riding these SUMDs, but I feel like that's the minority view for a lot of people.
Could I ask a question? Under the ordinance, bicycles are considered SUMDs, correct?
If they are, they're urban mobility devices.
Right.
If they are part of a shared operating network, yes, then they would be SUMDs also.
Because they're covered under the same
And
ordinance.
a couple of the permit holders have, is it just e-bikes listed as well as scooters?
Yes, yeah, e-bikes are.
Well, I think two have actually applied under the ordinance.
I'm not sure they've deployed,
They've not deployed.
but they do have the
two asked for
permit.
initial approval, and under the ordinance, as you well know how the others' approvals work, they had to be granted.
Okay.
But none have been deployed.
Okay. Yeah, they keep promising. They keep promising. Well, I won't say anything. Is there a motion about helmets? I won't say anything unless there is.
I promise.
Doesn't sound like there's another recommendation coming.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out how it would be
distributed.
Yeah. I don't disagree in theory. Practices where I'm trying to figure out how that would work.
Well, for instance, like the true commuters, I mean, they're going to put on a helmet. But the tourist, the one-time user, the casual user, they're not going to wear a helmet.
I think that's, again, something that could be included in RFP is like real practical measures that will really increase helmet use. Like if somebody comes up with a really good plan for that in their RFP response, that could, again, be something that could be considered in the scoring favorably.
Yeah, I like that idea. Because would the technology be, do the scooter companies have the ability to link a helmet with the bike and you have to check the helmet in? No.
Saying no's, some head shaking. I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think there are any bike shares around the country that have been able to deal with that yet. I know there were some people trying to develop technology for like a vending machine for helmets, but as far as I know, that hasn't been worked out.
Wait a minute, the answer to that problem seems already in use and very simplistic. We have Q scans or bar scans that are sent out to our homes where we can place them on devices, and I know a lot of the bikes ask you to, scan. What are they're not called Q scans. What are the little square barcodes called? Yes, to where if you sent if that person had one of those to register a helmet with you, and that actual scan be scanned to the bike to allow use, that means that helmet, or at least that scan, would have to be present to operate that bike.
So you're saying have a QR scan that's custom for each user before they can start riding any SUMD?
Well, I mean, each one of these has an app that you have to download and register before you can use the bike anyway. So why would that QR scan not be able to be registered to a helmet as well, to say scan your QR scan to operate this bike, and that QR scan be identified to a actual helmet.
In theory, it's something that could be done. I just never heard of it anywhere in the country. I know a lot of people have tried to tackle this issue. QR scans can be on they can be printed on a piece of paper. I just don't know enough about that, to be honest. I just know it hasn't been implemented yet.
Another thing, I mean, this really gets down into the weeds, but this is just an example. If somebody had lice, for example, I mean, how do we share helmets and have it be?
All the issues that have come up when you talk about helmet mandates. It's just, don't go there. I'm just telling you, don't go there.
That require helmet use?
On scooters? Not that I'm aware of.
I'm not aware of any
Yeah,
for
not that I'm aware
I
of.
mean, it's, believe
Had the
me,
best discussions
don't go there.
Well, I smile because I moved back to Nashville. I was living in Melbourne, Australia, and they have a docked bike system where they tried to mandate helmets, and it was not surviving. They tried a lot of different things. The latest thing they tried was actually the vending machines, which did increase ridership some, but it was just not feasible there to the best of my knowledge. And that's a fairly big city with similar types of infrastructure. They do have public transportation, but they have a lot of congestion and commuting as well.
To register the
And bike
helmet.
lanes.
Even offering the customer a discount to register on the ride, if you scan that QR scan to register their helmet, that ride is actually cheaper because now that customer is a safer customer. I mean, that's a sticker barcode that would identify that customer having a helmet and giving them, instead of 15 cents a ride, it's 14 cents or 13 cents a mile per ride. That's not a shared helmet. That is for the everyday commuter back and forth to work, back and forth to their bus ride, using it on lunch every day. And it would encourage them because of the discount.
I mean, any price discount would help. I'm not sure the impact, because scooter rides are typically fairly inexpensive already. So I'm not sure how big the discount might have changed behavior. It's a good question. I wish I knew more about this. I really do. I just know that it's been tough.
Has that method not been tried?
I don't know if it's not, to my knowledge, it hasn't been tried, but I would not be the expert.
Because the QR scan is already being used on your bikes.
Right, but it's hard to know that QR scan actually means that someone's wearing their own helmet. That's the problem.
This is an issue that's been dealt with in bike share for years, believe me. And if somebody had an answer, it would have come up, and it may in the future. I mean, we can recommend that, I'd say it's recommend to council to look into these kind of things, require it for the RFP. But it's a complicated issue, and it just hasn't been, no one solved it yet. When it comes to public bike share or this kind of sharing as well.
Are you saying you're not going to be the first to solve it?
Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Well, I think
And I will oppose it, any kind of mandate, I'll tell you that, but that's just a personal position.
Freddie, I think the people that you're talking about are going to do it. You know, the people who are taking it every day, and if commuters are going to work and they're going to lunch, they're going to do it because they're good citizens anyway. They're the same people that are going to put on their bike helmets. But, you know, the joyriders and the drunk people
And the only
aren't
reason
going
I
to do
made
it.
that suggestion is that I lease quite a bit of trucks from a particular large brand agency, and that agency also gives me a very small discount as far as letting them track my trucks, letting them allow them to what I call breadcrumb my trucks. It's 2 cents literally a mile. It doesn't seem like an encouragement, but for a daily user, for me it was, and
I am assuming nationwide it is, or they wouldn't have spent the money on the equipment needed to do it. My question has been, has that not been tried? Or it doesn't even seem like, my son's a programmer, it doesn't even seem like that much of a change in programming to what you already have implemented, because you're already using QR scans.
Yeah, again, I think the trouble is knowing that someone's actually wearing that helmet for that ride.
I think we're more talking about encouraging than knowing.
Okay. And in encouragement, you know, I know Lyft has been giving out free helmets. I have free helmets. I could bring them to the next meeting. We'd like to get you know, more distribution centers for free helmets to try to encourage this, because it is something we take very seriously. I know other companies as well. I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I've seen them speak to this issue as well.
Right, but if you give me something free, it's a one-time thing. I throw it in the car. You gave me something free. Great. You gave me a hula girl for my counter. But if I'm going to get a discount every time I have that helmet in my hand, it's no longer just you giving me a fish, as I can say, but biblically, you fed me for a day. I'm going to get fed every time I bring that helmet with me and get on your bike. So you are now encouraging me with a very small incentive to scan that bike, to scan that helmet, to have that helmet with me. We are talking about your 5 to 10 users who are, or the one guy said over 100 times. That would definitely encourage him. If that is his daily commute, if that is his daily bike, great, you gave me a helmet. Like I said, that was a give me. This is a savings every time I scan my helmet to get on that bike with that QR scan that's attached to that helmet. Just a suggestion.
No, I appreciate that.
Can I make a motion? We close the period of discussion or recommendations.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Aye. Billy, we really are way over
Our time today, are there any matters that can just be dealt with in a very
There are 3 complaints. There's a driver review. Charles Phelps?
Yes, sir.
Wait just a second. We got a driver. We got 3 complaints. I don't think you can. I don't see how you can do 3 complaints. You may could do the driver. We could look at the booting company. The others are all. The others are just. They're matters you have to do them.
Why don't we do this? Let's do the.
Well, Kevin, wait a second. Ms. Forbush, you're present. Okay. I can actually, on Tuesday night at 6:30, the council is going to approve on 3rd reading my ability to have a hearing on horse and carriage. Can they defer that to me?
I'm fine with y'all deferring it to him.
On Tuesday, the Metro Council is going to give me the authority, I think of it, ma'am.
It's passing.
2 hours away.
Who? And you're one of the complainants?
Yes.
Okay.
I live in Pikeville.
I'm sorry?
I live in Pikeville.
All right. Well, let's hear from is it Ms. Forbush? We'll hear from Ms. Forbush, and we'll defer everything else.
My name is Rachel Smithstone. I was been here since 1:30.
Which one's she? Is this the damaged vehicle? Yeah.
I don't have any authority over that.
All right, we'll hear Ms. Smith and Ms. Forbush. We'll start with Ms. Forbush.
Can I say something? I'm the 3rd complaint. Also been all day, and my complaint is pretty serious. They need to cease operation. That's my recommendation.
Well, Ms. Pizzatola, since you are pedal cab provider, we're going to defer your complaint.
I'm here to defend that complaint, and I drove 8 hours.
I think back another day, I live locally, I'm happy to do that, if, so you guys can hear them. But if you just let me know what day to come back, so I can start shopping.
It's very generous of you. Next meeting.
I'm sorry? We could certainly move that was Ms. Smith's complaint with Copeland's Towing and recovery could be deferred.
Is Copeland here?
Yeah, they're here.
You know what? Let's just, does anyone have to leave? You have to leave? Did Mr. Rogers leave?
He's coming back.
Okay.
That would still give us 4.
As long as we've got 4.
As long as we have 4, let's just knock them out.
She might be more important than me.
So let's defer everything else and we'll hear the complaints.
Well, again, I think the others are a matter of me just saying they're good. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
The others are what?
The others are in order.
All right, let's get started. Ms. Forbush?
We can do them all.
I don't mean to rush you, but I think you understand we've got a limited amount of time. So if you may proceed.
Okay, my name's Debbie Forbush, and I am.
She needs to be some warm growth.
She is. I will put you under oath. Are you going to be presenting some testimony?
I have some video footage.
Okay, well, let me put you under oath. If you'll please repeat after me. I swear or affirm that the testimony that I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear the testimony that I'm about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, so during the NFL draft, I'm not sure of the exact date, I'm an Uber driver, and I witnessed carriages, not just one, but several carriages being parked where they're not supposed to be, picking up passengers where they shouldn't be. One of them actually cost me a trip where the passenger canceled on me because I didn't get to him fast enough because I was stuck behind a carriage that was picking up on 3rd and Broadway, which is not a designated area. I got a ticket, okay, for picking up somebody in front of Tootsie's. I got a parking ticket, but these carriages and other people, cab drivers, whoever, can pick up wherever they want, and nothing's being done. But, you know, I get ticketed if I pull over in front of Tootsie's and pick up a passenger. I'm just a little bit tired of it, so I thought I'd come here and show what video I have from my dash cam.
All right.
So, I didn't know where to, I don't have a laptop.
That's okay.
He said to bring in, but I do have, do I bring it up to you?
Yes.
Please.
So here's, you can see if I can flip it here. Come on, flip.
I think Mr. Hale needs to be able to see it as well.
Okay, well, he's more than, I mean, I can't see exactly who's driving this one, but as you can see, the passengers are coming up, and they're going to get into the carriage. This is the one on 3rd and Broadway where I lost my passenger because I had to sit here and need to turn right. And I mean, I personally don't want to do anything illegal. So, but the passengers are getting in.
Where's the sound?
I don't have sound. I can zoom in. See, we go here.
All right, and then you said you had the second.
Yeah, and there's another one. Now this one here, you can clearly see who's in the carriage because they actually turn around and look at me. This is on the corner of 2nd and Commerce. I mean, I have hundreds and hundreds of videos, you know, through on my SD card where I, not just whoever this is, but of carriages doing illegal actions. It's not just one. I mean, he's parked on the corner of 3rd Second and Commerce, waiting for somebody to get in. And that's not a designated area for carriages. They're supposed to be on first. Like in front of the Hard Rock and over on the side.
Why don't you show the first one to her too, please?
How long was he there? Because didn't we? How long was he there? Because didn't we think maybe if it's real quick.
These two people, they're gonna get into the carriage. This is on the form. This is actually on Third and in Broadway, and he's picking up passengers in a place where he's not supposed to. And at that time, I had to wait because I needed to turn right, and my passengers actually can't wait.
All right, thank you, Ms. Forbush. Do you have anything else to add? All right.
Can I ask, how'd you identify who was the carriage
Oh,
company?
because I was sitting in my car. The video's not as clear as what I can see. So, I just know it was a long-haired guy with white hair. I didn't give any names in the description.
Thank you.
It couldn't, the long hair part could be Russell.
And,
So we're off that one.
and if you'll please state your name for the record.
Kenneth Hale.
Kenneth Hale. All right, Mr. Hale, please repeat after me. I swear or affirm that the testimony that I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Okay. So on the complaint, for starters, it doesn't have a name. And she just said all carriages.
I'm not singling out one person.
Wait a minute, just let him.
She said all carriages. For starter, and she said that on the complaint, it says first incident carriage was parked on 2nd and Commerce in the loading zone, and I was unable to pick up my passengers. But now she just said that she was on 3rd Avenue trying to turn right on Broadway, and she was unable to pick up her passengers. For starters, Ubers and Lyft drivers, it doesn't make any difference. We have trouble with them too. You just have to deal with it. They stop and pick up people wherever they want to. And I've seen them just sit there at the daggum red light, and the light turned green 3 or 4 times, but they won't move because they're waiting on their customers. So for starters, I don't believe she lost her customers because of me. Second of all, 2nd and Commerce, that was a loading zone. It was during the NFL draft. I was the only carriage in town. The only carriage in town. She just said there was multiple carriages. I was the only carriage in town. We had a designated spot to park up on Commerce at 5th Avenue. It was full of other cars parked there. I was the only carriage there for just a couple of hours, and I went and parked where I wouldn't be in the way of anything. There was other vehicles parked there. I seen Uber and Lyft drivers pull up and pick up people. And the other thing, I would like to ask Ms. Forbush.
Yes, Forbush.
Forbush, I would like to ask you a question.
Okay.
Did you have any help filling out your complaint?
No.
Okay. Was you influenced by anyone to file this complaint?
Like who?
I'm just asking. Was you?
No, myself. I'm just aggravated.
Okay.
It's not.
Do you know anybody that works for any other carriage company downtown?
No.
So you don't know Tina Daugherty that works for Sugar Creek Carriage?
No, sir.
She's on your Facebook.
Prove it.
Oh, I can.
Do it.
Not back and forth, folks. We're going to have order.
Tina Daugherty, who has filed numerous complaints against not just Southern Comfort, but other carriages as well, is on her Facebook page. And Tina Daugherty herself, I never seen Ms. Forbush downtown. I seen Ms. Daugherty downtown on April the 22nd on both occasions, and she was videotaping me. Can this lady prove that the video that she showed you, she taped it herself, or did she get it from Ms. Daugherty?
Well, no, because I had to transfer it from my dash cam to my tablet.
I think you need to move on, that the relevance is kind of stretching right now, but.
My point being is, I believe this is frivolous complaint. It just goes on and on. I work for Southern Comfort Carriage, and I am the only driver left for Southern Comfort Carriages because of all the other frivolous complaints and everything going on. Other drivers has decided not to work. And I am the only driver left, and to me, this is just another pond from another carriage company.
Mr. Hale, what's your response on picking up passengers at 3rd and Broadway in the middle of the intersection?
I was not in the middle of the intersection. I was sitting at the red light, and I had no intentions in picking the people up. They come up to me and says, "We want a ride." I said, "The light is red, come on." What was I supposed to say? You got to go 4 blocks down the road and then I'll pick you up? Taxi cabs doesn't do that.
All right. Mr. Hale, you do admit, though, that that is your carriage that was there at 2nd and Commerce during the NFL draft, right? You said you were the only carriage in town.
I was the only carriage in town. Yes, sir. I will admit that.
Okay.
There was nowhere else to park.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Hale.
Thank you.
We need for a vote.
We just need the 4 of us.
Gary, you've got quorum.
Yeah, we have a quorum.
So I would just like to point out, in my opinion, does it really make a difference who was filming? Where the evidence came from is irrelevant.
It does make a difference.
In my opinion, me, here, it doesn't make a difference where the evidence came from if the evidence is actually factual. You have admitted to this council that you were the only one in town, so that eliminates the possibility that it could have been another carriage, so that we don't have to go through the process of identifying who the carriage company was. Whether the light is red, green, yellow, purple, whatever, those designated areas are designated areas for a reason. Who is violating them and who is not violating them does not give the right to that old saying, if your friends jump off a bridge, are you going to do it too? It does not open the door because somebody else is doing it that we get to follow suit. You're going down the interstate in that 90-mile-an-hour line that 10 people are in. The cops can't get everybody. They're going to pull over who they can pull over. In this instance, that's you. I'm not here to change where you can pick up and where you can't pick up, and who made the video and who's on whose Facebook. To me personally, that's irrelevant. It goes back to an old saying: if you don't want to get caught, just don't do it. My opinion.
Do you want to make a motion?
Can I ask Mr. Fields something before we make a motion? Mr. Fields is picking up a carriage at 2nd and Commerce in that loading zone in violation.
There's been a great debate for years about the ability for people to pick up and unload in any zone, whether regardless of it. If it's active loading and unloading, I think the police are allowing that to happen.
Okay.
If it's active. And standing would not be active. It is happening.
Okay. And Mr. Hale, do you have any history on him?
Mr. Hale has been in front of the commission before. But as the chair has asked a couple of times, we brought the minute books just in case you had any questions. Well, it's simple enough. Kenny, when were you in front of the commission the last time?
Well, let's see. The last time that I was in front of the commission was, I believe it was October
last year?
of last year.
What was it for? What was the allegation against him?
Well, no, that was against the company. He said against me. The allegation against me was that I parked in front of Sabaros,
Okay.
which is at Second and Commerce.
There were photographs that I actually remember.
There was nowhere else to park.
Yeah. And this time you're on the other side of the street.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I was asked by Mr. Morrison, since he couldn't be here, to participate with Kenny, and I'm not sure exactly what the woman's complaint is. She waited 8 days to file it. She's driven 2 hours. I mean, if she lost one ride, that's really been out of shape.
All right, I think we've heard enough. We just asked a question and Mr. Hill's answered it. I understand.
You're not helping.
We have a very limited amount of time. We've got 2 other complaints.
We waited the 4 hours.
So I think we need to have a motion whether there's been a violation or not.
But if I'm not mistaken, it was brought up at the last time that you had, I believe, now, I could be wrong, Mr. Fields, I'm not trying to get you, but if Metro Police writes you a ticket, you're in violation.
The ordinance that is in front of the council that'll be approved, that I assume will be approved on third reading, for this particular section, in order for you to find somebody in error, it would take the police department would have to identify, and they would be cited. And he was here in October. There was a finding of same issue. It was dismissed with as no violation. And it was the same citation, same number.
But you're saying that in the future, if we were to find a violation by Mr. Hill, there would have to be a police intervention?
It was a part of when we had public hearings on ordinances for 1254, that was one of the issues that was presented to you to consider, and you approved it.
So there would actually have to be a ticket issue.
Right. If you'll recall, we had multiple allegations along these lines of folks doing these exact sort of things, of violating parking and laws such as that. So you asked the council to change.
What do you recommend, Mr. Field?
Again, what I would say is a challenge to work downtown right now. I don't know that anybody can work, they're loading and unloading everywhere. If a ticket was issued or a citation was issued every time somebody was parking or loading, there'd be hundreds of them. I understand her frustration. I understand his frustration.
Is it possible that we can make a motion to hold this in abeyance for 90 days and encourage Mr. Hale not to violate the...
Sure, you've got that authority.
I make a motion that we hold this complaint in abeyance for 90 days and encourage Mr. Hale not to be back before us again on another complaint of this nature.
That's fine, because I don't work downtown anymore anyway.
Okay.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we'll hear from Miss Rachel Smith. Mr. Fields, didn't we hear this complaint last month?
Actually, it was on the agenda for you to hear it. Ms. Smith had a problem at the last minute getting here and we were able to defer it.
I do freelance work, and so I was called to work, and I have to take the opportunity to get work whenever I can.
All right. Let me put you under oath here. Ms. Smith, please repeat after me. I swear or affirm that the testimony that I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear the testimony I'm about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Is that close enough?
Yes.
Sorry. It's been a long day for everyone. So on March 12th of this year, I attended an exercise class at around, well, the class begins at 7:15 a.m. And so I usually arrive 5 or 10 minutes earlier. The class is located on 12th Avenue North in Grundy. And there's a great deal of construction going on in that area, so we're always scrambling for parking, even though they have allocated slots for us in an adjacent parking garage in the Gossett building. So, we've been advised you can more or less, there's street parking when it's available, when there aren't trucks and stuff on there. There's an open gravel parking lot directly across the street. Shawshwan, I think is how you pronounce the restaurant, and 12th and Porter. Some other restaurants.
Chauhan, I think.
There we go. So they all use it for like lunch and dinner, as do some of the residents in the Gossett and the cycling studio and things like that. So anyway, I go in probably around 7:05, 7:10 that morning for class, go in, do my workout, come out, and I was like, what the heck? When I looked at my truck, a 2002 Chevy Avalanche, and the front left side, so on the driver's side, at first it looked like perhaps there was a bicycle that was leaned up against the front of the truck, and as I got closer, the front bumper, the light, it was just demolished. You could see into the framework of the truck. I'm no mechanic, but I knew that it was not going to be good. So I immediately called non-emergency number. Actually, 2 motorcycle officers came by, said, what's going on? I filled them in. They helped assess the situation. Also, another officer came to check out what was going on. There actually happened to be an eyewitness, a guy that was working in one of the retail spaces at the Gossett building, and said, hey, that's your truck. I saw some dude with like a white and silver truck come, tried to tow it. He left, but then he came back. And he said, I thought it looked suspicious, but, I've just been kind of like keeping my eye out. So, okay, got that information. The cops are helping call some of the local, yes, sir.
Did that guy actually happen to write anything down, sign his name to it?
So he spoke to the police officer, gave them a statement, provided his information as a witness. And he said it was a white pickup or a white towing truck with silver writing on it. And so after speaking with the police officers and getting down to the bottom of a few tow companies that are within that area, it was like process of elimination. Not only that, but the cops called each of the services, and all the service companies said, we haven't had any calls to request any tows being conducted in that area. So the cop's like, wait, something's going on here. This is fishy, because why would somebody tow if they weren't asked to tow? So finally, one of the companies ends up calling the cop back, and he's like, well, I think one of my guys might have towed something. And he's like, well, you better get the guy to come down here right now so we can square this away. So after hours of, discussing with the cops, and then the gentleman, actually, the driver did come down to the scene and provide a statement to the cops. But what happened essentially, and what he told the cop, and I provided the incident report to you all, and you're Mr. Fields, correct? So I provided this to you initially along with my initial complaint. But the driver, Timothy Puckett, who's with Copeland's, when the cop asked him what happened, he said, well, I didn't see a permit on this vehicle to park there. And so I picked it up, and he said as he was towing it, he hit a light, and he brought the truck back to the original parking spot, which it was kind of like cattywampus, it wasn't parked exactly how I had parked it, so it seemed a little off. So he left it, and he got a call for another tow, and he left the scene and went to pick up another vehicle. There wasn't a note left, there wasn't a card, no one tried to contact or be in touch with the retail spaces down below. Granted, it happened within 7:05 or 7:10 that morning to like 8:10 or 8:15 when I went back out to my vehicle, but there was no attempt there to the other restaurant. The restaurants were closed, but they could have left a note on the front window saying, hey, this happened, call this. So none of that happened. The cop said, look, at this point, it's a hit and run. Why didn't you leave a note? Why didn't you do this, that, and the other? Why didn't you call non-emergency? And he said, oh, well, I didn't think cops got involved with this. I didn't have any paper in my truck, and I didn't have a card on me. And the cop was like, I find it hard to believe that you have a tow truck and you don't have any paper and a pen in your truck. Anyway, he also said, let me see your insurance. The insurance he provided to the police officer was expired in April of 2018. So it just kind of like snowballed and snowballed as to just things not being done correctly in all of this. Since then, my insurance company totaled out my vehicle, which also 4 weeks prior to this, my dad passed away, and it was his truck. So they totaled the truck, and Copeland's wouldn't do anything to reimburse me. Mitchell Copeland just said, basically, you can go through insurance and you can complain to TLC.
How long did this take place, when you stepped out of the exercise studio to finally when you went?
I mean, I left, like, the exercise studio, the parking garage is, or not garage, excuse me, the open lot is directly across from here. So if I were to go out the front door, I could see my truck where the blinds are over there in that corner. Maybe an extra 5 feet, but I mean, I could see as soon as I left that something wasn't right.
No, my question is, when did Mr. Puckett return that morning?
Oh, timing-wise, I'm sorry. Well, I would say by the time, I have a timestamp on some of the photos, that was taken at 8:30, maybe like 9:30, 9:45, and that was after the 3 officers involved, you know. I thank goodness that they actually cared and took time to like stop and help me out, because I was just kind of a mess that day.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Puckett now. Mr. Puckett, if you'll please repeat after me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Puckett is not here.
Mr. Puckett, as far as I know, left employment. I've not been able to get in contact with Mr. Puckett. We have the owner of Copeland here.
This is Mr. Copeland?
This is Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, before we swear Mr. Copeland in, was I able to ask any questions?
Yes, you can ask some questions. Yeah, go ahead. If you'll please introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Paul Walwin. I represent Copeland's Record Company, and I have a few questions to ask of Ms. Smith.
I just stay up here.
Ms. Smith, thank you for being here today and waiting. Ms. Smith, you just testified regarding the facts of the vehicle and the events that happened leading up to the driver coming back and giving his version of events. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And when you gave the version of events, you mentioned the fact that that there was an expired insurance card in the car, and just the things just kept on snowballing. The story just kept on getting worse and worse for you that day. And then we had talked earlier about your father passing and things of that nature. It was your father's car, but it was registered to your mom at some point. Is that correct?
Yes, I had moved back here. I didn't have a vehicle, and I have insurance, vehicle insurance, and everything like that. So yes, my father had been letting me drive the truck, and he had given it to me whenever he passed.
All right. And the vehicle, you say that the insurance company paid for the vehicle. Was it our insurance company that settled the claim?
I wanted to be, I've never had to deal with something like this. I don't know very many people who have had to deal with a situation like this. So I let the insurance companies go about this. And then when they paid out for the value of the truck, granted, the night before, so this happened on the 12th. On the 11th at like 3 or 4 p.m., I'd just gotten the truck back from being serviced and spent $800 on a new fuel tank, a new front light, and the guys were like, this is a great truck. It's in awesome shape. You're going to have it a long time. Well, come to find out, I only have it until the following morning. So, I mean, the truck was in great shape. The insurance gave me $6,200 for the truck, which I had no intent on purchasing a new vehicle, shouldn't and really couldn't at this time. So then I was forced to go find a reimbursement vehicle, and $6,200 doesn't go very far when looking for a truck that is equivalent and safe.
All right. And okay, those are my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Copeland, if you'll please repeat after me. I swear or affirm that the testimony that I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
All right, thank you.
If I may.
Yes, of course.
Please state your name for the record.
Mitchell Copeland.
Mr. Copeland, how are you related to Copeland's Record Company?
I'm the owner.
Mr. Copeland, on the given date, you're aware of some of the circumstances or heard about some of the circumstances that happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And indeed, who was working for you and your company on that day?
Timothy Puckett.
And Mr. Puckett, shortly after this incident happened, has stopped working for your company.
That's correct.
If you could you tell the commission basically what happened in basically chronological order that day as this developed?
Okay. That morning, the way we usually start off, usually I start taking calls pretty early, and Mr. AJ from down there at 123 12th Ave North called from the restaurant and said he had some vehicles, which he has a constant parking problem down there with just all the other businesses and stuff. He has decal parking, but he wants to tow daily, but I just ain't got the time. And Mr. Puckett, I had dispatched him on 2 calls. I had gave him that call right there and another call, but I guess Mr. Puckett proceeded down there first, and I guess he grabbed that vehicle and.
Did you know? Did he contact back to the service that he had picked up a vehicle there?
No.
And when was the first time you found out that there was anything going on with the vehicle there?
When police department had called the officer.
All right. So the officer called your office.
Correct.
What did you do in response to the call?
I had called him on the phone, Mr. Puckett.
You called Mr. Puckett. That's what I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Instead of using.
Correct. I called Mr. Puckett on the phone and asked him, was he down there at 123 12th Ave North getting a vehicle yet? And he said no. So, I had the officer on hold, and I said, no, I don't think I have a truck down there yet. And which I do have GPS locators on the truck, but, I didn't locate the truck, So I told the officer no, and the officer did proceed to say, he'll get down to the bottom of it, and something didn't sound right. So I called him back on the phone, and
called him who?
Mr. Puckett. Called Mr. Puckett on the phone and asked him, "Are you sure you ain't been down there yet?" And he said, "Yeah, that was me. That was me." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "I grabbed a vehicle and it struck a pole." And I immediately just went into kind of, just you need to get back down there ASAP. Do what you got to do. Show them your license or whatever. Proceed to do the right thing.
So you weren't involved in any of the conversations that were going on once he returned to the scene,
No.
correct? And then once that happened, did your company have valid insurance?
Yes.
But the card in the truck for some reason
Yes,
hadn't
it was
been
just
changed.
expired.
And
Correct.
It was expired, but the thing is, you always maintained insurance on your vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's your understanding that the vehicle was that your insurance company paid for the vehicle?
Correct.
And you said that Mr. Puckett no longer works for you. He didn't work for you very much longer after that?
No, probably not even a week.
And you didn't want to continue an employee based on how the business was going. Tell me and tell the commission exactly, because of this incident, what did you do with your other drivers and as far as policy is concerned?
I mean, we went over a lot of stuff, especially one of them, it's just something, you don't do, I just don't, I don't believe in it, you know what I mean?
What should have happened, and if this would have happened to another driver, or if this had happened to you when you were driving one of the trucks, what would have normally should have happened?
I mean, I would have called the police department right then and there, and then, and they would have made a report, and, if she was still in the gym, we wouldn't know where to find her, you know what I mean? And, of course, we would have the vehicles already in our possession, so we would have to take it on to the lot, so, and proceed with the consequences there.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Oh, well, actually, I have one last question. You'd stated earlier that you wanted to say something.
I do. I just want to start off by saying I'm very sorry for your loss to you and your family for the vehicle, and it should have never happened. I'm truly sorry. I don't understand why it even happened, so I'm truly sorry.
Ms. Smith, you have some questions?
Well, I appreciate your apology, Mr. Copeland. Yes. Just concerning to me because the issue with the insurance, the issue with the gentleman cruising and looking for people to pick up or tow or whatnot. I'm not sure if that's the nature of your business or your other drivers do that. This has happened to me. There's likely nothing that I can do from this. I just want to prevent it from happening to other people. There's no reason why this should have happened. When you finally reached out to me in May to settle this, you had zero sympathy for me. You had zero empathy, emotion of any sort. The only empathy you had was for yourself because you didn't want to come before this commission, this board, out of fear that your reputation and your business would be hurt in some sort of capacity. You asked if I would take a $2,000 or $3,000 settlement. At the end of the day, a $2,000 or $3,000 settlement means nothing to me. If it can prevent something like this from happening to other people, I'll happily take on a car payment in order for you to receive some sort of disciplinary action. Because if you've done it once, you've probably done it before, and you're likely to do it again. And I can only hope that he doesn't. It's been a lousy experience, and one that I hope no one has to go through, including yourself, Mr. Copeland.
Ms. Smith, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I heard your testimony earlier correctly. How did you get information about filing a complaint to the TLC?
I just Googled it.
Okay.
I mean, I scoured the internet for hours. I called and went down to different police offices, to someplace in East Nashville. I called other boards and things like that.
I thought I heard you say someone told you to file with the TLC or something like that. There was a conversation by Mr. Puckett.
So
what was that about?
No, so I'd called, contacted TLC and put in my complaint over mail, not email, but I found it online, printed it, sent it in. So then Mr. Fields, he received my complaint, and he called me, and he said, maybe, you could speak to the Copelands if you haven't already. I said, I haven't, because I wanted to try to let insurance resolve it, because again, not knowing what to do in this predicament, I just wanted to stay out of it in a sense and just tell them what they needed to know. So that's what I did, and Mr. Copeland did contact me, and that's when he told me to just take it up with the TLC board. He didn't care anything about settling it or helping me out with reimbursing me for, a vehicle that I would have to replace.
Did he say those things?
Yes,
or
he
that,
did.
Okay.
He did.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I have a question now to you. You mentioned that Mr. Puckett worked about another week for you, right?
Yes.
In your employment?
Yes, sir.
And you were fully aware of everything, including what the police officers told you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm getting the impression that you let Mr. Puckett go, but I can't understand why you would wait a week after all this happened. Did Puckett leave on his own, or did you actually discharge him? And you're under oath.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, he actually kind of left on his own.
What do you mean kind of left on his own? That's sort of like, some other things.
I think, back and forth, he was still working, and I think he said something about a motorcycle wreck or something.
So you didn't fire him because of this incident. He left on his own.
No, that following Monday, when he, that I'm assuming because he's telling me that, that he's going to be in, and that Monday he didn't come in. I just went ahead and hired a new driver.
Okay.
Let him go.
The day after this incident, was he still driving a tow truck for you?
Yes.
The next day after this incident, 2 days after the incident, was he still driving a tow truck for you?
It was just probably within that week that happened.
That's enough, thank you.
Can I ask a couple questions based on your questions, sir?
Yeah.
You didn't have the only information you had was the information that was given to you from the police officer when you were speaking to him on the phone, you had to go back down there. You hadn't received any of the police reports or anything at that point, or any complaints or anything at that point. Is that correct? Correct. And so you only knew what Mr. Plunkett had told you at that point. Correct. And as the information developed, that's when he started.
I was told it was a little small fender bender.
You hadn't seen any pictures. You hadn't seen any of the damage. You never saw. And so when you actually saw what had happened, it was a different story. But he was already not in your employ at that point. Is that right?
That's correct.
Excuse me, did y'all receive pictures I sent? You did? Okay.
And actually, there's another line of questioning I would like to ask based on
Go ahead.
on the testimony. Mr. Copeland, you heard Ms. Smith talk about the fact that you didn't have empathy and things of that nature. When she finally reached out to you in May, because insurance companies were going back and forth, and your insurance company settled with her, the money that you were trying to offer her to help her, the $3,000 or $4,000, whatever it was that you guys talked about, because I wasn't there for that conversation. But the money you were talking about, that was not, the settlement had already happened. You were actually offering that in addition to the amount.
The money I was being offered was offered today before the hearing.
I'm sorry.
Let him ask his question. So you'll have an opportunity after he's done to follow up.
Okay.
When she called, or whoever called, did you talk to anybody about giving some additional monies?
I guess when they had came up with what they was going to give her for the vehicle, that's when she came back with, like $15,000 to $20,000. And so I got back with my insurance, and they said, no, do not offer her anything that's extortion. You're not supposed to profit from any loss of insurance.
So the amount, the $3,000 or $4,000 had nothing to do with the settlement amount, correct? That the insurance company wrote a check for.
Right. Correct.
Are you finished with your questions?
I'm finished.
Ms. Smith.
So today before the hearing, their attorney asked me if I was offered money. And I said, I do not remember being offered specific a monetary amount by Mr. Copeland, but I did ask for 15 to 20 to compensate me for a vehicle so I could get something that was around $20,000 to replace what I had.
And that's what you asked from the insurance company?
That's just what I asked for from Mr. Copeland, because he said, how can we settle this? And I was like, well, settle in my mind means resolve it and move on. So I said 15 to 20,000 seems fair for a replacement vehicle. And the insurance had valued it at $6,000, $6,200. So I was like, after looking online to see what I could get, that was equivalent to my Avalanche. Everything was like $20,000, and it didn't have a warranty on it. It was just, or I could have kept the vehicle that you totaled and fixed it, but then I would have to have some sort of, not deed, but some sort of
salvage title.
Salvage title. There we go. So insurance coverage is different with that than it would be if I had a vehicle that was under warranty or hadn't been totaled or something like that. So I just didn't want to. I want complete coverage if I'm paying for insurance, And I asked him about that, but then today I was asked, okay, can we settle for $3,000 or $4,000 and just resolve this before we came before you all today? And I said no, because I felt like this needed to be heard and addressed, and a disciplinary action needed to be taken, because I feel like, the vehicle that I got as a replacement, it's not anything exorbitant by any means, but it's something safe, and now I'm out $19,000. I had no intent of purchasing a replacement truck by any means. So for me to ask you that and say it's extortion, it's not extortion. When I'm out $19,000, that is not extortion.
All done?
I was just going to say that he wasn't saying that she said it was extortion. He was saying what his insurance company was testifying to. So I didn't want to get into a back and forth.
All right. Mr. Fields, I'm presuming that these Metro Code sections that are listed on the front of the complaint are
Impossible.
traffic law?
Well, they actually would fall inside the record laws. It would be, to be able to go through and identify a specific ordinance section through this is beyond what I think I could do, or even our lawyers. I think this is the situation that we came to. It was clear that that the driver had a violation. There was no question that, in my mind, that the driver had a problem by the manner in which he did what he did. It became an issue of, for instance, by leaving, wrecking, not returning it, and not calling the police. You can go through a series. So if he were in front of you, there's no question that I could go through. With the company, on the other hand, it became an issue of what did the company do as soon as they found out. Now, I wasn't there, so I don't know when the company found out. I know when I spoke to Ms. Smith, my goal in my conversation with her is, I'm not so sure it's not a civil matter. With the driver, it's absolutely a disciplinary issue. With the company, if he's got insurance, we require him to have insurance. If he picks up a car, he damages the car, we expect his insurance to do what the insurance does. In other words, he has to deal with that problem. And that's the reason I asked him to meet and discuss. And again, I was not a part of that because it's not appropriate for me to be a part of that. The company, yeah, I think it became a need for a hearing for you to determine if the company violated the rules. What he would be required to do under a non-consent tow, and I asked him that day and he said he had it, I don't know if he has it with him, is did he have a tow ticket? In other words, on a non-consent tow, the owner of that property or a representative have to say, I want you to move this vehicle and I want you to, and they sign a ticket. When they sign that ticket, they're authorizing that vehicle to be removed from that property. At that point, it's supposed to be picked up. It's supposed to be taken directly to that lot. In this case, it was picked up. It was not taken to the lot. Apparently, it was wrecked and brought back to the lot.
Yes, sir. But I'm also wondering when the ticket was written, because no one from the restaurants had contacted them to tow the vehicle. So I'm wondering if it was after the fact.
Well, I can't answer that. I did not call the restaurant. So, again, it's not, that part's not unusual. Now, the accident part, that's pretty unusual. The non-consent tows happen every day. And there are arguments about, well, they didn't sign it, they didn't sign it. When it comes in front of the commission, we have to go with the evidence that's there, and that's the hardest part, is if I'd been present, I could referee it. But, again, the driver is clearly in violation of probably several things. The company, if they have a signed ticket, if they had insurance in place, when did he know and what did he know? And I have no way of knowing that.
Is that a signed ticket that you have in your hand?
It is.
Is it dated?
It is.
It's got the specific vehicle and the license plate?
May we see it, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. We're going to pass it around.
Have you looked at it, Mr. Fields?
I've not.
Could I ask Billy a question?
Are they supposed to keep a copy of this? I mean, they're all 3 pages here.
The person that signs it, my understanding is, the person authorizes it, they don't keep a copy of it.
Stated
It goes back,
312.
and then the clean copy goes to the client to pick up.
Oh, that's the date.
Yeah, that's the date of the event.
Date of the incident is 3/12.
Again, the property owner, whether it was kept or not, that would be up to the property owner. The question is, Mike was the driver, and who signed it, and when did he sign it?
Are they,
Well, the property owner's not required anything. The only thing that's required of the property owner is that they sign the ticket. Whether or not they kept it.
As in me, the property owner of the vehicle? No.
No, the property owner of either the property owner or the manager or representative of the parking company.
I was going to say, I never received any sort of notice, paper, business card, nothing other than the incident report from the police officers. It all just seems especially fishy and convenient that there's this ticket now when you could have clearly said or given to the police officer that day, hey, here's my incident, or not my incident report, but here's the ticket that I wrote out because we were he said, I was driving by and saw that this car didn't have a permit, but he was cruising. He was looking for someone to pick up. And to my knowledge, cruising is illegal.
If he removed that vehicle without a signature and without a ticket, it would be a violation of the ordinance.
I mean, why would you just pick up a vehicle, wreck it, bring it back without any sort of notation if you hadn't done something illegal in the first place? If you damaged it while you were legally
I don't
towing
think
it.
the council is under any question that that particular driver was in violation of anything.
Yeah.
I think the question that's put before us today is Mr. Copeland's company in and of itself, that they acquire that knowledge within a reasonable time and his action that was taken for us to hold his company as a whole liable versus that driver. And I think that's what we're deliberating on.
Can I ask, I assume the company has some responsibility for their drivers, correct? I mean,
correct.
Regulatory responsibility, hire and fire, and to manage.
So I was trying to put a timeline, absolutely, and I was trying to put a timeline, just if the event happened on the 12th of March, we received, and I apologize, I don't have a timestamp machine in our office, can't imagine. It's dated the 20th. You mailed it. Did you mail it on the 20th? So I would have received.
I mailed it probably a day or two within.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the 20th was on a Wednesday. The 12th was on a Tuesday. It would have been mailed maybe the 20th, 21st. If it was mailed, let's say it was mailed on the 20th, we would have received it on the 22nd. The day I received it, I made the phone call. Oh,
perfect.
Life's good. Should have just turned around and said, Lisa, where is it? I apologize. It was mailed. It was actually mailed on the 20th. It's a priority one day. So then, assuming that we trust the United States Postal Service, and I'm not going to challenge them, we received it on the 21st. The 21st, it was on a Thursday. I would have made a call. I made a call to you the day I received it. I'm pretty sure. It would have, and if it come in late the day, it would have been the next day, and then I would have called you the same day. At that point, that's where I was trying to say, okay, where's the driver? You actually told me on the day that we talked that he's no longer with us. Now, and because I said, as I told Ms. Smith, I said, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. Now, I've not done this forever, but I've done a few years. And I said, I'm not sure I know they've been wrecked. But
wrecked and returned?
Wrecked, and as Mr. Copeland described, should have gone to his lot. And then at that point, the owner comes in and says, here's your car, it's wrecked. And I'm sorry. And that's where insurance kicks in. Because accidents are accidents. Going back, so it became really a convoluted situation.
It would seem to me without a witness, what was trying to take place is I put this back, nobody saw me.
Yeah. Mr. Copeland, the guy that was driving that day, his name's Timothy Puckett, right? Well, who's Mike?
That's his nickname.
That's his nickname, okay. And you said you sent him up, you had called him earlier and said he had 2 tows?
Yeah. And
was one of them down there at 12th and Porter?
Correct. And that's what she was saying. He was cruising. The guy's name is AJ. He calls us probably every other morning to tow. I don't even have the time. I don't go down there, you know. And he had called us down there to tow. And like I said, Mike, I had gave him another tow, and I guess he was there first.
But that was one of the ones you called him about to go do.
Correct.
With a specific car?
Correct.
What was the car?
Chevy Avalanche.
Thank you.
The guy usually, when he calls AJ, I've got printouts, when he calls.
And if I can ask a question, the lot that the vehicle was towed from, or well, not really towed from, I guess.
Towed and returned. Towed, wrecked, and returned.
Well, I don't even think it got off the lot, is my
I
understanding.
went around the lot and there was no debris.
Right, so I don't know if it even made out of
It
the lot.
falls somewhere.
Yeah. Well, we're not arguing that. There's no question that the vehicle was damaged or it was one of his trucks. That's not even the question. The tows you do there are for people that don't have the proper decals for the things to be in that lot when you get a call for those lots. Is that correct?
Yes, decal parking permits for his, most of them are for his employees, but a lot of them in the morning time and stuff, you know, they'll call to that restaurant, you know, they're busy, you know, very busy, and space is limited over there.
And so the fact that when Ms. Smith was specifying earlier, talking about
I think we got it.
Yeah, it was a Wednesday morning, and they don't serve breakfast at the restaurant on Wednesdays, so it's not busy there in the mornings at that time. When I did speak to the assistant managers and security detail from the restaurants adjacent, and I was phoning them to ask about surveillance videos and things like that, Gossett wouldn't provide it to me because they said I needed a police officer, and trying to get the officer, it was just a mess. But anyway, they were in shock and awe that occurred at their parking lot, their valet lot, and none of them had alluded to the fact that anyone was phoned that morning, and the driver themselves had said in the incident report to the police officer that he passed by and didn't see a permit in the window. There were 10 or 12 other vehicles parked in that lot as well. None of them were touched, just my truck, which happened to be conveniently closest to the street.
And we're not questioning that testimony. It's just he did produce a ticket that was signed by that store owner saying that he requested it. Whether that ticket was made
after the fact
is up in the air.
Right.
But the ticket is there. That ticket does meet the requirement for a vehicle to be towed by the owner of that property.
I mean, why wouldn't
that is within his guidelines. If he can produce that ticket, that gives him the right to tow a non-stickered vehicle by that owner. If that owner says, yes, I requested it, which, assuming that's that owner's signature, and he's saying I requested it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't dilute what you're saying. But the fact is the ticket is there.
And this is probably terribly inappropriate, but we're running late, and I might as well ask. The one thing that there's no question is Mr. Copeland's company is responsible for the damage. Now, he may not have violated the rules himself, or even allowed them to, and he may not even known it happened. But it still boils back down to he's responsible for damage. Now, I'm not sure, because I'm not an insurance person, I'm not sure why Ms. Smith, what I would have recommended had I known in advance, I would have said before your insurance, unless your insurance company talked to his insurance company and they got together and decided who was going to settle it, it seems odd that my insurance company will never settle with my personal car. If I didn't cause the wreck, they would go to the other people to try to get them first. So did your company speak with his insurance company?
Yes.
And your insurance company paid?
So they paid me, and then they were going after them.
Okay, so is that still going on?
I mean, I didn't call them today to see what the status was of it.
But it was ongoing. They advised you it was ongoing.
It had been ongoing, like maybe 3 weeks ago or so.
Are you representing him in that case?
I'm not representing him in that case, but our insurance company had written a check.
Okay, so the insurance company has, okay. Again, that's the biggest thing the commission's responsibility for is to make sure insurance is in place. We want people to follow the rules, but to make sure the insurance is in place, because in many cases, that's what we're trying to make the defendant whole. The complainant whole. I'm not sure who's whole. We want to make sure, we absolutely want to make sure that people they don't have a loss, they should have had a loss.
But at the end, Ms. Smith's loss is that her utility value of the vehicle far exceeded the fair market value of the vehicle.
Absolutely. And for instance, the
She's now
repairs.
$13,000 in the hole.
Well, so it was 24 for the new vehicle that I bought, which, I mean, it was still gently used, had miles on it. Was able to get an extended warranty, but you subtract the 6 that the insurance gave me, I'm still out a good bit of money. So then, how is it that he doesn't even get a slap on the wrist? A guy got.
They hadn't even got to that point yet. We're just trying to work through the question. When you say you wrote a check, did the check then go to her insurance company?
USAA, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure who received the check. My understanding, the check was written out to, is it Brenda Smith?
Probably Beverly, my
Beverly
mother.
Smith. That's a no, sorry, with a B. The check was written to Beverly Smith, which is, I guess, her mother.
Yeah. Me and USAA. So.
Yeah. Who was a jerk? Can I ask a question? I mean, obviously, we don't have authority over insurance companies.
No.
So our question is ultimately the responsibility of the license holder in this case, right? The company, for management overview of his drivers, for lack of a better way to put it. Is that, I mean, our responsibility is to hold them responsible to some degree, right? I mean, I'm trying to, our issue is not necessarily that she didn't get paid the amount she feels.
Correct.
When I fully understand it, having to deal with cars is, but our responsibility is to try to decide if he's failed to meet regulatory requirements. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I may not be making that
Well,
sense.
did he provide supervision of his driver?
Right, exactly.
That is the big, because from a regulatory standpoint, insurance and the basic things that the company has to do,
Right.
I'm reasonably certain he's done those.
Done those.
The vehicles are in compliance, the insurance is in compliance, these are in compliance. The question comes, did he act properly with respect to his driver and how it was handled?
He hired the driver. He was responsible for making sure the driver understood the rules under which they operate. Correct? Just like the manager of any organization would be.
The record ordinance is written a little differently than the other ordinances in terms of there's some specifics, but it's clearly he's responsible for all of his employees.
Okay. And he didn't fire the offending employee, which is what, that's not a requirement, obviously, but that is evidence of his management abilities or style or decision-making. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
It's unfortunate that this has happened to Ms. Smith and her car, and I understand greatly the utility value to her for that vehicle far exceeded what she got from the insurance, but it seems to me that Copeland's is in terms of finding a disciplinary action to hold Copeland's responsible for. I'm not seeing it.
You'd have to, for instance, there are certain prohibited acts. Under 685, 450 prohibited acts, it says it declared the following acts prohibited and unlawful and so forth. May be revoked, suspended, placed on probation, or not renewed. B says to remove or transport any vehicle. You've got to properly remove the vehicle. You have to, you can't engage in cruising. If his driver was cruising and the company knew it, that's a clear violation. Now, if the company didn't know it, it's, in other words, that was what Ms. Smith said. No, he was just looking for a car. He saw it, got it, and they went back and got the ticket after the fact. Well, if that's the case, then there's a violation. I just don't know that you've been presenting anything that showed that. That was the problem I had.
Yeah, but ultimately, he's responsible for his employees. They're not contractors, they're employees. So there's a management responsibility, even I understand he wasn't directly involved in the violation, but he's ultimately responsible.
He's responsible.
He's the licensee.
Correct.
Okay, now.
So what about no licensee shall permit any of its employees while operating a record to engage in activities or practices contrary to the public safety or welfare or contrary to the proper discharge of their duties?
Yes. I mean, that would be, that's what I was trying to.
That's it, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, that's one of them, and the one I read a moment ago was not correct. But another one, to transport the vehicle other than the most direct and safest route and without delay to the point of pickup to the assigned. So in other words, from lot to impound lot is what would be. So if, that's where if the driver were here, I would, but it goes back to, so you're forgetting the driver, the question goes back to exactly what Ms. Palmer just read, is, was he, did he violate that?
Okay.
So what's put to us is, are we going to see this as a pass-through? If the driver were here, we would definitely suspend him, revoke him. But since he is not here, we are passing this through as a disciplinary action or being asked to Mr. Copeland.
She, again, because of the way she filed the complaint, we're having to interpret from the ordinance rather than from the ordinance numbers, rather than the citation. But I think Ms. Palmer probably, if you'd read that again, I think that's the question that's before you.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much a pass-through as it is no licensee shall, Mr. Copeland shall permit any of his employees, Mr. Puckett, while operating a record to engage in activities or practices contrary to the public safety or welfare or contrary to the proper discharge of their duties in the course of their employment. I don't think Mr. Copeland had to be sitting there supervising him while he did this stuff in order for him to be violating this section.
Right.
I think he's already violated it.
We have to look at there as permit.
Well, he kept working.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying
I know.
that the key word to focus on is permit.
And I just,
Devil's advocate.
I don't have a side in this because I just want to try it. I do have a question about when did he, it goes back to what I said, when did he know it and when did he know it? Because I'd like to know when if I knew for sure when Mr. Puckett left employment, when I'm looking at the dates again, I'm looking at, March the 12th it happened. March the 21st, we received notice of it. He was notified on the 22nd. That's a Friday. So it happened on the 12th, which was a Tuesday. The complaint was written on the 20th, mailed on the 20th. We received it on the 21st. Okay, that's where
I heard from you on April 2nd.
April 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Well, then.
That's the first bit of contact that I had with you because I pulled your first email.
Well, then obviously there's something else wrong. Then I need to go back and see what my schedule was. I just know how we normally deal with complaints. So again, that's the issue, did he have an opportunity to deal with it? And if you found that he did, then I think he's potentially in violation.
So do we have to find there was a violation and then decide upon a quote penalty?
Typically, we
Or do,
make a motion on the first part and then make a motion on the sanction.
And I'm sorry, if I may, before you, can I, based on the conversation that everyone was just now having, and based on the section that you read just now, can I make one just clarification or at least highlight one thing? The fact that Mr. Copeland, I think he testified to this fact, that he did not know anything was going on until the police department called Copeland's record company and called other companies. I think that was the testimony also of Ms. Smith, that all these companies were being called to find out who had possibly done this. And then he called the drivers knowing that he had calls in that area and then sent the driver to go back there immediately. I think it's an important piece of, and the driver actually did go back to the scene and spoke with the police officers, whatever he said. I'm not, where was the reports in the report?
But what's in this complaint, what's in the complaint though is that the officer looked at the two signs that had the phone numbers of the wrecking companies there. They spoke to the two companies. Neither company said they had received a call to pick up a vehicle in that area, nor had they received a call from one of their drivers that they had picked up a vehicle that morning, meeting the description of the truck.
Correct.
So I understand what you're saying. Mr. Copeland told Mr. Puckett, you got to go back, and straighten this up and deal with the consequences. But it would appear that the officers, when they made their first inquiries, were told by the two companies that they didn't have a call and they didn't have a driver down there.
And I'm not sure.
So that kind of flies in the face of everything, of the ticket now.
Yeah, that brings into question the ticket, the
I
validity of the ticket.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is the officer writing a report, sometimes when officers writing a report, they don't get, I don't know what the officers did or how many conversations they had or who they spoke to.
All I can do is go by what's
I'm just going by
on the complaint.
What the phone call that he received and the phone call that he took when he was speaking to his driver. So I can't say.
I do commend that Mr. Copeland told Mr. Puckett, go back down there and deal with the consequences.
So the report of what the officer.
But I think that's probably after Puckett called him and said, oops.
I think for me, the bigger problem here is listening to the ordinance saying permit, and that Mr. Copeland at no time said that he personally took any action, any disciplinary action. He did not give him any time off from work. There was no type of disciplinary action given to him. Being that this event happened, the guy just kind of stopped coming to work. Nobody told him you're off for the next 3 days. You're not going to be able to tow. You got to work in the yard. You're going. There was no disciplinary action taken by Mr. Copeland upon knowledge that this had taken place. The guy just kind of didn't come to work Monday. He worked for a few more days and kind of drifted off. I think that's where, for me, within the ordinance, that permit word kind of strikes me hard, that I have 27 employees that drive box trucks all over the state of Tennessee. And if any of them are involved in an accident, if they scrape somebody's car delivering to, going through a parking lot, I'm immediately going to bring them in and drug screen them, and I'm going to sit them down until I can assess, was this an oops, or are you not operating properly under what I know the DOT guidelines are. So for me personally, it strikes me just a little oddly that this guy was under the word permit. No owner shall permit. If you're not going to permit it, you're going to discipline it. And there was no disciplinary action taken. This guy went back to work, and he just kind of drifted off.
I'm going to make a motion that there's been a violation of 6.80.320 subsection A, where where you're not allowed to permit an employee while operating the record to engage in activities and practice contrary to public safety. And I'm making this motion somewhat with trepidation, but I'm reminded of the heightened nature of non-consent towing. Mr. Wallen, we take it very serious here when we give a license for a non-consent towing. Mr. Copeland knows this. There's nothing more disturbing for a person to walk out and find their vehicle gone, other than the story I've heard today from Ms. Smith, to walk out and find your vehicle having been smashed, and then find out it was towed and returned. So that's my motion.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Mr. Fields, what's the history of Copeland Towing?
I'm sorry?
What's the history of Copeland?
We've not had him in front of the commission in recent,
Decades.
well, not decades, but he has been he's been a towing company for years. He was part of another company, and we've not had him here for disciplinary issues in recent days that I recall. Not.
What's our choices on sentence?
Your choices are to place him on probation. You could suspend him. You could. Well, I mean, you start with you found him guilty, and you basically address it. It's kind of like an employee. You address it from the standpoint you can give him a written, you can reprimand him. You can put him on probation for a month, 2 months, 6 months, 3 months.
Mr. Copeland, how long you been in non-consent towing?
Been out of my home for 12, 13 years.
All right.
I've been around non-consent probably 25 years.
I make a motion that we issue a written reprimand to Mr. Copeland and his company, that we take note of it, and that there would be more severe sanctions if anything like this happens again. And I would like to have some report from Mr. Copeland to Mr. Fields that he has in writing advised his employees of what they're to do if any damage occurs to a vehicle in a non-consent tow. And provide some cards so that they can leave it there on the vehicle, okay?
Could I just make an amendment that he verbally advise his employees of their responsibilities under the ordinance? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, I was saying that he actually do it in writing and present the writing, the copy of the writing to Mr. Fields.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't understand. I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Can I say one thing for the record? We do not take lightly what happened to you, but we are weighing that against his years of service without having to come before this board. Your incident that happened to you, and I know that there was a great sentimental value in that your father passed, and that was the vehicle that he was driving when he passed. There is no dollar amount, $20,000 couldn't replace that for me, and I'm sorry for your loss dearly. But we do have to weigh that he has been doing this for 25 years. He has not had this incident. We are making him aware that we do want you to do something other than just apologize to you. I'm sorry that the apology came late, but I just
25 years experience, though, you should know better as well.
you should, and he has not been before this board. That does not take away anything that happened to you, and we apologize for your loss.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got one more complaint. I unfortunately have to leave. I don't think that gets rid of quorum, but.
Well, as long as there's 4. You'll need, the vice chair will have to assume the chair.
Don't look around.
All right.
You don't literally have to take it.
What'd you do with what'd you do with the swearing in thing?
Oh.
Don't walk off with everything we need.
They can't walk off of that.
Yeah.
Did he say what do you do with the steering wheel?
Swearing in.
Oh, I thought, man, he really is driving.
Drive careful. Okay, who's the next complaint?
Ms. Pizzatola.
Ms. Pizzatola. Hi.
My body is stiff.
I'm crazy. I think they're trying to get rid of it, so it's getting full.
No,
All
I'm
right,
sure
are
the
you
spirit's
going
out
to give
there.
some testimony or talk to us today?
I am, sir.
All right, would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
I swear or affirm that the testimony I'm about to give
I swear and affirm the testimony I'm about to give
is the truth,
is the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
All right. What's going on?
Okay. First, thank you guys for staying so we can get this done. I'm Susan Pizzatola, owner of the Music City Crawler. You guys, I think, all know me. I don't want to be here no more than you guys want to be here. And my complaint is against the Nashville Bar Bike. August 30th, 2018, you guys heard testimony from him and the owner, I believe Dustin, I don't know his last name, and approved him for 2 permits for 6 passenger permits, 2 of them. You approved those permits based on his testimony and his verbiage to you that day. And I'm trying really, really hard here to restrain from the word lie. Mr. Dustin failed to tell the truth on August 30th, 2018 with the material he presented to you that you granted the 2 permits with. I feel the board failed in a way, and I will show you how in 1 second. And let's first, I want to begin with Mr. Dustin, I will call him, that he presented to you the removal of his 20 pedicabs from the streets of Nashville on August 30th, 2018, if you recall. He may have owned those 20 permits, but at no time did he ever operate 20 pedicabs at one time in the history of pedicabs in the city of Nashville. The board failed to ask one question. How many operators did he have that owned permits? The number of permits would have told you how many pedicabs he was operating on any one given day, and that question was never asked. Mr. Dustin went on to tell you, and Mr. Fields approved, that he was removing 20 pedicab permits from the streets. I strongly feel that the board should have requested a little more information relating to his surrender of those pedicab permits, and I feel that the TLC should have provided some more information too, based on the issue before you made the decision to give him 2 6-passenger pedal carriages. 2, I feel like that at no time did Mr. Dustin present the truth to you in any of his statements. And there's an application here, I don't think it has a number on it, but it's the Pedal Vehicle Company application. Very first statement up here, the making of any false statements in his application may be subject to the offender to the penalty prescribed by the law. Detection of such false statements may result in denial of certificate or, if previously granted, in revocation of the certificate. This application is filled out and completed by anybody, all of us that own or getting them or receiving a permit. On number 12, attach the color scheme to be used and a photograph of your typical vehicle. The ladies down at the TLC, and I know that they'll attest to it, they will correct me if I don't even cross my T. So how this paperwork that he completed and a picture of his pedal carriage after you approved his permits got to the streets of Nashville is beyond me, and I will share a photo in one moment. An ordinance of 6.75.030B said the board would take into consideration experience, financial conditions, responsibilities of the applicant as such criteria and may be adopted by the MTLC and its rules. All this is in consideration before you issue the permits. I have the video footage on my laptop. I can show you, if you don't recall, his conversations that day, his statements that day. He stood and told you that his pedicab business had failed, was making no money. He wanted to try the pedal carriage, et cetera, et cetera. My personal experience, if you can't make money in Nashville, something's terribly wrong. Number 2, he did not utilize his permit until the month of May 2019. As a business owner of 5 years in this business, he roughly missed out almost 8 months of prime business. That tells me the inexperience right there, number 1. I have witnessed him, besides the statements and the false truth, failed truth to present to you, he has violated numerous violations. I do not believe that he's ever read the regulations or any of the ordinances. I have witnessed him violating 6.75.490 of soliciting passengers, noted of 11 different times in the last 30 days.
Okay, you're going into other things.
Right.
what I see so far is an allegation of violation of 6.75.090.
Yes, sir.
Giving false testimony to TLC.
Right.
Is there anything else you want to add to that?
I do. I'll begin with pictures.
Relevant to that particular complaint.
That particular complaint, my photographs, and we can watch the video again if we need to. And I will not go on about all of his other things.
'Cause that's all we have in front of us
Yes,
today.
yes. I chose not to turn in all the other complaints and violations, and right now I do want to just stay on track of his dishonesty to the board that led to his 2 permits. I'm going to present to you and to everybody pictures here. May I approach? This is a picture of his 6-passenger bike with a little comedy in there, comedian. I'm assuming he meant 6 seats on one side of the bike. Here's another picture of the bike in a different angle, which is unaccompanied.
I remember this. I think he had expressed to us that these were going to be smaller pedal taverns.
Yes. In the video of last year's meeting on August 30th, 2018, I don't recall your name, sir, but you asked him to actually walk the floor and show you a diagram of what the length, estimated length this bike would look like. And he did. He spoke to you and told you there would be 6 passengers and a barrel on the front and et cetera, et cetera. So I want to show you a picture of something. This is my bike. My bike is identical to his bike. My bike seats 15 people. On his website, the Nashville Bar Bike, he posted on there, we can take a maximum of 15 people. This is his website, what he advertises.
You pulled that from his website?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. According to, and you guys are familiar with 6.75090, the suspension and revocation, which is you made a misrepresentation, false statement when obtaining a certificate or additional permits or transferring a certificate. And when I go back and I look at that application, and he submitted that application to the TLC board, and the TLC board office gave him his permit sticker to go on that bike. How did that permit ever leave that office when they looked at that photo? Or did he not give the correct photo to the office? I don't know. He's not been able to tell the truth, so he may not have submitted the right photo. Because when I turn in my package, I have to turn in a photo of my bike and my bike.
Is he not present today?
Yes, he is present. And my picture, my bike, my description, my model, everything is listed in that paperwork to a T.
Mr. Fields, do you recall what was presented to the office as far as?
I don't recall it. The ordinance requires the operator to, what it says is, prior to the use and operation of any pedal carriage or pedicab under the provisions of this chapter, such vehicle shall be thoroughly examined and inspected by the certificate holder and found to comply with such rules and regulations. So what we do is require the owners of the vehicle, the operator of the company, to say this meets all the standards. It goes on and says that they have to make it available if we want it to be inspected. We weren't aware. I mean, this just didn't go together until she shared this with me. So obviously we hadn't looked at the vehicle because we weren't supposed to look at the vehicle unless there was a problem. So if you would just see the vehicle on the street, you'd say, there goes a vehicle. Versus if you'd say that's supposed to be a 6-person vehicle, clearly it's not a 6-person vehicle.
And if I may state, the day that, I didn't even see his bike the day it came out. I received about 15 photos and texts and messages and phone calls informing me of this bike, and I called Mr. Field immediately. And I would hope, and maybe in the future, if we get past today, that Mr. Field would have the authority to have asked that bike to have been removed from the streets of Nashville. He obviously was in every violation. That bike was not permitted correctly based on the verbiage from Mr. Dustin.
Give Mr. Fields that authority.
Yeah. He should have asked to pull his permit. He should have he should have had the authority to say, listen, bring your permit in here. You know, the permit was issued, you know, due to your false statements on your application. And that was obvious.
And again, it would have been an error from, I mean, based on just looking at the application and reviewing the minutes, we did receive a picture of it, and again, when it was brought to our attention, we scheduled it for the commission as quickly as we could get it in front of the commission.
Yes, he did. And I appreciate that. If you guys would like to see the video footage again, or need to refresh your memory or anything,
I don't think, and I don't,
Yeah, it's up to you.
Mr. Fields saying that he's not disagreeing that
yeah,
this is the vehicle that's on the streets
Yeah.
and that he brought it,
right.
once it was brought to his attention, he saw some concern for it to come before the board.
Well, again, when you look at the original application and photographs don't match, numbers don't match. I know, and he may have an explanation with that reason.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of authority. It has to come to the commission.
I just know on August 30th, 2018, due to what Mr. Dustin presented to you, is what you guys used in relevant making your decision to issue him 2 permits.
I remember.
Was in
Yes.
the application.
And,
This is what's on the street.
yes, that's what's on the street?
I remember this.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you remember and you recall, I didn't get a permit again. You know, these decisions and this thing, like I said, it hurts me, it hurts the other persons or anybody else, you know, by him standing here and giving false statements and misrepresentation when obtaining a certificate and a permit. And due to the severity of his inability to speak the truth, I recommend that his permits be revoked immediately. And I honestly feel, and after speaking with my lawyer, that he should not be allowed to hold a pedal carriage permit in the city of Nashville. He has violated numerous things. And I believe that the truth in front of you is the strongest and the worst of all enemies.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, ma'am, I
Yes.
wasn't on the commission at that point, so I wasn't here for that part hearing. So did he ever operate a 6-passenger carriage?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
So he provided this and then proceeded
He
to...
wasn't in the pedal tavern business, he was in the pedicab.
Pedicab.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He presented to the board on August 30th that he would remove his 20 pedicabs in exchange for 2 6-passenger pedal carriages.
It was an attempt to reduce the footprint of how many little bikes and carriages and things
Right.
that were running
And he
around.
failed to tell the truth about his pedicabs.
Okay, so the 6-passenger carriages were never existed?
No. Not to my knowledge, unless he's got them locked up in a garage somewhere, but I've never seen them out in the streets of Nashville.
Okay.
And stuff.
Mr. Fields, do you have the original application? And
Actually, we provided that.
yeah, my question
The original.
is, was this a part of the application where it states in here that we plan on utilizing relatively small pedal carriages that seat no more than 6 passengers as opposed to 14, 16 for more intimate and less rowdy tours?
Here's the original.
Yes.
Well, even if it wasn't, that was the agreement that was made with us.
Yes.
Just trying to hammer the nail in, you know?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, I see it now, okay. And there's also the part up there in paragraph 12 and 14 where it says reducing 20 permits to 5 permits. Okay. All right, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Would you like your photos back, or?
No, you can have them if you want them or need them.
You may need them.
He might need to look at them.
We all got it.
Yeah. Mr. Lynch, if you'll raise your right hand. I swear or affirm that the testimony I'm about to give is the truth.
I swear and affirm the testimony I'm about to give is the truth,
Whole truth,
whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth,
Under penalty of perjury.
under the penalty of perjury.
All right.
All right, my name is Rob Lynch. I'm representing Nashville Pedicab LLC, DBA, Nashville Bar Bike. In January 2018, we placed an order with Bestar Bikes in China to purchase the smaller pedal pubs that you guys see there. We had to do that in advance in order for them to build them and obviously ship them from China, because we knew we wanted to move into the pedal carriage business. So that happened in January 2018. In summer of 2018, we submitted that proposal to you, where we had 20 pedicabs. By the ordinance, 20 pedicabs, which means 20 pedicab permits. 20 pedicab permits, by definition in the ordinance, allows you to operate pedicabs or pedal carriages. I by no means wanted to get into try to just force this down your throat. We wanted to be above board with everything when we were trying to make that move. We weren't just going to try to get into a legalese battle. So we made that proposal. That proposal was that we would reduce our 20 pedicabs, which we 100% used during CMA Fest. We have contracts with Sony and Pepsi in the past, and can show you where we had contracts on 20 pedicabs. We definitively used 20 pedicabs. We were going to get rid of those 20 pedicabs in exchange to start operating the 5 pedal pubs. And like it says in the application, that was our plan. And in the application, it also says that our plan was to continue operating as Nashville Pedicab LLC. So that was our proposal we submitted. On August 30th, 2018, you guys reviewed that proposal. Towards the end of the meeting, there were 2 motions. The first motion that passed unanimously noted that if a company was giving up a number of pedal vehicles, there would be the ability to add pedal carriages. The motion that passed after that passed 3-1. That motion was that if Nashville Pedicab gave up 20 pedicabs, they could have 2 pedal carriages. And that was voted on 3-1. You can watch the video. And then Mr. Fields, Billy, kind of clarified how this would work. And that would be Nashville Pedicab would write a letter to him saying that we wanted to give up 20 pedicabs and would want 2 pedal carriages. And that way we could get the process started. At no time during that vote did you specify how large those vehicles had to be. I will say that after that passed on August 30th, we started to get the bikes ready that we imported from China. So we had left them basically in the containers, basically all locked up, because I've seen other people come up here and ask for pedal carriages for years, and you all said no, and I want to be able to resell those things, so we didn't take them out. Until then, when we took them out, found out that buying things that you haven't seen from China is a bad idea. The drum brakes were cracked. The steering linkages had come apart. The welds had come apart. The drivetrains were crooked. If you were tall, you would hit your head on the canopy. If you were tall, you would hit your knees against the table, and there was no place for a motor. Basically, at the end of the day, I have to swear and affirm, because there's no inspections, I have to swear and affirm that these things meet the ordinance. I couldn't do that with those vehicles. I still wanted to operate the smaller vehicles because I think, there's a need for that. So then what I did was I started calling all domestic producers to see if I could get something similar made. I can go through everyone I talked to. The person I felt most comfortable was Cycle Pub, which is what she operates. It's a great manufacturer. His name's James Watts. Talked with him. I asked him if he could make 2 smaller vehicles. He said that the engineering cost for those 2 vehicles, he wouldn't get his money back. There wouldn't be enough profit for just 2 of them. I said, hey, can't you just cut it in half and I can just use the shorter vehicle? He said he wasn't willing to take on that liability because with a shorter wheelbase, he thought it would be less stable. So I was between a rock and a hard place there. And I have this offer from you guys to operate these 2 pedal carriages. I say it's an offer because I didn't have to accept it. I didn't have to send a letter to Billy, and I would still have the 20 pedicab permits. So I continue to go through this, and I decide that the only way that I can do this and get safe vehicles on the road is to get regular-sized pedal pubs, which I did in December of 2018. So between August 30th and December, I was trying to work this out because, I ran into problem after problem. So on January 2019, after procuring those 2 regular-sized pedal pubs, I sent a letter to Billy, and that letter said, we're going to give up 20 pedicabs in exchange for 2 pedal carriage permits. On February 5th, I made a request to do a name change. Again, if you, on my proposal from August 30th, it said I want to change the name. I submitted to you guys a request for a name change. On that name change, which was Nashville Pedicab LLC, was adding a DBA. You accepted that on February 28th. On that same day, I then attained insurance on the pedal pubs, the 2 pedal carriages. I don't know if I had to submit insurance for the proposal in the summer, but I went with a different carrier that met the standards of the ordinance, and they gave me a better rate. So I might have gone with a different insurance carriers as well, but it was this, that still meets everything in the ordinance. So then we continue and we get ready to submit the application. On April 5th, we submitted the application to TLC, Billy and Lisa. And if you recall, that application requires pictures of the vehicle. It requires insurance. It requires the color scheme. And this is what I submitted. This is what we got last week. We had the TLC make copies of their files. This is what we submitted.
What he's not sharing, he submitted a renewal application. Let me be correct. When he, you can step back over there. When he applied, he wanted to swap. We asked the question that day, and the bottom line is when you start removing a certificate that you've already been given, there's a question about why was it removed. In this particular case, he was actually making a deal. That's what he wanted to do. The reason he was asked to formally surrender it for the 2 was all a part of the same process to make sure that he could not come back at a later date and say, you aren't letting me operate pedicabs. So the surrender should have been done immediately. It was not, but it didn't really matter because he wasn't operating, and so it didn't matter. Now, whether or not that I will take, as I have many times in my years of working, if I had looked at this and looked at the original application, I want you to know this, cameras running, I would not have approved this. My error. And I apologize to the commission for putting you in this position. And I apologize for not telling you that day. It's his responsibility to live with the original application. A renewal is a renewal. An application is an application. You have to live with the initial application. Renewal simply just repeats it again and again and again and again. That's the way the ordinance works.
But, so I'm not sure how, so if I didn't give up any, so I gave up 18 pedicab permits, but I still have 2. Am I not renewing those 2?
You surrendered 20 pedicabs.
I said I would stop operating 20 pedicabs.
And when it was not renewed this year, then they absolutely were gone.
I did renew 2 this year.
Pedicabs?
I renewed 2 pedicab permits. Please look at the definition of the pedicab.
You renewed 2 pedal carriages. There's 2 definitions in the ordinance.
There's one definition of a pedicab permit.
There's a pedicab permit and a pedal carriage permit. They're 2 different things.
It says, it only says pedicab permit.
Mr. Chairman, I need to quit talking. This is your hearing, not mine.
If we could look at the definition, it defines what a pedicab permit is.
Can we distill this down to what is the issue before us right now?
Does he have the right vehicle on the street that he asked for?
And he doesn't.
Not that he asked for, is what he said.
Hold on, please.
A pedal carriage is a non-motorized bicycle with 4 or more wheels operated by one or more person for the purpose of or capable of transporting additional passengers in seats or on the platform made part of or otherwise attached to the pedal carriage as defined. There's a state law about how it's defined. A pedicab means any unibody, non-motorized bicycle with 3 wheels operated by one person, including but not limited to rickshaws. Under state law, basically a pedicab is a rickshaw. A pedal carriage is a 4-wheeled vehicle.
Could you read the definition below that?
Huh?
Could you read the definition below that one?
Below which one?
Under pedicab.
A pedicab permit means a permit issued for a pedal carriage or a pedicab to carry passengers.
So
when the commission specifically gives you a permit and gives you permission to operate one, you can't operate the other. That's the point.
Well, and we still got the problem of these green machines appear to have at least seats for 12, and it's advertised that they can hold 15. And what was represented to us was that you were going to reduce the number down to only 6 passengers. So we don't have the same vehicles that was represented to us when we were authorized or.
And I can tell you, I pushed for you for that footprint.
I remember that.
For that very reason, and I'm going to tell you something. I have lived 15 miles from where I'm sitting right now my entire life. My grandfather, his father. So we were raised on a man's word should be his bond. The word comes first, the paperwork comes second. I looked at you and went to the rest of the board to say if he's going to reduce his footprint, and our problem is the footprint. 2 is less than 20, and he's not even going to be as big as the rest of them. That's what you represented to me. I don't know if the rest of them remember this because I went to bat for you. You represented to me a smaller vehicle that was going to be taking up a smaller footprint. We have denied her every time she has come before us because of that footprint. We don't need any more big pedal taverns downtown. If you're going to give up 20 bicycles going around for 2 3-seaters, you not being able to find someone to make those 6-seaters was not our problem. You should have procured that before you came with the proposal, to know where you were going to get them, to know that they were safe, to stick to your end of the bargain. For me, not speaking for the rest of this board, you did not hold up your end of the agreement. For Mr. Fields, on his part, he has admitted, I did not look at this and I would have denied it. The fact that he's saying that he would have denied it is enough for me to know that if this office that gives out license to all the other pedicabs says they would have denied it, then we should also.
Okay, but on my end, what did, like, I guess I did everything the right way as far as submitting everything. Like, I didn't do anything.
If we had given you permission to do a full-size pedicab, you are correct. You would have done everything correctly, but that was not what the board agreed to let you put on the street was 2 full-size pedicabs. We agreed to put on the street what you came to us and said, 2 6-seater pedicabs. It's in the notes. It's in your application. That is pedal taverns. I'm sorry. That it's in the notes. It's in the original document, and that is not what you did.
So if I can get 2 smaller, if I can get someone to make me 2 smaller ones that fit that will pass everything, does that?
Well, I mean, at this point, you've.
Let me ask you hold on. Before you get down to trying to come up with that solution there, let me ask you a couple things. I want to find out your financial investment, your financial situation on this right now. You bought 5 beer bikes from China, and your receipt here, your invoice seems to be $32,500. You paid that?
Yep.
And those 5 are the ones that were unoperable or inoperable?
Right, I mean, we can't.
Where are they now?
They're with another company.
Somebody else is using them?
Yeah, I mean, they're not being.
All right, so did you sell them?
Yes.
All right, how much did you get for them?
I would have to talk with my brother. I'm not sure. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
All right, but you didn't have a loss on them because you were able to sell them, right?
I'm sure there was a loss because the value of them doesn't include the shipping.
How much were these 2?
$60,000
each?
Total.
Total. So these 2, the green ones I'm looking at in these pictures, you got $60,000 invested in there. All right, so you put $32,000 in to begin with, and that didn't work out. Someone was willing to buy them. There's some loss, but we don't know how much. And right now you got $60,000 in your company. And you're right here today looking at the fact that we may actually pull your licenses to operate these. And you were talking, and from what I can gather, you were talking to us about putting 2 6-passenger ones on the street. Is that petty carriages,
My
right?
proposal was 5, yes. And then you asked Dustin how many he would accept, and he said 3. And then if you watch the end of the video, the motion passes saying if we gave up all these things, you could have more pedal carriages. Then you said if you give up 20, you can have 2 pedal carriages.
So we authorized 2 at 6 each.
It didn't, well,
Hold on.
that would be
12.
my misunderstanding, because that wasn't specifically stated. So that would be my misunderstanding.
Okay. So we thought we were authorizing 2 petty carriages holding 6 people each, which would be 12. And there does clearly appear to be some misunderstanding on a whole lot of different venues here. My solution here, I'm just going to cut through the chase to try to move this thing quickly. My solution is we give you a license for 1 petty carriage of this 12 people and call it a day. And I'm just trying to find a quick solution because that's about the number that we thought we were authorizing for you.
Can I say something?
Hold on, please. Let the commissioners ponder for a minute, please.
I do wish Ms. Costones was here at this moment.
I'm a little, I don't like to be misled.
I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on anyone. When I submitted everything, it had the pictures of what I was, submitting. And if he had not accepted that, I would still have the 20 pedicab permits, right?
But what you offered up is not what we got, and I understand. Nobody wants to put anybody in a financial bind here, but to me, your trustworthiness is a little tainted for me. In that we're trying to accomplish something here that's public safety. Not only public safety, we have to take in consideration, what you're giving us versus what we're allowing you, and we made an agreement that was not met, and to me it was egregiously not met. I mean, this is a 15-seater, and not to speak for you, Mr. Fields, but I feel like you slipped the fast one to Mr. Fields.
I wasn't trying to.
If my foot goes too far on the pedal, I can't say I wasn't trying to speed. I'm still get the ticket. I think it for me, not speaking for the council, the commission, sorry.
We got to get elected to be council.
No, don't do that to us. I'm just going to step back on this and let the motion be made, and I will voice my opinion afterwards.
I would like to speak before this motion is made, please.
Can I ask a question? So if I had these smaller pedal carriages, and down the line they wear out, would anything have precluded me from moving into a bigger vehicle when that vehicle, it would have?
It would. For me, it would have. We are trying to keep the footprint of the pedal taverns down, not increase. We have pedal tavern companies that have proven their ability to operate safely, operate within the guidelines. I don't know, you've been here all day. We don't want a free-for-all on the pedal taverns as well. So the fact that you had 20 permits was your ace in the hole for me to reduce that footprint.
Sure.
So we're not trying to we're trying to decrease traffic, not increase it.
You definitively decrease traffic. I mean, 20 pedicabs can carry 60 people.
Yeah.
But there's also the footprint of 20 pedal bikes and how fast they can go. So that was the whole consideration.
Yes, and those are gone, you know?
Right.
I just,
But
I really wasn't,
Mr. Lynch, where do you live right now?
I live in New Orleans.
New Orleans? And who's operating your business up here?
Up here,
Yeah.
a manager.
Huh?
A manager.
A manager, okay. I have some concerns that we may need to talk to our legal representative for the commission before we go too far on what we're doing regarding your situation. Mr. Fields even said for a moment that
I'd recommend that you've completed the disciplinary hearing. You've gathered the proof has been done. I think you could basically come back at the July meeting, let it be reviewed, make sure all the points that he's brought up to make sure we go through it. But
and here's why, because it's not a real clean situation. Yeah, and please don't add anything more, okay, right now? It's not a real clean situation. You were doing some things. The director was reviewing things, and there was no real clarity, and and I want to make sure that legal has an opportunity to give us advice as to what we might be authorized to do without jeopardizing your rights or infringing upon the Transportation Licensing Commission. I don't think you have, I would not require you to be back here when we review this matter, simply because we've had the proof, we've heard it, and we just need to kind of get clarification of what the legal situation is. But I do appreciate you coming all the way up here and giving us your information.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Is there a motion? I can't make it.
I would like to make a motion to defer any ruling on this matter to after we confer with legal in the July meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Can I recommend that the video be watched?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I recommend that the video be rewatched because he just stood here again and did not tell you the truth. Because he stood here in August 30th, 2018, and he just said that he's sorry about the miscommunication or he didn't understand. He stood here and walked on the floor, the steps out of a length of a 6-seater.
Okay. Hold on. That's enough. Thank you.
Okay.
if you could bear with me, I think we can walk away from everything. Charles Phelps? Thank you.
Is he going to be able to continue to operate, or what's the answer on that?
Yes, until we make a decision
He legally
next
has
week.
a permit, yeah.
In making, Charles Phelps has applied to be a record driver. He'll be working for Martin's Record. A representative from Martin's Record is present. Again, you asked me this month to go through, and anything I could approve, we certainly did. It's lengthy. There's nothing that prohibits him from being a driver. There are just several things on there that historically you would like to look at, but in terms of is he qualified under the ordinance, there's nothing that I can find that would prohibit him from being a driver. He does have Martin's Record. You have, had I been able to deal with this and had the authority, I would have probably approved it and required that he stay with Martin's Record for a year and then come back if he wanted to leave Martin's Record.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the permit, provided that he does stay with Martin's Record for a period of 12 months.
I can do that.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd just like to take a quick second and thank y'all very much for what you do and for staying today. It means a lot.
Thanks for staying late, guys.
You too.
Of the issues that are left, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there's a booting company, and there's some company approval. The booting company is present. It's a sort of a strange situation. May I go ahead and explain it for you?
Sure, please do.
Metro Valet Parking and Services is present. Mr. Spencer Wang. Mr. Blanchard, if you'll come up too, we might as well just, because again, I wanted to make sure you just had interesting ones today for television. Mr. Blanchard.
Everybody's tuned off by now.
No, we're still going, we're not going live, but they're certainly watching at home, I'm sure.
It'll be on the YouTube.
In making, Mr. Blanchard sent a complaint to the office saying, I've got, my vehicle got booted. Well, in the boot, we said, well, he didn't have a permit. And he said, what are you going to do? I said, well, I'm going to get hold of the company and find out what's going on. So we got hold of Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, on a Friday, we got information. On the 11th, we sent him information. On the 15th, he was in the office. He filled out everything, did what he's supposed to do. He met with the inspector last night. There's some changes we were going to require on the lodge. But it was, again, it was an odd situation, and since Mr. Blanchard has been here the entire time, I wanted to make sure he could see the process. Mr. Wang, do you recognize that you were booting without a permit, correct?
I understood, yeah, because I wasn't aware of the application process and all that.
And when you were made aware of it?
I was made aware of it when I received the letter from TLC. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then so immediately a few days later, I stopped by the TLC office right away.
So that's the circumstance. Again, we could not hold what I told Mr. Blanchard. We couldn't hold Mr. Wang responsible for an ordinance that he wasn't covered under. In other words, we have no authority until he becomes licensed. However, I wanted to make sure that he knew, y'all knew, everybody knew. I don't think there's an issue with Mr. Blanchard. I don't think there's an issue with Mr. Wang, but...
Mr. Blanchard, did they boot your scooter?
Yeah, I wish. No, actually, so I work AV, so I'm in the convention centers all around the world, but I was working in MCC, parked in his lot. There was a misunderstanding where I couldn't find a guy to pay. I was running late, so I figured, okay, I'll get it afterwards, whatever happens. Come back, and I've been booted, but I didn't see the sticker, so I almost drove away for a second. Couldn't find him for a minute. He came back to explain it. Long story short, ended up paying for the boot, but it was just, I had said, hey, there's a couple of things, because it's unfortunately not my first time being booted, or second or third or fourth time being booted in Nashville, because I park a lot downtown, and, it happens.
Scooters.
Exactly, that's the plan from now on. But yeah, so basically it was just that I said, hey, there's a lot of things that aren't being covered, and he said, oh, well, I don't, it was a miscommunication of whether or not he was covered. So I reached out to Mr. Fields, and long story short, we're here. He's compliant. I'm happy. So
We appreciate you helping them be compliant.
Our real goal, and I think it's the commission's goal, is we want compliance. We just want people to follow the rules, and once they're following the rules, we're happy. In this particular case, we're going to be following the rules. He is personally not booting any of the lots he's in right now until those signs are complete. There were just some issues about sign placement, which we've talked about before, but we recommend approval.
Right, yeah, I personally walked through all the lots with Mr. Morris last night. Yeah, so he made recommendations about where to place all the signs, and so I do know about those.
So we have a complaint and we have an application.
The complaint could not be heard by the commission. I just made that aware because he actually, that's what got him to the point.
There is no complaint because he's not.
Correct.
Do we have an application? We
Yes.
need a motion.
I move we approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
It's been an entertaining afternoon.
I think it was
The afternoon has been gone.
The last thing
Yes.
are multiple companies. I'll be happy to read them in because y'all have been going. Low-speed vehicle request from Music City Touring to add partner Charles Ray's. Your review company application for All-Star Limousine, High Point Entertainment or Enterprise, Shimulus Tesfaye, doing business at Shine Transportation, Zacharias Badesio, doing business as Care Limo Company, review a name to company name change and address, Three Guys in Bow Ties LLC, moving to the new address listed 6,000 Whispering Hills Drive, apartment 812 in Nashville. All is in order.
Have a motion to approve and bunk.
I make a motion to approve all of the names listed by Mr. Fields.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I have no more information.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to
I'm cutting Mr.
adjourn
Fields
and for Mr. Fields in the city to buy us dinner at the Palm.
My wife points out that the planning commission gets dinner.
Here's what I found.
What? All right. What? Motion's approved.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.